Hey guys, what's up? Today we're listening to Super Tech System in Marvel. So sit back, relax, and just enjoy the ride. And hey, if you're new here, hit that subscribe button. And if you're one of the OGs, welcome back. You already know, it's about to get real.
Chapter 1, Tech System. Ethan shot upright with a strangled gasp. Air burned in his lungs as if he'd been drowning a moment ago. His heart hammered wildly against his ribs, vision swimming before finally snapping into focus. "The hell?" he muttered, pressing a trembling hand to his chest. That wasn't a dream. I was dying. He swallowed hard. The room around him, bright, clean, unfamiliar, did nothing to calm him. Sleek walls, a high-tech medical monitor humming nearby, a faint scent of disinfectant. "This isn't my apartment," he said under his breath. "Oh hell no, did I get kidnapped?" His first instinct was to get up and look for a weapon, but the moment he moved, something felt wrong. Lighter. Smaller. Stronger. He raised his hands to his face and froze. These weren't his 28-year-old hands. They were slimmer. Younger. Smooth. No scars. No calluses. "Okay, what kind of mumbo-jumbo did they drug me?" he whispered in disbelief. But even as he tried to stand, a sudden spike of pain lanced through his skull. GHH. Memories, no, another life's memories, poured into him like a flood, drowning out his thoughts. A name. A birthday. Faces he never knew yet somehow recognized. Then the final blow hit him. He had died. And he had reincarnated into someone else's body. The body belonged to a boy with the exact same first name as him, but a different surname. Ethan Fury. The name echoed in his mind with absurd weight. Fury? You've got to be kidding me. Ethan opened his mouth wide in amazement and disbelief as the memories settled. No way. Images flashed. An imposing man with a cold stare behind a black eye patch, a woman with stern eyes and shield credentials clipped to her belt. According to these inherited memories, this body's parents were Nicholas Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wait, no, Ethan muttered as more fragments of memory clicked into place. From what I can see, this body was on the verge of death. Nick and Maria Hill were talking about how this guy is Fury's accidental son. He let out a shaky laugh. So, I'm his secret son? One he never knew existed. Ethan rubbed his temples, still processing. But hold on, he whispered. Wasn't his son supposed to be Mikkel? And the other secret son was called Nick Fury Jr.? He sighed. I'm none of them, he mumbled, sitting at the edge of the bed, feet touching the cold floor. The door opened with a soft hiss. A doctor stepped inside, but Ethan froze the moment he saw her face. No way. Barbara Morse? Mockingbird herself? She approached with concern in her eyes. Are you okay, kid? She asked gently. Ethan swallowed, forcing his voice steady. Where am I and what is this place? The woman offered a reassuring smile. My name's Kaylin, Dr. Kaylin, she said as she flashed her hospital identification. I'm your attending physician. Ethan stared at the badge, then back at her face. Barbara Morse, going by a cover name. Yeah, this is definitely Marvel. You are hot, Ethan blurted out before he could stop himself. His inner thoughts had slipped straight out of his mouth. Dr. Kaylin paused, blinking in surprise, then let out a soft laugh. Thanks, kid, she said, amused. But you're way too young for my taste. She gently guided him back onto the hospital bed, adjusting the pillows behind him. So, she continued, professional again, tell me, what do you remember? Me falling off a building? He replied hesitantly. Her brows lifted. Are you sure that's what you remember? Ethan shrugged helplessly. I don't know. Everything's a jumble. I can't even think straight. The only thing I'm sure about is I'm some broke guy suddenly waking up in a big, luxurious room with a hot doctor. He stared at her, genuinely confused. Am I dreaming? Nope, she said lightly. You're not dreaming. On your way back home, you were involved in an accident. Nothing serious happened to your body aside from minor bruising, but your head took a hit, so your memories might be a bit scrambled. Ethan nodded slowly, trying to look convinced, even though the truth he knew was far stranger than a simple head injury. Okay then, rest now, Dr. Kaylin said softly. You'll be sleeping here for the next few days, maybe a week, depending on your recovery. Stay strong, kid. She gave him one last reassuring smile before turning and leaving the room. The door slid shut with a quiet hiss. The moment she was gone, Ethan finally let out the breath he'd been holding. Because now, without her in the room, he could no longer ignore it. A faint, transparent blue screen was glowing right in front of him. It had been there the whole time Kaelin was speaking. He had to force himself not to look at it, not to freak out. But now? Now he reached out and tapped it. The screen flickered and a delayed message appeared. Congratulations, host, on successful transmigration. The super tech system is now at your service. Ethan stared, mouth slowly falling open. System? He whispered. Then he nodded to himself. I was wondering when you'd show up. Finally. As a lifelong fantasy and Isekai fan, the concept of a system cheat wasn't strange to him at all. If anything, he had been waiting for this moment. But the excitement lasted only 3 seconds. He slowly lay back down on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Am I an idiot? He muttered. Barbara Morse, Mockingbird, had just been in the room. Which meant, if she's here, then there are definitely shield cameras in this room. Probably watching me right now. He groaned internally. Great. Fantastic. First day in Marvel and I'm already acting like a transmigrated idiot with brain damage. Fortunately, I didn't say anything too suspicious. Ethan sighed in relief. He focused his mind on the floating screen, half expecting it to disappear. It didn't. It responded. Host system functions initialized. Super Tech Gotcha. Every month, host receives one random tech gotcha. Upon receiving a tech, host automatically masters the knowledge, theory, and skills required to use or recreate it. Host currently has one unused random tech gotcha. Would host like to use it now? Ethan kept his face blank, pretending to be resting, just in case anyone was watching through hidden cameras. Inside his head, he smirked. Simple. Straightforward. I like this system already. He mentally selected yes. Chapter 2, First Tech. Ethan mentally selected yes. The screen flashed. A soft hum filled his mind like digital gears spinning. Then, initiating random tech gotcha. Rolling. Rolling. Result acquired. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Rayfield Claiborne, Supreme Luxury Hypertech Vehicle. Ethan blinked. A car? But the next information panel unfolded, and his eyes went wide. Rayfield Claiborne, description. A ultra-luxury hypercar built from crystal dome composite panels, a futuristic material harder than titanium yet lighter than carbon fiber. A completely bulletproof, explosion-resistant, and shock-absorbent. A zero-speed compromise, maintains maximum acceleration despite heavy armor. And equipped with an adaptive crystal coat, a shimmering surface layer that repairs itself and refracts light in shifting colors. A integrated ultra-AI system capable of autonomous driving, combat evasive maneuvers, threat detection, and voice interaction. Silent wind engines capable of reaching over 500 kilometers per hour without overheating. At interior, royal-level luxury, temperature-adaptive seats, hollow dash, and full surround comfort systems. Air anti-tracking, anti-hacking, and complete privacy shielding. And many more. Ethan's jaw dropped slowly. This isn't a car, he whispered to himself. This is what happens when a Lamborghini, a spaceship, and a tank decide to have a baby. Knowledge poured into his mind, blueprints, fabrication schematics, material breakdowns, AI code, manufacturing processes. Techniques so advanced they practically felt alien. He suddenly knew how to build the Rayfield Claiborne from scratch. Down to every bolt. Down to every AI subroutine. Down to the damn crystal dome molecular structure. It was overwhelming yet exhilarating. Holy crap. If this is just the first monthly gotcha. He almost wanted to laugh. He kept perfectly still, making sure his face remained blank, pretending to rest beneath the hospital sheets. No way was he letting S.H.I.E.L.D. see him grinning like a maniac. Inside, though? He was screaming inside. Although unknown to him, he had a goofy smile on his face in the real world, completely blowing his calm and resting act. And yes, he was being watched. Hospital VIP surveillance room. In another high-security VIP room, 3 people stood in front of a large monitor showing Ethan sleeping, or pretending to with that ridiculous grin. Are you sure he's fine? Fury asked, one brow raised as he stared at the screen. That smile looks stupid. Maria Hill sighed. Honestly, sir? I think it's normal. Maybe he's a hormonal teenager having a wet dream about the hot doctor. Barbara Morse rolled her eyes so hard it looked painful. Please, Barbara muttered. He's fine. A bit shaken but fine. The kid's strong, stronger than most. At this moment, anyone else would be panicking. But he can still joke, even smile. So yes, one could say he has steel. Fury exhaled deeply, staring at Ethan's face. All this time I thought I didn't have any children, he said quietly. Yet here I am, staring at one. Maria nodded and handed him a photo she'd been holding. You know his mother? She asked. The picture showed a kind, gentle-looking woman with warm eyes. I remember her, Fury said softly. I even sometimes visit her grave. Maria's expression remained calm as she added. She was killed by your enemies. But none of us knew she had a child. The blood test confirms it. He is yours. Fury's eye narrowed for a second and then relaxed. I never thought she was hiding such secret, he whispered, almost smiling. Guess she outsmarted me one last time. Maria cleared her throat. What should we do now, sir? Fury looked back on the monitor as he sighed. It's better if I stay away from him, he said finally. His mother died because of me. I won't let him share the same fate. He turned toward them. Erase all traces connecting him to me. From S.H.I.E.L.D., from any database that might harm him. Protect the kid, but from the shadows. Then he handed Maria a folded piece of paper. And give him this. Barbara looked at the note when Maria opened it. What is this, sir? Barbara asked. My personal emergency fund, Fury said. Never used it. It's one of my hidden caches, fully legal but untraceable. Give it to the kid. Make it look like some inheritance from his mother. Maria blinked. Sir, this fund is over $1 billion. Barbara shook her head in disbelief. A secret fund worth $1 billion and you never used it? Fury shrugged. You never know when you might need a rainy day billion. Just make sure the kid gets it, Fury said one last time, his voice low but firm, the kind of order that carried weight even after he walked away. He and Maria Hill exited the dim corridor, their silhouettes swallowed by the sliding doors. Barbara remained behind, staring at the encrypted fund file glowing on her tablet. A soft exhale left her lips. Now, how should I give it to him? She murmured, tapping the corner of the screen thoughtfully. She opened Ethan's S.H.I.E.L.D. profile, medical scans, age, background, the odd incident report that didn't match any known event. Her eyes narrowed. HM. He turns 18 next month. Her fingers drummed lightly. Well, that's a great time to hand it over. Symbolic, clean, and legally simple. She nodded to herself, decision settling. And so Dr. Kalin continued her work in the hospital. She wasn't the only one stationed there. 6 more level 4 to level 6 agents operated within the building, all of them personally loyal to Fury, not just to S.H.I.E.L.D. Their single mission, make sure nothing happened to Ethan Cliff, or Ethan Fury. Ethan Cliff was the public identity. The name Ethan Fury had never truly existed. Ethan only saw it in the fading memories of the original Ethan as he died, and from Fury saying it aloud. On paper, in every system, in every file, he was only Ethan Cliff. Back to Ethan. Lying on the hospital bed, he looked around the quiet room. I really want to get discharged soon. But to start my own car company I need money, he muttered, wondering where he could possibly get the funds. Well, I've got a lot of different tech in my mind. Maybe I can sell some cheap versions of them, he thought. Chapter 3, a month later. Damn, that was so exhausting, Ethan muttered as he stepped out of the hospital. That he looked back at the building and grumbled, I hope I never have to come back here. He shuddered at the memory of those overly enthusiastic agents who, in their attempt to impress Fury, checked him from head to toe, again and again, leaving him no time to even breathe, much less think. But finally, he was out of there. Ethan stretched his arms, feeling the sun on his face as he finally stepped away from the hospital grounds. His mind buzzed with possibilities, but first, he needed to go home. According to the memories he inherited, he still had a place, a small apartment his mother left behind. Nothing fancy, nothing special, but his. The bus ride was short and the walk even shorter. When he reached the old apartment building, he paused for a moment, staring up at it. Yup, looks exactly like in the memories, he muttered. The stairwell creaked under his feet as he climbed to the 3rd floor. The key slid into the lock with a familiar click, and the door opened to reveal a simple, modest home. A small living room with worn-out furniture. A tiny kitchen with a few mismatched utensils. A bedroom barely big enough for a bed and a desk. Everything was neat but plainly ordinary. Yeah, definitely the original Ethan's style, he sighed as he stepped inside. He placed his bag down and looked around. This was the home of a completely average kid in the Marvel Universe. No special inheritance. No secret vault. No magical grandmother leaving behind artifacts. Just a life unfinished by a boy who never expected anything extraordinary. And now he had to make something out of it. Ethan took a deep breath. Well, good thing I'm not average anymore, he thought with a small smirk as he closed the door behind him. Ethan powered up the laptop. I hope this actually works, he muttered, waiting for the old machine to boot up. It whirred, coughed, flickered twice, and finally loaded. Thank God, Ethan sighed. He immediately opened the browser and started checking the internet. News articles, celebrity gossip, world events, anything that could help him understand exactly which Marvel world he had landed in. After half an hour of digging, he leaned back in his chair. First off, it seems this is Marvel with no mutants. At least none publicly, he nodded. He scrolled further, checking movie release dates, tech timelines, and any mention of superheroes. Eventually, he found something that confirmed it. It's year 2006, he whispered. Iron Man hasn't happened yet. He paused, then chuckled. Meaning Tony Stark is probably still a weapons merchant and drinking himself to sleep every night. A few more searches later, he found another detail. And it's going more or less according to the movies, huh? He nodded, satisfied with his initial assessment. With a sigh, he closed the laptop. Perfect. That means I still have time to prepare. He stretched, cracking his neck lightly. Anyway, leaving that aside, I can finally check my gotcha. For anyone watching, it would have looked like he was just talking to himself. But Ethan wasn't worried. He was absolutely sure there were no cameras here. Why? Because the first thing he did when he came home was take his laptop into the bathroom and scan every nook and cranny of the place like a paranoid spy. A very panicked paranoid spy. Which bastard even came up with the idea of hidden cameras? Ethan grumbled. I saw those spy pens on Google. Some psycho definitely invented those for shady reasons. He shuddered. I will burn every hidden camera manufacturer alive if they ever try that with me. But then he froze. A horrible realization hitting him like a truck. Wait. He stared blankly at the wall. They saw me take my laptop into my bathroom. He covered his face with both hands. Oh my God. That looks so suspicious. Why would a normal teenager take a laptop into the toilet? They must think I was watching. He stopped. Okay, no, I don't even want to finish that sentence. He groaned loudly. Damn it, did I just lose all my dignity in front of S.H.I.E.L.D.? A beat passed. Well, better that than losing my life, he muttered, pushing the embarrassment away. He refocused, mentally opening his system menu. All right. Gotcha time. A soft chime echoed in his head. Monthly cycle completed. Host has gained 1 random tech gotcha. Total available 1. He mentally tapped the confirmation. The system screen flickered to life, neon blue light swirling like a digital vortex. Initiating tech gotcha. Rolling. Ethan held his breath. Come on, come on. The light stopped, and a single item materialized on the holographic display. Reward obtained, Skippy, Smart AI Handgun, Cyberpunk 2077. Ethan froze. Then blinked. Oh. You've got to be kidding me. A slow grin stretched across his face. Last month I got the Rayfield Caliban and now this? Skippy? He looked like a man who just hit 2 jackpots back-to-back. The system continued. Skippy, Autonomous Smart AI Handgun. Features, tracking bullets, auto-lock targeting, ricochet curve shots, recoil auto-adjustment, smart link construct. AI personality construct. Extra reward, Skippy, original AI module. Ethan's eyelid twitched at the original AI part. Honestly, there was no need for an extra reward, he muttered. Still, he pressed the acquisition button. The moment he did, streams of data surged into his mind, schematics, algorithms, targeting protocols, smart link interfaces, AI architecture. All of it downloaded directly into his brain. And within seconds he had mastered everything. Ethan exhaled slowly, letting the final strands of downloaded knowledge settle in his mind. All right, he murmured, rubbing his temples. That was a lot. But then a smirk crept onto his face. Now I just need to set up my company and also build a personal car with this smart weapon system. With the mastery of Skippy's tech, he wasn't just limited to handguns anymore. He could replicate the tracking round systems, auto-lock modules, AI targeting cores, and integrate them into rifles, snipers, shotguns, prototype weapons, even missiles if he wanted. Chapter 4: Inheritance. With the mastery of Skippy's tech, he wasn't just limited to handguns anymore. He could replicate the tracking round systems, auto-lock modules, AI targeting cores, and integrate them into rifles, snipers, shotguns, prototype weapons, even energy-based firearms if he wanted. And this wasn't a game with weapon restrictions. This was the real world. Nothing was stopping him from putting the same advanced tech into his car. Autonomous defenses, smart targeting turrets, tracking micro-rounds, AI-driven countermeasure systems. His Rayfield Caliban could become an absolute monster. Yeah, Ethan grinned to himself. A luxury supercar with built-in smart weapons, my own version of a Batmobile. He could already feel the excitement buzzing in his fingertips. Now, I really wonder what I'll get next month, he chuckled, unable to stop the grin stretching across his face. He walked out of the bathroom smiling like a man who had just been given the cheat codes to life. What he didn't know was that his earlier stunt, taking his laptop into the bathroom, then stepping out with a suspiciously blissful expression, had left quite an impression on the agents secretly monitoring him through the hidden cameras. In the surveillance room. This guy is really Fury's kid? One agent whispered, baffled. Another agent shook his head firmly. No one calls him that. Director Fury doesn't want to label or treat him as a child. A female agent sighed. Yeah, but that smile? That walk? He looked like he just discovered heaven. What the hell was he doing with that laptop in the bathroom? The room fell silent for 3 long seconds. Then another agent coughed lightly. Should we be concerned? No, someone else replied. Just confused. Very confused. They all nodded in solemn agreement. Meanwhile, Ethan, blissfully unaware he was being judged as a suspiciously cheerful teenager, stretched and headed toward his living room. And he began organizing the room according to his own taste. An hour later. Ding. Huh? I wasn't expecting anyone today. Ethan stopped washing the dishes, wiped his hands, and walked to the door. He glanced through the peephole, and his eyebrows rose. Damn. Phil Coulson, huh? Why's this guy here? Recognizing the familiar face, Ethan cooled his expression and opened the door. What do you need? He asked, keeping his tone neutral. Phil Coulson gave a polite smile. Yes, hello. My name is Robert Flair, your mother's lawyer. Ethan stepped aside to let him in but narrowed his eyes. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure we weren't rich enough to afford a private lawyer like you. Coulson, Robert Flair, remained unfazed. Your father was someone notable, he said carefully, and he left behind quite a substantial inheritance before his death. However, your mother refused to accept it. She was upset with him. So instead she arranged for it to be locked away until you turned 18. He held out a folder. May I come in? It'll only take a few seconds. I also have photos of myself with your mother, proof of my identity. Ethan glanced at the photos. Yes, those were pictures of his mother and Coulson. Well, it looks legit enough, Ethan muttered, stepping aside again and letting him in. Of course he's lying, he thought internally. But if I act too suspicious, they will start to get suspicious too, so let's see, why is he here? He sat across from the agent-turned-lawyer on the sofa. So, Ethan asked bluntly, what exactly did she leave? And how much are we talking about? Coulson opened the folder and spoke with practiced calm. Your mother left you a property and approximately $1 billion USD. Ethan literally spat the water he was drinking right into Coulson's face. I think my ears are ringing. Can you repeat that? Ethan coughed. Coulson wiped his face with a handkerchief, completely unfazed. You didn't mishear, he said smoothly. 1 house. And $1 billion USD. Everything is fully legal, processed, and tax cleared. No complications. Ethan stared at him blankly. Well, damn. I guess Fury isn't heartless after all, he thought. He looked Coulson straight in the eyes. If it was that much money, then why? Why your mother didn't inherit it? Yes, it is quite an amount, but sadly she never even looked at it. If I had the chance, I would have told her to inherit it and maybe invest some business while she was still around, as her personal lawyer, he said, smiling. And I will get it all without any complications? Ethan asked. Yes, no complications at all, Coulson nodded. Ethan looked at him and then nodded. Where is this property? I can give you a tour of it if you want, he said as he stood up. Okay, lead the way. Not gonna lie, I'd feel a lot happier if I can get that kind of money, Ethan said, already imagining life if he could get this last big piece falling out of the sky for him. After half an hour, the car rolled to a slow stop. Ethan stepped out, took one look at the massive property in front of him, and froze. Robert, he said slowly, pointing at the mansion towering over them. You call this a house? This is a fucking villa. A big, luxurious villa. Coulson only nodded with a small, amused smile. Yeah. I still wonder how your father managed to win over such a woman who never cared about materialistic things. Ethan let out a low whistle as he walked forward, taking in the sprawling architecture. Marble pillars, glass balconies, a garden bigger than some city parks, and a driveway long enough to host a car race. He could practically feel the price tags glowing around him. Holy shit. He muttered. People like me don't live in places like this. People worth millions live in places like this. Well, Coulson said, good news. You're now one of those people. Ethan shot him a flat look. I haven't even stepped inside yet and I already feel like I owe taxes. Coulson chuckled. Relax. Like I said, everything is cleared. You won't owe a cent.
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Chapter 5, Inheritance 2. Coulson chuckled. Relax. Like I said, everything is cleared. You won't owe a cent. They walked up the polished entrance steps, each one gleaming like it had never known dirt, until they reached the enormous double doors. Ethan hesitated. So this was his? He asked quietly. Coulson nodded. Yes. Your father bought this place himself. Paid in full. And your mother never set foot here, not even once. After his death, the villa was locked exactly as he left it. Ethan sighed, shoulders tightening for a moment, then nodded. All right, show me. Coulson, Robert Flair as he introduced himself, pushed open the doors. What greeted Ethan inside made him freeze. The interior was the kind of luxury he only saw in billionaire documentaries. Glass sculptures, hand-woven carpets, golden-trimmed railings, a chandelier the size of a small aircraft engine. And all of this was now his. Holy hell, Ethan murmured. If this is just the entrance, the bedroom must look like a damn palace. Robert smiled. Wait until you see the pool. There's a pool? 3. Ethan almost swallowed his tongue. They continued walking and Robert led him to a side building where the garage was located. He pressed a button and the steel doors rolled up, revealing 5 pristine cars inside. 2 Rolls-Royces. 3 other high-end luxury cars from different brands, all spotless, untouched. Ethan stared. His brain went blank. Do you like it? Robert asked. Ethan let out a weak laugh. Like it? Man, I used to dream of owning a car company because I could never afford an actual car. I had all the skills to build anything, but no money to make it real. He rubbed his forehead. And I never told my mother how big my projects were. If she knew I needed money, that woman, she was too kind. I'm scared she might have tried to sell a kidney or mortgage the house just to help me start a company. He swallowed. So I kept it secret. Robert's expression softened. Well, he said, your mother had her reasons for ignoring this place. Maybe, if she knew, she might have shown you where these billions were hidden. Maybe she would have lived proudly watching your big company rise. Yeah, Ethan whispered. Maybe. Now, original Ethan was lazy bump who just wanted to be in gamer. Of course he didn't show it on the face. After another hour, the entire tour was done. They were now sitting on a sofa so soft Ethan felt he can sleep anytime on it. Coulson, still playing the role of Robert, set a folder on the table. Now, just sign here and the 1 billion USD will officially transfer to your name, he said. Ethan nodded, grabbed the pen and signed. Moments later, Coulson handed him a sleek card and a paper with the bank details. All the money is already deposited in this account. If you leave it as it is, the bank's interest alone will make it grow steadily, he explained. Ethan whistled. This is insane. Oh, and about what you said earlier, wanting to own a car company. Coulson adjusted his tie. I have some influence. I can get you the rights to an older, inactive company. You could take over as the new head. Ethan blinked. I can start my own. Why would I bother with some old scrap company? It'll save you a lot of time, Coulson said calmly. The paperwork, the legal procedures, the initial certifications, all of that is already done. You just step in as the new owner. Ethan leaned back, thinking. Okay, fine. Then get me one. I'll pay the legal fees. Coulson nodded. Very good. One more thing, you should consider hiring maids, security, a household manager. A villa like this can't be maintained alone. If you want, I can arrange it. Ethan narrowed his eyes. Who exactly are you? He asked quietly. Coulson blinked. What do you mean? Family lawyer or not, you are too enthusiastic about helping Ethan replied. So who are you really? Coulson sighed, dropping the pretense for a moment. What I told you is true. I was your mother's lawyer. But what I didn't told you was that I was her friend also, he said softly. Even when she had nothing, she somehow managed to hire a private legal advisor. Me, not because she had the money for it, but because we were old pals and I worked for free. Ethan studied him for a moment. All right then, Mr. Flair, he said finally. Just get me the company. Coulson nodded. And about the villa, do you want me to arrange maids and workers? For now, I'll handle things alone, Ethan said. I need time to settle. Coulson accepted that with a nod. I see. Still, I know a secretary who's very competent. You'll like her. I can send her tomorrow. Don't need it, Ethan replied flatly. She will be of help, Coulson insisted. Ethan exhaled. Okay, fine. But only after I own the company. And only when I actually get busy. He pointed at him. Then I might hire this competent secretary of yours. Understood, Coulson said with a small smile. Understood, Coulson said with a small smile. He gathered his documents, slid them neatly into his briefcase and stood up. Well then, Ethan. Congratulations. You've officially inherited everything. The villa, the assets, and the funds are truly yours now. Ethan leaned back into the ridiculously soft sofa, feeling like he'd fallen into someone else's dream. $1 billion. He muttered. Still doesn't feel real. It will, Coulson replied calmly. Once you wake up tomorrow and check your account. Coulson continued, I'll register the company under your name first thing in the morning. Expect paperwork tomorrow afternoon. Yeah. Thanks, Ethan said, waving lightly. Before leaving, Coulson gave the villa one last look. This place suits you more than you think. And with that, he closed the door behind him. The silence that followed felt almost too big. Ethan slumped further into the sofa, staring at the massive living room. Holy shit, he whispered. He stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and looked out over the private garden, the pools, the distant city skyline. This is actually my life now? Chapter 6, S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson, on the other hand, got back into the car and closed the door with a soft click. Let's head back, he said. Barbara Morse, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at him. How did it go? It went well, Coulson replied, loosening his tie slightly. He was a bit shocked, but honestly, who wouldn't be? Even if I were a normal guy, getting handed that kind of money out of nowhere would stun me too. Barbara chuckled. Yeah, you handled it smoothly. Now we just need to get his company registered. Coulson nodded. Right. Let's get that done before tomorrow. As the car pulled away from the villa, Barbara rested her elbow on the window. Still can't believe Fury has a child, she muttered. I figured that man would die before even considering it. Coulson sighed. That man was married once. A long time ago. Just because no one in S.H.I.E.L.D. knew doesn't mean it didn't happen. Barbara tilted her head. Well, at least the kid didn't end up with Fury's attitude. The world doesn't need two of them. Coulson cracked a rare smile. True enough. After a moment of silence, Barbara glanced at him again. What about you, Coulson? You're getting older too. Ever think about having kids? Coulson blinked, then gave a helpless shrug. Haven't met anyone who would willingly tie their life to mine. My job doesn't exactly encourage long-term relationships. Barbara rolled her eyes softly. You're hopeless. Maybe, Coulson said with a small laugh. But at least I'm honest. The car drove on, disappearing into the city lights, while back at the villa, Ethan's new future was just beginning. The black sedan slipped into the shadows of the private road, heading toward the rendezvous point. A few minutes later, they reached an isolated clearing, quiet, dark, and empty. Empty until the cloaking shimmer peeled away. A Quinjet appeared, decloaking like a ghost returning to reality. Barbara unbuckled her seatbelt. Well, back to work. Coulson stepped out and straightened his suit, his expression shifting from friendly lawyer to shield agent in an instant. They approached the Quinjet's ramp as it lowered with a mechanical hiss. Still weird using this much covert effort for one kid, Barbara muttered. Coulson shrugged. He's Fury's son. That alone means half the world will want him dead if they find out. Better to keep eyes on him early. Yeah, she said as she boarded. Still feels like overkill. Coulson followed her up the ramp. The hatch sealed behind them with a thud. A pilot's voice came over the intercom. Quinjet 1 ready for takeoff. Returning to helicarrier. Proceed, Coulson replied. The engines hummed, energy thrumming through the metal frame. With a burst of thrust, the aircraft lifted smoothly off the ground, then shot upward, disappearing into the night sky. Far above the clouds, a massive silhouette waited. The Shield helicarrier, silent, armored, floating like the world's largest guardian. The Quinjet slid into its docking bay, the lights guiding it inside. Barbara stretched her arms. Another day, another secret. Coulson simply nodded. And a new variable enters the board. Deep within the helicarrier, they walked down the metallic corridor toward the debriefing room. The hum of engines echoed faintly through the walls. Coulson glanced sideways at Barbara. Fury wants a female agent assigned to him, he said quietly. Someone who can act as his secretary and step in if things get out of control. Barbara raised a brow. He has seen my face as Dr. Kalin. I don't think it's a good idea for me to go there. Exactly, Coulson replied. Which is why I was considering recommending someone else who can take your place. Someone equally professional and well presentable. Barbara snorted. Sending a pretty agent to that hormonal kid? Coulson, your priorities are questionable. Coulson shook his head firmly. It's not about flattering him. It's about control. Teenagers with absurd advantages can spiral fast. He'll need someone who can keep him grounded. Barbara sighed, rubbing her forehead. And you're certain she won't end up distracting him instead? That's why I need a professional, he replied. You know more about the agents than I do, Barbara said as she looked at him. I already have a candidate in mind, Coulson admitted. I just wanted to check if there was anyone you'd recommend. They reached Fury's office. Let's talk later, he said. She nodded and stepped aside as he entered. Inside, Fury was already there with Maria Hill, both reviewing documents. Fury leaned back as he saw them enter and set the tablet aside. How did it go? Fury asked. It went without a hitch, sir, Coulson said, and then he explained it all in full detailed manner. A car company? Fury raised a brow, glancing at Ethan's file as Coulson nodded. The first thing he said after seeing the gift you prepared for him, Coulson explained. At least he has a good head on his shoulders. He thought of working with it instead of splurging like a normal kid would. Fury nodded. He's not just any kid, sir, Coulson added. He was raised by the woman who fooled SHIELD for some time. Fury nodded slowly. Yes, you're right, and also assign an agent to him. Someone with a clean background, no questionable ties. Not even ties to us, Barbara added. Otherwise people will start wondering why a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent is babysitting a kid. I was thinking of assigning him a secretary, Coulson said. Fury's eyebrow rose. A secretary? Coulson, he's not Stark. I assigned Widow to Stark because he's a playboy. Ethan isn't like that. According to his file, he's still a virgin with no girlfriend. Coulson nodded. Yes, sir. He's not Stark. But if he's followed around by a hot secretary, no one will question it. Rich kid, beautiful secretary, that's normal. Fury considered that for a moment, then nodded. All right then. Choose one and assign her to him. Coulson inclined his head. Yes, sir. He left the office with Barbara at his side. Chapter 7, Agent 13. As they stepped out of Fury's office, Barbara glanced at Coulson. So, who's the candidate in your mind? Coulson checked his phone as they walked. Someone who's been working way too hard to prove herself. I think she deserves a break. Barbara peeked at the screen, then nodded. Agent 13, huh? Yeah, you're right. She always felt she had to live up to her family name. I still remember seeing her at the academy, working harder than anyone else. She really did need a break. Coulson slipped the phone back into his pocket. This assignment will keep her close but out of direct fire. And it'll give Ethan someone reliable to keep an eye on him. Barbara smirked. Let's hope he's not the handful Stark is. God, I hope not, Coulson muttered as they continued down the hallway. Back at Ethan's villa. Ethan was sprawled comfortably on the couch, a fresh box of pizza open beside him. The TV cast flickering lights across the room as he mashed buttons on the controller. Man, I wonder when Robert's gonna get me that company, he mumbled around a mouthful of pepperoni, eyes glued to the game. Until Coulson and S.H.I.E.L.D. finished handling the paperwork, there wasn't much for him to do except wait, so he passed the time the same way any bored teenager with sudden wealth would. Pizza, games, and pretending not to think too hard about how insane his life had become. He leaned back with a sigh. Hope it doesn't take too long. The game's victory fanfare chimed loudly. Well, at least something is going right today. Just as Ethan reached for another slice of pizza, his phone buzzed against the coffee table. He paused mid-grab, frowned, and picked it up. Caller ID, Robert Flair. Finally. He cleared his throat and answered. Yeah. Coulson's calm voice came through the line. Good evening, Ethan. Just wanted to inform you, everything on our end has been processed. The company registration will be complete by tomorrow noon. Ethan sat up straighter. Seriously? That fast? You're a priority case, Coulson replied. And I also have the documents for you to sign. I'll bring them personally tomorrow morning. All right, thanks, Ethan said, trying not to sound overly excited. And one more thing, Coulson added. You'll also be meeting your new secretary soon. I've selected someone appropriate. Ethan groaned. Dude, I said after I get busy. Not before. She won't start work immediately, Coulson reassured. Just an introduction. Think of it as future planning. Fine. Whatever, Ethan muttered. As long as she doesn't show up at 8 in the morning or something. See you at 8 in the morning, Coulson said calmly. What? But Coulson had already hung up. Ethan stared at the phone for a solid 5 seconds, then fell backward onto the couch with a groan. Great, rich life or not, adults are still gonna ruin my sleep. The next morning came far too early. Ethan's eyes cracked open to the sound of the villa's doorbell, sharp, obnoxious, and way too energetic for 8 a.m. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ethan sat up like a zombie resurrecting from a crypt. Coulson, I swear. He dragged himself out of bed, hair sticking out like he'd survived a hurricane, and shuffled toward the front door while squinting against the sunlight sneaking in through the curtains. He yanked the door open. Coulson stood there in a neat suit, holding a folder of documents. Beside him stood a blonde woman in a professional outfit, white blouse, black skirt, and a sharp yet polite smile. She looked fresh, awake, and way too ready for the day. Ethan blinked at her. Then at Coulson. Then back at her. I remember saying I don't need a secretary for now. Coulson ignored the complaint and gestured to the woman. Ethan, this is Sarah Lane. She'll be your future secretary when the time comes. Sarah extended her hand politely. Good morning, Mr. Ethan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ethan stared at the perfectly manicured hand, then at his own, still holding a half-crushed energy drink can he'd brought from the nightstand. 1 second. Ethan dropped the can behind the door, wiped his palm on his shirt, then shook her hand properly this time. Hi. Yeah. Ethan Cliff. Nice to meet you, he said, trying to sound less half-dead. Coulson pointed toward the hallway. Get ready. We need to take you to see your company today. Ethan nodded, rubbing his face. Gimme some time, he muttered before stumbling off toward his room. The moment he disappeared, Coulson and Sarah settled onto the sofa. Sarah glanced at the hallway, then leaned toward Coulson. So, I'm supposed to protect him? Coulson nodded. Yes. His identity is delicate. Fury wanted this to be absolutely secure. Very few people inside S.H.I.E.L.D. know who he actually is. Sarah's expression shifted into something more serious. So I'm basically his shadow. Exactly, Coulson said quietly. He folded his arms. Except few in S.H.I.E.L.D. others don't even know your real face. Thanks to your stubborn refusal to use your family name for influence, you stayed in the shadows as Agent 13. No fame, no spotlight, no public records tied to the Carter legacy. Sarah nodded slightly. That's why you were approved for this, Coulson continued. No one will ever suspect you're a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Not even other agents. To Ethan and to the outside world, you're just Sarah Lane, a normal secretary. Sarah or Sharon Carter nodded. It makes a perfect agent for this job. Coulson returned the smile. And that's why Fury signed off on you. You're clean. Invisible. Exactly what Ethan needs. With you working beside him, even if someone investigates him, all they'll see is a rich kid with his hot secretary. He said it bluntly and Sarah, Agent 13, nodded without reacting. Is his life in danger? She asked. Coulson's expression turned serious for the first time. There was an attempt on his life. S.H.I.E.L.D. intercepted it in time. After that, every record connecting him to us was erased. His mother made sure he grew up far away from this world. Sarah's brows drew together. But the attempt changed things. Exactly. Coulson nodded. We're not taking any more risks. That's where you come in. He leaned back slightly. Not only will no one suspect your S.H.I.E.L.D., even if someone scans your face, nothing will come up. And on top of that, you're one of the finest agents we have. Sarah absorbed that quietly, posture straight, eyes focused. Understood, she said. I'll protect him. Coulson exhaled softly, relieved. That's what I'm counting on. Chapter 8, Company. Before Robert Coulson could say anything else, Ethan finally walked back into the living room. He was at least awake now, kind of. His hair was still a mess, but he'd thrown on jeans and a hoodie and looked barely functional. All right, Ethan muttered, grabbing a piece of bread from the counter as he walked. Let's get this over with. Robert stood up. Good. We'll go through the paperwork at the company building. It won't take long. Sarah rose as well, carrying her small handbag. She gave Ethan a polite smile. I'll be accompanying you today. Ethan blinked. Accompanying me? For what? I'm just signing papers. It's standard procedure, Sarah answered calmly. Robert didn't add anything. He simply let her handle the explanation. Ethan shrugged. Whatever. As long as nobody makes me fill out 100 forms. They walked toward the door. Right as Ethan picked up his keys, he paused and looked at Sarah. So, you're gonna be working with me, right? Yes, she said. Once everything starts running. Until then, I'll stay close and learn what you need. Okay. Cool, he said. He didn't think too much about it. To him, she was just a secretary. To her, he was a job. And to Robert Coulson, he was a responsibility. They all stepped outside. A sleek black sedan was waiting in the driveway, nothing fancy, just clean and practical. Get in, Robert said. Ethan climbed into the back seat. Sarah sat beside him without hesitation. Robert took the front passenger seat while the driver started the engine. As the car pulled away from the villa, Ethan slumped back in his seat. So, what's the company called again? He asked. Robert pulled out a folder and handed it back to him. You'll decide the final name today. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Is this going to be difficult, like will there be employees or such? Sarah gave a small smile. You'll be fine. Ethan sighed, staring out the window at the passing city. Man, yesterday I was playing video games, he muttered. Now I'm a millionaire and I fucking like it, he mumbled, making both Robert and Sarah exchange amused smiles. Robert shook his head lightly. Enjoy the feeling while it lasts. The paperwork might change your mind. Don't jinx it, Ethan grumbled. The car turned into a quieter business district, lined with clean sidewalks and reflective glass buildings. Ethan straightened a little as he spotted a tall, modern tower coming into view, sleek black windows, silver edges, and a bold entryway. The car slowed to a stop right in front of it. Sarah looked at Ethan. We're here. Ethan stared up at the building for a moment, his mind trying to catch up. That's mine? For now, Robert said. Until you officially sign everything. Ethan pushed the door open and stepped out. The morning breeze hit him, carrying a mix of fresh air and city noise. He stood there for a moment, hands in his pockets, eyes lifted to the top floor. This feels unreal. Sarah stepped beside him, her tone warm but professional. It'll start feeling real once we walk in. Robert walked past them toward the entrance. Come on, CEO. Let's make it official. Ethan blinked, took a deep breath, and followed. The glass doors slid open automatically. As the glass doors slid open, Ethan stepped into a clean, quiet lobby with polished floors and a modern minimalist design. The sunlight streaked through the tall windows, giving everything a soft glow. While Sarah took in the space with calm curiosity, Robert walked beside Ethan and finally decided to explain a bit more. This place, Robert began, hands loosely in his pockets, belonged to a small but successful family-owned company. Ethan glanced at him. Family-owned? Robert nodded. Yeah. The original owners were a couple who specialized in custom bikes, high-end ones. They also built a side market in premium household tools and small appliances. Nothing flashy. Just good quality, steady business. So what happened to them? Ethan asked. Robert's expression softened a little. Car crash. Both of them. A few years back. Ethan blinked. Oh. Their relatives kept the business running, Robert continued. But none of them were really interested in expanding it. They just maintained it. Profitable but small. Quiet. He gestured around the lobby. They were planning to sell it anyway. And since you needed something simple, stable, and already functioning, I bought it under your name. Ethan raised an eyebrow. So it's profitable? Robert chuckled. Ethan, this place makes a few million in clean profit every year. It is not huge, but it's safe, easy to manage, and won't drown you in stress. Ethan stared at the elevator doors ahead of them. So I basically wake up rich and you hand me a money-making machine? Pretty much. Damn. I need to buy you a gift later. Just design a cool car for me, I'll appreciate that, Robert said, making Ethan smile. Don't worry. The car I'm going to make will blow your mind, Ethan replied. They stopped in front of a meeting room door. Inside are the board members. You'll need to get introduced, Robert said, stepping aside. I should have worn a suit, Ethan muttered, staring down at his jeans and hoodie. Everyone inside probably wore three-piece business suits. It's fine. You're the company's owner and CEO. No one will bother you about your clothes, Sarah said calmly. Yeah, and it's New York. The first thing people judge is your clothes, Ethan grumbled and rolled his eyes. That's true, Sarah admitted, giving a small nod as both she and Robert opened the door for him. The door swung open and every conversation inside the meeting room stopped. A long oval table filled the space, surrounded by formally dressed board members in suits and ties. Papers, tablets, and folders were neatly arranged in front of each of them. All eyes turned toward Ethan. He froze for half a second. Wow. Yup. Definitely should have worn a suit, he whispered under his breath. Chapter 9, Company 2. Wow. Yup. Definitely should have worn a suit, he whispered under his breath. Robert coughed lightly and stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the new owner of the company, Ethan Cliff. A few surprised murmurs spread around the room. Some people blinked. Some straightened up in their chairs. And one older man with glasses pushed up from his seat, extending a hand with a polite smile. Mr. Cliff. A pleasure to meet you. We've been informed about the ownership transfer. Ethan shook his hand, trying to ignore how out of place he felt. Yeah. Hi. Nice to meet you. Sarah stood slightly behind Ethan, professional and calm, hands folded in front of her. Robert took a seat near the corner, opening a folder. Ethan moved to the head of the table, his seat now, and sat down. Every executive's eyes remained on him. He tried to sit straighter. Robert slid a stack of documents toward him. These are the final transfer papers. Once you sign, the company is officially yours. Ethan picked up the pen. It felt heavier than it should have. His eyes scanned the papers, numbers, clauses, signatures, legal stuff he barely understood, but he trusted Robert. He signed. One page. Then the next. Then the last. Robert nodded. Congratulations. You're the official owner. A small wave of applause filled the room. Professional, polite, reserved. Ethan let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He leaned back slightly and whispered to Sarah, "Holy crap. I actually did it." She smiled softly. "You did." Robert cleared his throat. "All right. Since the ownership is settled, we can go over the current status of the company." An older woman adjusted her glasses and spoke. "Our product lines are stable. We specialize in home appliances and personal vehicles, mostly motorbikes and compact tech. We maintain steady annual profits." Ethan nodded slowly. The man with glasses added, "We run clean numbers. It's not a giant corporation, but it's profitable and stable. And now it's under your vision." Ethan tapped his fingers on the table. "Yeah, and since I was coming today, I brought a gift. It's a new model I created. Hope you guys like it," he said, pulling a small pen drive from his pocket. He handed it to the nearest member, who plugged it into the system. A moment later, the entire 3D model of the Caliban appeared on the big screen. The room went silent. "This is the car you designed?" one man asked, shocked. The detailed rotating model showed every curve, every component, every futuristic feature. It wasn't just impressive, it looked like something from 10 years in the future. "Yep. I designed it," Ethan said with a relaxed smile. "What is this crystal coat feature?" one woman asked, pointing at the highlighted section on the screen. "The crystal coat is a special surface layer," Ethan explained. "You can switch colors based on the driver's choice. Not mood, just selection. If you want full black today, you get it. If you want a metallic mix, you get that too. Custom designs, patterns, animated effects, whatever you pick." The board members leaned forward, eyes wide. One of the older executives spoke with excitement. "Mr. Cliff, honestly, I've been here since the previous owners ran the company, and I've never seen anything like this. This crystal coat alone could push our company straight into the top of the automobile industry." Ethan nodded, pleased. Meanwhile, on the side, Sarah and Robert exchanged quiet glances. They both hid their shock well, but inside they were floored. This crystal coat looked dangerously similar to cloaking tech Shield had been researching for years, but this kid apparently built a functional version on his own. When they failed to do so. And he hadn't even realized what he had created. If not, he won't be using it, just do the paint job. Ethan clapped his hands once. "All right. So when can it be ready for production?" The room went silent. Finally, one board member cleared his throat. "Sir, we'll start preparations immediately. Before this tech leaks, we need to get the patents filed first." He handed Ethan a folder. "Do it," Ethan said simply. Then he turned to Sarah. "Well, Sarah, time for you to show what you can do. Look over all the paperwork for me from now on." Sarah nodded and stood up. Within seconds, multiple business teams approached her with documents, charts, data sheets, and legal forms. Ethan watched them swarm her like hornets. His head spun just looking at them. He had dealt with this kind of stuff once before, when he'd been forced to sign school forms or deal with boring life tasks, but this was on a completely different level. Hundreds of pages, numbers, clauses, budgets. After nearly 3 hours, everything was finally done. And then everyone left one by one, leaving Ethan, Sarah, and Robert inside. Ethan slumped back into his chair and groaned. "Fuck. I'm never going into that room again. I'll just give you the documents and you hand them over." My head almost exploded from the business nonsense. Sarah and Robert both smiled. "That's exactly why you needed a secretary," Robert said. "Someone to keep you sane." Ethan exhaled sharply. Yeah. Whatever. Anyway, don't worry. I'm going to make a custom car for you. Just tell me your requirements." Robert chuckled. "I'll tell you later." Robert checked his watch, gathered the last of the documents, and stood up. "Well then. All done. You're officially the owner now," he said with a satisfied nod. "Now, within the next 24 hours, you'll need to decide on the final company name. Just tell Sarah and she'll handle the registration details." Ethan waved a lazy hand. Yeah. I'll think of something cool. By the way, I am leaving in my own car, so you guys book and taxi. I have another important matter to handle," he said before leaving. Ethan stretched, cracking his back. "Should have brought my car, whatever. Let's just grab a taxi." Sarah nodded and picked up her bag. "I'll arrange one." The two headed toward the elevator, Ethan already talking about pizza, naps, and maybe buying a gaming chair for his office. Chapter 10, Crystal Coat. Agent Coulson sat in the back of his car, the city lights sliding across the window as they drove toward the extraction point. His polite smile from earlier was gone, replaced by a tight, focused expression. The moment the TAC jet touched down on the rooftop pad, he stepped aboard. The vehicle lifted off, cutting through the clouds toward the helicarrier. Coulson exhaled slowly, trying to organize his thoughts. This is bigger than it looks. Much bigger. He clutched the tablet containing Ethan's Caliban model, specifically the data on the so-called crystal coat. By the time he reached the helicarrier, his calm professionalism had fully returned. Still, the guards noticed the tension in his steps as he moved through the hallway. He entered the command deck. Nick Fury turned just as Coulson approached. "You said it was urgent," Fury said, eye narrowing. "Yes, sir." Coulson handed over the tablet. "You need to see this personally." Fury tapped the screen, scanning the data. His one good eye froze on the detailed shifting color surface of the car. "This looks like exactly what you think it is," Coulson said quietly. "The crystal coat he developed, it's almost identical to the cloaking tech prototype SHIELD has been trying and failing to stabilize for years. Except Ethan made it as a paint feature. And it works flawlessly." Fury went silent. Coulson continued, voice low. "We've been trying for years to create a surface layer that can bend and refract light on command. We could never stabilize the energy feedback. But his design doesn't have that problem. He accomplished what our best tech teams haven't been able to." Fury let out a long sigh. "Sometimes I wonder why I'm even paying those people." He tapped the tablet again, zooming in on the shifting crystalline effect across the Caliban's chassis. "It can change paint jobs, sure," Fury muttered, "but we need to verify whether it can actually refract light enough to make something invisible. That's the real question." Coulson shook his head. "I haven't had the chance to test that yet." "Fine," Fury said, exhaling. "We wait. If he actually builds a functional car with this coating, we'll take a very close look at what it can and can't do. And if needed." He paused, choosing his words. "We'll suggest to him that it's just a fancy paint-changing feature and make sure it won't turn invisible." Coulson nodded. "Understood, sir." He turned to leave, but Fury's voice stopped him. "Should I bring him into SHIELD?" Fury murmured to himself. He considered it for a moment, then shook his head. "No. Not yet. Let's wait and see what else the kid can do." Coulson left the command deck. Fury remained standing there alone, staring at the data on the crystal coat, already calculating the implications, the risks, and the possibilities. On the other side of the city, Ethan pushed open the door to his room and stretched his arms. "All right," he said to Sarah, who had insisted on walking him up to check if he was alive after the boardroom torture. "I'm gonna relax. Maybe play some games until my brain resets." Sarah raised a brow. "Though geniuses don't play games?" Ethan snorted. "Haha. Very funny." She smirked, waved, and left down the hallway. The moment the door shut, Ethan dropped onto his bed with a groan, then flicked his hand. A HUD flashed into existence above him. "Congratulations, host, on owning a company with millions in yearly profit. The host has earned a one-time tech company's gotcha role." "HM? What does that mean?" Ethan asked, raising a brow. "The meaning is simple. The host will obtain all the technology from a single company across the entire multiverse. Everything they ever made, ever will make, or could make will belong to the host." Ethan blinked twice. "Ha, God. Well, I guess I don't have to worry about running out of car designs for the company anymore." He shrugged, opened the gotcha interface, and pressed the glowing button. The gotcha wheel spun, fast then faster, colors mixing into a blur. Ethan leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "Come on, something good." The wheel slowed, clicked. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained Arasaka Corporation." Ethan froze. His eyes widened. Then, "No way." He blinked again. And then he screamed into his pillow. "Fuck yes." Sarah, who had just stepped out of her room to grab water, flinched. "Did he win a raid in a game?" she mumbled, shaking her head. Inside Ethan's room, he was pacing back and forth like a madman, hands on his head, grinning so hard his face hurt. All of Arasaka. All the technology from Cyberpunk's most dangerous megacorp. Security tech. Cybernetics. Military drones. Blackwell-level data systems. And most importantly, vehicle tech far beyond anything on Earth. And he got it from one single gotcha roll. Host is extremely lucky. Lucky? I basically got half the Cyberpunk universe in one pull. Ethan laughed. Screw designing cars manually, Arasaka's R&D alone could build 20 Caliban's a month. His mind was spinning with possibilities. He opened his system again, checking the confirmation message. Arasaka Technology Database, fully unlocked. Ethan grinned wickedly. Very well then. Arasaka will be my new company's name. He paused, then chuckled. And hey, my mom was Japanese anyway. So it kind of fits. He flopped back on the bed, already imagining the logo, the redesign, the new identity for his company. He opened the system menu again, scrolling past the mountain of newly unlocked Arasaka schematics. His eyes stopped on a section labeled Personal Equipment Recommended for Host. Below it, a Smart Weapon Suite, a Smart Link Neural Interface, a Subdermal Armor Light, a Cyber Optic HUD Enhancer. Ethan whistled. Damn. That's tempting. He tapped the first item. Smart Weapon Suite. A fully integrated firearm system capable of tracking targets, auto-adjusting trajectory, switching ammunition types, and linking to the user's neural network for real-time aim assistance. Basically, aimbot in real life, Ethan muttered with a grin. Good, with this suit I don't have to get an actual SmartLink cyberware, he mumbled, stretching his arms. Less surgery, more convenience. But then another thought hit him, one that wiped the smile off his face. How the hell do I build this without shield radar picking it up? Chapter 11, Arasaka. Ethan shook his head, forcing himself to breathe. One step at a time. He muttered. First things first, get the damn car company up and running. He sat up, rubbing his palms together. The Caliban is great, but now that I have the entire Arasaka tech database? I can make it better. Much better. He opened the Caliban model again, Arasaka schematics automatically integrating themselves into the interface. New options appeared down the side of the hologram. A active crystal reactive layer. Arasaka hybrid engine core. A thermal dampening skin. A anti-tracking coating. A smart HUD integration. A reinforced monomaterial frame. Ethan grinned like a man possessed. This is basically Caliban Mark II. He began tweaking the design, adjusting the frame, redirecting energy lines, optimizing cooling routes. The system assisted him, auto-filling details that would take normal engineers years to calculate. Within minutes, he saved the new design. Perfect. And I didn't even break a sweat. He closed the hologram, rolled onto his back, and stared at the ceiling with a lazy smile. Tomorrow, I'll tell Sarah about the company's new name. Arasaka. He chuckled. No point changing anything. The original logo looks sick, the flower design is cool, and I'm too lazy to reinvent the wheel. The next day, Sarah walked into the design room with a coffee in hand, then stopped dead in her tracks. Her eyes slowly rose toward the massive wall-mounted monitor. Displayed there, crisp and bold. Arasaka. All caps. Minimalist. And right above the name, the unmistakable white monoflower icon, identical to the one Ethan had pulled straight from the Cyberpunk universe. Sarah's brow furrowed. Arasaka? Ethan, slouched in a rolling chair and munching toast like a gremlin, waved lazily at her. Morning. Yep, that's the new company name. Sarah walked closer, eyes narrowing at the logo. What does Arasaka even mean? Ethan swallowed the last bite, shrugged like it wasn't a big deal. Well, depends how you slice it. Could mean my hill, my flower, even something kinda ominous like my earth. Sarah blinked slowly. That's actually sorta poetic. Ethan smirked. Oh yeah? Super deep. Definitely didn't pick it because the logo is sick as hell. She gave him a long, suspicious stare but didn't push it. Instead, her gaze drifted to the Caliban design panel, now littered with dozens of new features and modules. Ethan looked up from his laptop, still chewing on a sandwich. Yeah. You're still improving the original design? She asked, leaning closer to see the screen cluttered with schematics. He nodded casually. Just some new ideas for the next model. Sarah stared at him like he'd grown a second head. But we haven't even launched the first one yet. I was bored, Ethan said with a shrug, taking another bite. So I worked on it. Sarah sighed. Hard. Of course you did. She tapped the logo tab open again. Anyway, is Arasaka the final name you're going with? Yep. Ethan nodded, unfazed. All right then. I'll handle the paperwork, get it registered, and officially change the company name. She made a note on her tablet. Ethan nodded again, still animatedly scrolling through a blueprint. Actually, Ethan said, pointing at the blueprint on his screen, I want to remodel one of the 2 basement parking levels under the mansion. Just one. Leave the other untouched for everyone else. But level B2? Turn that into a small tech lab for me. Sarah stared for a moment. You want to convert an entire parking level into your private workshop? Yep. Ethan took another bite of his sandwich. Should be simple enough. She sighed but nodded. Fine. What equipment will you need? Ethan turned his screen toward her and began listing casually. Industrial-grade vehicle lift, automated rig. Sarah typed everything down quickly and neatly. She was clearly curious about half the things he requested, but as usual she didn't ask what she shouldn't. All right, she said, closing her tablet. I'll contact the contractors and have the equipment ordered. She looked up. Anything else you need? Ethan shook his head. No, that's enough for now. Good. She nodded. Then I'll get the company name changed to Arasaka, finalize the paperwork, and have one of the parking levels turned into a small tech lab for you. She stepped toward the door. Ethan blinked. Sure, but you should eat breakfast before leaving. She waved without turning and left, composed and calm as always. Ethan shrugged, slid back into his chair and stretched. Now with my own sci-fi basement. He muttered under his breath, a grin forming, I can build a lot of things. The next week passed in a blur. The mansion shook at least twice a day from the renovation work happening below. Contractors moved in and out constantly, hauling equipment through the service entrance, escorted by Sarah, who somehow managed to keep everything running on schedule without ever raising her voice. By day 3, the empty concrete parking level had become unrecognizable. By day 7, it was something out of a sci-fi movie. Ethan stepped into the finished space, hands on his hips, whistling. Beautiful. Meanwhile, upstairs, corporate matters moved just as fast. While the contractors worked, Sarah had been handling the legal side with terrifying efficiency. The paperwork to rename the company to Arasaka had been approved without issue. The new logo, white monoflower, minimalist, sharp, was already plastered on the lobby wall. Business cards, letterheads, documents, all updated. And most importantly, the patent for the crystal coat was officially filed under Arasaka Corporation. Ethan grinned when he saw the confirmation on his screen. Perfect. He turned to Sarah, who was reviewing the latest updates on her tablet. So, when does Caliban production actually start now? From today, she replied smoothly. The first car will be assembled in a few days. After testing, we can showcase it at the upcoming auto show and then begin mass production. Ethan nodded, satisfied. Good, everything's moving smoothly. Sarah glanced around the newly finished high-tech lab, clean metallic surfaces, humming equipment, and enough machinery to make any nerd go crazy over it. She had watched the contractors build this place piece by piece over the week, Ethan often standing there quietly while they worked. Now that it was complete, she finally asked. So, how is it? Ethan ran a hand over the rail, a genuine smile forming. It's perfect. Exactly what I needed. Chapter 12, Replicator. Sarah gave one last approving nod, her expression steady as always. Then I'll leave it to you, she said calmly. Ethan nodded. Okay, then I leave the company in your care then, don't disturb me here. She rolled her eyes and left the lab, steps quiet, controlled, professional, just like always. The moment the door hissed shut behind her, Ethan turned around and stared at the far side of the lab. 5 cars sat on the polished floor like a private showroom. 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. 1 obsidian black, 1 a smooth silver gray. A blue Lamborghini Murcielago LP 640. A pristine Porsche 911 GT3. And a Pagani Zonda F Roadster gleaming like artwork. All of them had come with the mansion, perks of inheriting a billionaire's estate, apparently. Ethan walked between them slowly, hands in his pockets. Now which one should I convert first? He muttered. Which one gets guns, armor, or some stupid sci-fi tricks? He stopped in front of the silver-gray Phantom. He tapped the hood thoughtfully. Yeah, you'll do nicely. A grin crawled across his face. Let's make the world's first Rolls-Royce combat limousine. Time to change you completely, he mumbled as he stared down at it, already thinking through the reverse engineering process, what to remove, what would end up dead weight later, what to reinforce, and how to fit the new systems inside and around everything. The first step, he decided, wasn't adding armor or upgrading the engine. It was the weapons. A proper flagship needed a proper bite. He turned toward the table where prototype gear was laid out. Smart weapons first. His hand reached for the HJKE-11, the first smart handgun he had ever designed. A sleek matte black frame, reinforced internals, and a tiny glowing indicator on the side showing its onboard AI was on standby. The HJKE-11 wasn't a normal gun. It fired bullet-sized micro-missiles. Yes, missiles. Each round had its own micro-reactive engine, homing chip, and composite casing. Tuned right, the projectile hit faster, harder, and far more precisely than any traditional bullet. In raw impact damage, it matched and sometimes surpassed standard high-caliber rounds. And best of all? Within a 30-meter range, he didn't even have to aim. Past that distance, it worked like a traditional weapon. Point, aim, shoot, but inside that close radius, the smart tracking did everything for him. "Of course I'm not going to load handgun rounds into the car," he muttered. "If anything, it'll need rifle and sniper rounds, more power, more range." The HJK-11 was something he had put together over the last week, and it had become his reference point for every new weapon system he wanted to build. "Now, what's left is to make the smart link," he murmured. In the game, smart links needed a hand implant. But now that the tech was real, he didn't need to carve open his body. He could just integrate the interface into smart goggles, or even smart lenses. "Let's go with lenses first. Plus, I can load tons of functions into them," he said, already imagining the overlays and targeting HUD. In the Arasaka tech records he'd studied, there were countless experimental lenses, though he remembered that, later in the old timeline, those lenses were basically replaced by full eye implant cyberware. Implants offered more functions, more precision, more everything. But he wasn't a fan of hacking up his body or replacing organs just to get flashy tech. So he decided, lenses now, and if he ever needed more functions, he'd just design some custom high-tech shades to boost them. "Yeah," he said with a small grin. "That's much better than replacing my body parts." He clapped his hands once. Time for the next big step. "And to make things faster, let's build the Arasaka Replicator," he muttered. The Arasaka Replicator wasn't just a 3D printer. It was the 3D printer, a full-scale fabrication system. Something that could manufacture almost anything Arasaka had blueprints for. Guns, armor, drones, cybertech components. Even entire cars if he pushed it. "Perfect for customizing my Rolls-Royce," he said, already imagining the modules and weapon mounts. The Replicator would handle everything, from forging alloy frames to assembling microchips, down to the smallest internal components. All it needed were raw materials, power, and the coded schematics. He moved to the center of the lab and cleared a space. "Okay, time to build the machine that builds everything." Ethan stepped back, mentally drafting the blueprint for the Replicator. This wasn't simple tech. The Arasaka Replicator was future tech, something that only appeared in 2059 in the original timeline. Even Marvel-style advancements wouldn't bring it around until maybe 2030. But this world was still in 2006. He was decades ahead of schedule. "Which means," he muttered, rubbing his temples, "I have to build every single component from scratch, and I can't rely on existing Shield-era tech because half of it won't even exist for years." Thus began the grind. The next 3 months were brutal. He worked day and night soldering, shaping alloy plates by hand, reverse engineering half-finished prototypes, and building micro-assembly arrays one painful step at a time. He had to create material actuators, microfield stabilizers, atom layer welding nozzles, nanochip engravers, and many, many more. All tech that the world simply didn't have yet. And worse, every time he needed a part that didn't exist, he had to invent that part first, then build the machine that would build the actual part he originally needed. It was tech recursion hell. 3 full months and he finally sat on his chair, exhausted, staring at a pile of equipment. "Great," he groaned. "So what did I get after all that?" Not much. After 3 months of non-stop work, he had completed barely 20% of what the Replicator actually needed to be fully built and operational. Thinking about that number made his soul hurt. "I didn't even get anything good from the monthly gacha." he muttered while taking a miserable bite of his pizza slice. He honestly felt like crying. Because in the last 3 months the gacha rewards had been underwhelming. Month 1. Quadra Type 66 Bullet cool, but nothing he urgently needed. Month 2. Mizutani Cheyenne Targa MZT, a great car, sure, but still just a car. Month 3 this month. Risetsu, the iconic tech sniper rifle from Cyberpunk 2077. Useful? Yes. What he needed to finish the Replicator. Not even close. At some point he finally looked at the system window and asked, completely exhausted, "Why am I only getting stuff from the Cyberpunk universe? Seriously, why?" The system simply shrugged in its own emotionless way. Host's luck determines selection. He stared at that message for a solid 5 seconds. I see. Bad luck. Wonderful. After a moment of sulking, he sighed and accepted the truth. Fine. Cyberpunk universe it is. I'll take whatever I can get. He pushed the empty pizza box aside and stood up, stretching his back. 20% done, he muttered. 80 to go. Chapter 13, Bodyguard. Another month passed. Another month of grinding, welding, designing, and cursing at wires that refused to behave. And then something unexpected happened. A soft ding echoed in Ethan's mind. System notification. Host has survived in the Marvel Universe for 6 months without causing any large-scale chaos. Reward, 1x Universal Gacha ticket. Ethan froze mid-sip of his energy drink. Huh? He sat up in bed, eyes narrowing at the floating message. What is this? Universal Gacha? Since when do I have that? The system responded immediately. Explanation. Some gacha types do not appear until certain conditions are met. Universal Gacha one-time opportunity has been rewarded for meeting the condition. Ethan blinked. Wait, one time? He squinted at the hologram, rereading every word carefully. So it's not unlocked permanently, it's just a single chance? The system replied instantly. Correct. Universal Gacha is not unlocked. Host has only received a one-time ticket as a survival bonus. Ethan let out a long groan and fell backward onto the bed. Great, so it's not a new gacha type. I'm not suddenly lucky. It's just a one-time reward. He dragged a hand down his face. A one-time ticket, seriously? Couldn't it be 5? Or 10? No. Of course not, he muttered. Still, his frustration slowly turned into curiosity. A one-time universal pull wasn't something to waste. It could drop something worthless or something universe-breaking. Ethan sat up again, shoulders tensing. Well, a free chance is still a free chance. He sighed, resigned. All right. Let's see what this one-time miracle gives me. He tapped the glowing ticket. The room darkened as the universal roulette appeared, spinning violently with thousands of possible rewards. Come on. He whispered. Don't screw me over. The wheel slowed. And slowed. And then... click. The prize lit up gold. The golden glow swelled, bursting outward in a sharp flash of light. Ethan covered his eyes. When the flare died down, a notification hovered in front of him. Reward acquired, Storm Shadow, Elite Bodyguard, G.I. Joe Universe. Huh. Ethan blinked, confused. He had expected some kind of new tech, but instead he got a summon? It was a universal gacha, meaning the host could have gotten anything. The host happened to get him. Ethan nodded slowly and looked at the card in his hand. It depicted a cool-looking guy in a white suit with 2 white katanas crossed over his back. Can I summon him now? Will he appear here? Ethan asked. Host just needs to crush the card. He will appear at the perfect opportunity, not via sudden summon or anything reckless. While crushing the card, the host will also gain information, when and where he will appear as well as his background in this world. Ethan nodded and crushed the card. In the next moment, new information flashed through his mind. So tomorrow, huh? And he'll appear there. Well, that's a good place. And a good background. Ethan nodded to himself. System, roll the monthly gacha too, he said as he sat down on the edge of his bed. He was still inside his sci-fi basement. His bed had simply been moved there so he could sleep without wasting time walking back upstairs. With the replicator progress now being at 50%, at start he made the complex tech that took more time, but now it's just simple tech, so it's progressing faster. A soft blue glow appeared in front of him as the system processed the gacha roll. Monthly gacha rolling. Reward acquired. Behemoth, Horizon, Forbidden West Universe. Ethan blinked. Behemoth? Oh damn, that's actually good. He nodded as memories surfaced. Behemoths were cargo carrier machines, built to transport heavy materials from one place to another. But they had something far more interesting than brute strength. The force loaders. Or more simply, anti-gravity/gravity technology. In the game, behemoths could manipulate gravity itself to lift and move massive loads. And now Ethan had obtained that same tech. Damn, he laughed. Today is a lucky day. Not only did I get a powerful bodyguard but also this insane tech, and for the first time it's finally not from the Cyberpunk universe. He leaned back as the blueprint data flowed into his mind. He now understood exactly how to construct a behemoth, every component, every subsystem, every mechanism. And that meant he also had access to its power source. That's a pretty good power source, he muttered, examining the glowing schematic of the behemoth's core. Ethan's eyes widened as more data streamed into his mind. The behemoth's power source wasn't just good. It was absurdly superior. Holy crap, he muttered. The comparison to his existing tech appeared automatically. The original Arasaka Replicator power unit, something he had been painstakingly assembling piece by piece, was complicated, slow to manufacture, temperamental, and required constant maintenance. But this behemoth core was elegant, compact, efficient, self-regulating. And its energy output was 10 times that of the Replicator's power unit, and it lasts over 100 years without maintenance? Ethan stared at the numbers. Okay, that's just cheating. He didn't hesitate. Yeah, screw the old power cell. He opened his project interface and immediately deleted the entire power assembly section of the Arasaka Replicator's blueprint. The holographic frame shifted, clearing space for a new component. He dragged the behemoth core schematic into place. Instantly, the replicator design recalibrated, panels reshaping, circuits rerouting, and energy grids optimizing around the far superior power source. The replicator's completion time estimate dropped drastically. Ethan blinked. It cut the build time in half? Just from swapping the power source. He let out a low whistle. This thing really is insane. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the completed integration. Fortunately the behemoth power source is adjustable, he muttered with relief. If it was too big to fit into my already half-completed replicator, I would have had to scrap everything and restart. Thank God. He let out a long breath. If the power core had been oversized even by a little, he would have been forced to rebuild the entire internal frame, recut the alloy housings, and redesign half the circuitry. Chapter 14, Bodyguard 2. If the power core had been oversized even by a little, he would have been forced to rebuild the entire internal frame, recut the alloy housings, and redesign half the circuitry. A nightmare. But the behemoth core was modular, scalable, and fully adjustable in size and output. It settled perfectly into the replicator's existing power compartment, as if it were made for it. No need to rely on the original tech anymore, Ethan said with a satisfied grin. This is so much better. According to the new calculations, the behemoth power source didn't just improve stability, it doubled the replicator's production speed. After I finish building the first replicator, Ethan murmured, I can build a few more, and then I'll be able to manufacture any tech I want fast. With that motivation burning in his chest, he dove back into work. The next day, he didn't wake up, he simply opened his eyes. Today wasn't a day for tinkering. After showering and cleaning up, he put on a full black suit that he fixed his collar, adjusted the cuffs, and stared at the mirror for a moment. Good. He nodded once and stepped out of the lab. Sarah was already waiting with the Arasaka Phantom. The Rolls-Royce he had overhauled, rebuilt, rewired, reforged, was now so drastically changed that no one would recognize the original model. Not from the exterior, and definitely not from the interior. Half a month of uninterrupted work had turned it into a machine worthy of its new name. He used to work on it when the things needed for the replicator were not available. Basically in his free time he built this beast. A powerful, quiet beast. He opened the door and Sarah followed him inside. The engine purred to life as the car drove itself toward the cemetery. Today he was visiting his mother. I have the flowers, Sarah said softly, handing him the bouquet. White camellias. His mother's favorite. Thank you, Ethan replied quietly. The rest of the ride passed in silence. He simply stared out the window, the flowers resting gently in his hands. Even though I've inherited this body and his memories, he thought slowly, I'll keep this tradition alive. The original Ethan, no matter how chaotic life became, always visited his mother on her death anniversary. And so would he. They reached the cemetery after a quiet 30-minute drive. The sky was clear, the weather calm, almost too calm for a day like this. The Phantom slowed to a stop near a small stone path. Ethan stepped out first, the flowers in hand, Sarah following a few steps behind without saying anything. He walked the familiar path. He didn't have to look around. His feet already knew exactly where to go. A small headstone stood under the shade of an old tree. Clean, simple, and well-maintained. He visited every year, so it never looked neglected. He knelt down in front of it. Mom, he said softly. He placed the white camellias at the base of the grave and brushed a bit of dust off the stone. His movements were careful, almost gentle. For a long moment he didn't say anything. He wasn't crying. He wasn't breaking down. He just sat there quietly, hands resting on his knees, letting the silence settle around him. Things are going a bit crazy in my life lately, he said after a while. New tech, new problems, new responsibilities. He gave a small, awkward chuckle. I'm trying not to mess up. Another pause. But I'm still here. I didn't forget. And I won't forget. Sarah stayed silent behind him, knowing this moment belonged only to him. As Ethan sat there quietly, another hand entered his vision and placed white flowers on the grave, matching camellias. How are you holding up? Coulson asked gently. Ethan didn't turn. So, it was you who always put flowers on my mother's grave? Coulson nodded, though inwardly he thought yeah. Fury usually did it, but he's unavailable right now. She was a great woman, Coulson added softly. Silence settled between them. It wasn't uncomfortable, just heavy. Then Coulson's earpiece crackled to life. Agent Coulson, sir, someone suspicious approaching your location. From your 3 o'clock. Coulson immediately looked to his right. A man in white was walking toward them, calm, steady steps, dressed in a clean white suit. On his back were 2 white sheathed katanas. His eyes were sharp, unreadable. With another white katana in his hand. Storm Shadow. And he was headed straight for Ethan. Coulson's remained calm, but he spoke quietly into his calm. Be ready for extraction. Sarah's stance shifted subtly, preparing to move at a moment's notice. But Storm Shadow didn't attack. Instead, he stepped beside Ethan, knelt down and placed white camellias, matching Ethan's, on the grave. Then he bowed his head deeply. Ethan-sama, he said with calm respect. Both Coulson and Sarah froze, stunned. They had been ready to defend Ethan, not watch this suspicious guy bow to him. Ethan didn't even look away from the gravestone. Thomas Saburo Arashikage, he said coldly. You're late. By 2 years, Ethan continued, voice quiet but sharp. My mother died 2 years ago. Coulson and Sarah exchanged a quick glance, silently agreeing to stay silent. Whatever this was, it was between the two of them. Storm Shadow bowed even lower, his voice shifting into soft, formal Japanese. Gomen nasai, Ethan-sama. Ie no Yoga Aramashita. Forgive me, Ethan-sama. There were matters at home, unavoidable matters within the clan. His tone held no excuses, only acknowledgement and regret. Ethan's expression didn't change. He still stared at the gravestone, thumb brushing lightly over the camellias in his hand. He replied in calm, fluent Japanese, his voice calm. Haha no haka ni ko haraute ni kita deka? Soritomo, honto ni or no soba ni madaru tsumori na no ka? Did you come only to pay respects to my mother? Or are you truly returning to my side for good? While standing at his side, both Coulson and Sarah exchanged a glance. Neither of them spoke or understood Japanese, but from the way they watched the exchange, they could tell it held significance for Ethan. Chapter 15, Bodyguard 3. Storm Shadow bowed slightly, his voice steady and serious. Uchi no koto wasa beat katazukta. I'm a kara wa, or wa nada no soba niiru. Shina maid. I have taken care of all the matters at home. From now on, I will remain at your side until I die. Ethan nodded slowly, his voice calm, still in Japanese. Yokoso Storm Shadow. Okay, welcome back, Storm Shadow. Storm Shadow inclined his head respectfully. Or ni tot koi disu Ethan-sama. Mata anata no tame ni tsukamasu. It is my pleasure to serve you, Ethan-sama, once again. Ethan remained quiet for a moment, thinking to himself. This was exactly what he had gained when he crushed the universal gacha card, Storm Shadow, fully loyal and with the proper background story, now added to his side. Everything fit together perfectly, just as the system had promised, and the timing was right. Storm Shadow stepped forward and held out the white katana resting on his back. Kono katana wa, anata no haha no mono deshita. Ima kara wa, anata no mono disu Ethan-sama. This katana belonged to your mother. From now on it is yours, Ethan-sama. Ethan took the sword carefully, feeling the weight and craftsmanship. It was simple, elegant, and perfectly balanced, a true Arashikage katana. He nodded silently, understanding the gesture. Storm Shadow then stepped aside and stood silently while Ethan remained kneeling by his mother's grave. Hello, can you speak English? Coulson asked, holding up a hand. I can. And who are you? Storm Shadow replied, turning toward him. My name is Robert Flair. I was Ethan's mother's lawyer, Coulson explained. I don't recall anyone like you being near the madame, Storm Shadow said. We met during work. She also didn't tell me about you, Coulson added, keeping his tone calm. She is Sarah Lane, Ethan's secretary, Sarah said, nodding toward him. Can you tell us your relationship with Ethan? Coulson asked. Storm Shadow stayed silent for a moment. Coulson continued, because you look like someone he could trust. I assume you were meant to protect him when the time came, so you helped him. Ethan spoke before Storm Shadow could reply. He is reliable. A friend of my mother. My mother saved him, and he vowed to serve her with the rest of his life, but she asked him to change that vow to me. So now he serves me. Storm Shadow nodded silently, showing no objection. Also, I've seen him in action. He can take a building guarded by 1,000 men and walk out alive after, clearing the whole thing, Ethan added quietly. So you don't have to worry about his capabilities, Ethan said as Coulson nodded. Suddenly, the calm of the cemetery shattered. From the tree line, a group of men in tactical gear appeared, weapons raised and firing. Bullets streaked past Ethan, cutting into the earth and tombstones around him. Storm Shadow reacted instantly. With fluid precision, he drew a set of shuriken from his belt, spinning and flinging them with deadly accuracy. Each one found its mark, disabling the attackers without hesitation. Let's go. It isn't safe here. Storm Shadow yelled, pulling Ethan back behind a gravestone for cover. Ethan blinked, heart pounding. He had been expecting surprises, but not this. He cursed silently in his mind. This was not in the script. Don't look at me, host. It is not my doing. The system replied as Ethan thought, are these the same guys who killed the original Ethan, leading me to replace him? Meanwhile, Coulson and Sarah ducked behind cover, watching cautiously. Storm Shadow fought back with fluid precision, each shuriken and each shot hitting its mark flawlessly. Soon the area was clear. How many more are coming? Ethan asked. Not much, Storm Shadow replied. We should leave the area. I can't protect all three of you for long, he said, glancing at Ethan, then at Sarah and Robert/Coulson. Okay, back to the car. I have mine modified into bulletproof, Ethan said as Sarah called the Arasaka Phantom over to a safer location. That's why I told you to always have the guards with you. And now look at this. Sarah admonished him. I didn't know some fuckers were after my life, Ethan muttered, pushing a hidden button as the car's voice announced. Combat mode activated. What mode? Coulson asked. Well, I tried to make my car like one of those in James Bond movies, Ethan replied with a wry smile. Who knows when I might need it? He prepared the excuse long ago. Sir, the car is moving on its own, the driver panicked. Don't bother. It's my tech. Just fasten your seatbelt, Ethan said, adjusting his own seatbelt. Phantom, get me home, he commanded. The car began to move smoothly, effortlessly navigating the streets. Auto drive? Coulson asked. Ethan nodded. The Phantom glided through the streets, tires barely making a sound on the asphalt. It raced, breaking many laws. Suddenly, Ethan noticed two vehicles closing in fast from behind. They're after us, Storm Shadow said calmly, scanning the approaching cars with sharp precision. Ethan's fingers tapped a sequence on the dashboard. Phantom, activate. Killer mode. A robotic voice echoed from the car's internal system. Activated. This thing has killer mode too? Coulson asked, eyes widening. Ethan shrugged casually. James Bond cars have guns and missiles. All three of them stared at him. That is movie and this is real. Storm Shadow added, speechless what else to say. Where do you even acquire the bullets and missiles? Coulson asked, looking at him. When did you even build this? Sarah looked at him as if seeing him for the first time. Please scold me later, after we make it back safely, Ethan replied, lifting his hands in surrender. Storm Shadow looked out the window toward the pursuing cars. Ethan-sama, if you want, I can eliminate them all. And even capture one alive so we can learn why they're after you. Ethan considered it for a moment, then shook his head. Just stay by my side for now, he said calmly. Storm Shadow nodded without hesitation. Understood. Chapter 16, Truth. The Phantom accelerated, weaving through traffic with unnatural precision. In the rearview camera, the two pursuing vehicles closed in fast, their windows rolling down as gun barrels protruded. Muzzle flashes lit the night. Bullets pinged off the Phantom's reinforced frame. The car's robotic voice spoke calmly through the chaos. Permission to retaliate? Ethan didn't hesitate. Granted. Confirmed. Engaging. Panels on the Phantom's rear bumper slid open with a soft mechanical hiss. A targeting HUD bloomed across the dashboard, tracking both hostile cars with surgical precision. From the rear of the Phantom, two compact auto-turret barrels extended and locked into place. Beep beep. Beep. Thump thump. Two smart rounds shot out, streaking through the night. Each bullet curved mid-flight, adjusting trajectory like guided darts. Both struck perfectly, smashing through the windshields and hitting each enemy driver square in the head. The hostile cars jerked violently, engines still roaring as they lost control. One flipped sideways. The other veered hard into a divider. Both crashed in explosive shutters of metal and glass. Storm Shadow didn't even blink. Two down. Coulson stared at the wreckage on the screen, baffled. How? How did you take out two cars at over 50 meters, with just 2 rounds? Ethan smirked, tapping the dashboard lightly. Smart targeting system. I built it myself. It can lock onto a target like a missile, except my version uses compact micro-missiles about the size of sniper bullets. Good, right? That's not what I meant. Coulson swallowed, glancing back at Ethan with a far more serious expression. I meant, how are you doing this so casually? Killing someone so casually? Ethan's face didn't move. His expression didn't waver. My mother taught me to kill. Coulson froze. Storm Shadow added quietly, everyone in the Arashikage clan knows how to kill. Coulson looked between them, there was no smile on his face anymore. Is it that easy for you two? To take a life? Ethan shook his head. No. It's not easy. But I knew they were after my life. I acted in self-defense. You could have just shot their tires or disabled the engine, something that didn't involve killing them, Coulson argued. I appreciate that you're thinking of me, Ethan replied calmly. But it's fine. I know what I'm doing. I didn't kill them cold-bloodedly. I retaliated only after they attacked. You're far too young for this, Coulson said quietly. I know. That's why my mother kept me away from her family, Ethan replied. Coulson glanced at him again, this time not with anger but with concern. Ethan, this isn't normal. Kids your age shouldn't talk about killing like it's homework. Storm Shadow, arms crossed, spoke before Ethan could answer. He is a Arashikage by blood. Whether he likes it or not, danger finds people like him. That doesn't make it right, Coulson shot back. Ethan exhaled slowly. Look, I didn't ask for any of this. But if people are coming after my life, I'm not going to sit there and die just to avoid feeling guilty. I did what I had to. Sarah leaned forward from her seat, voice softer than before. Ethan, did your mother really teach you those things? Ethan didn't hesitate as he replied. She taught me how to protect myself. That's all I'll say. Storm Shadow nodded subtly, as if confirming something only he understood. The car swerved sharply as Phantom executed an evasive maneuver. Warning, the robotic voice spoke, unidentified vehicle approaching from the rear at high speed. Who are they? Ethan asked, frowning. I don't remember Mother mentioning them. My mother didn't have any enemies either, Ethan mumbled, then looked at Coulson. Robert, don't tell me they're my father's enemies, or someone after the inheritance left by him? Before Coulson could reply, Storm Shadow's voice cut sharply. You better not lie, or I will kill you right now. You are the most suspicious here, he said coldly. Coulson held up his hands, calm but serious. Yes, you're right. They are your father's enemies. Ethan glanced at Storm Shadow. He's not lying, Storm Shadow confirmed. Ethan muttered under his breath. I knew it. Billion-dollar inheritances don't just appear magically without any danger. Coulson gave a wary smile. I'm still trying to figure out who they are, he said. Ethan sighed. So, you're not my mother's friend but my father's? He asked. Yes. I worked for him, Coulson nodded. Who was Ethan Sama's father? Storm Shadow asked, curiosity in his eyes. He was not someone great, Coulson said cautiously. Storm Shadow frowned. You are lying. Ethan's eyes narrowed. Robert? No, is Robert even your real name? And Sarah, you also work for him. He sent you to me. Who are you two really? He took out a gun from the side, aiming at them. I also made it, guided bullet-size missiles. It can blast a small hole in thick steel walls. Choose your words carefully, Ethan said coldly, keeping his gun aimed on them. Coulson and Sarah exchanged glances and sighed. We didn't want to hide it from you, Coulson said. But your mother, she didn't want you to be involved in this kind of life. I'm an adult now. I can make my own decisions, Ethan replied, his voice calm, never lowering his gun. Your father, he was a high-level agent in S.H.I.E.L.D., and so are we, Coulson added. Storm Shadow nodded. He is telling the truth. Ethan looked at them sharply. Are you my enemies? No. We are on your side, Coulson replied. He is not lying, Storm Shadow added, as Ethan slowly lowered his gun. Sorry, Ethan said, rubbing the back of his neck. I was just agitated. It's okay. We understand, Sarah nodded. My real name is Sharon Carter. Phil Coulson, Coulson added, giving a small smile. Ethan tilted his head, curiosity piqued. So, what is this shield? I've never heard of it. He was calm, though inwardly he was amused. Hee, using the mayhem, I forced them to reveal the truth. Coulson took a deep breath, glancing at Ethan before speaking carefully. S.H.I.E.L.D. stands for Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, he began. It's, essentially, a global intelligence and defense organization. We handle threats that normal agencies can't: terrorism, advanced technology, superpowered individuals, things that can't be contained by conventional means. Chapter 17, S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. stands for Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, he began. It's, essentially, a global intelligence and defense organization. We handle threats that normal agencies can't: terrorism, advanced technology, superpowered individuals, things that can't be contained by conventional means. Ethan raised an eyebrow. So, you're like a combination of secret police, military, and spy agency? In a way, Coulson replied. We operate in the shadows, keeping people safe without most of the world even knowing we exist. Ethan frowned slightly, processing the information. And all this time my mother kept me away from it? Why? Because she wanted you to have a normal life, Sarah said softly. She knew that once you got involved there would be danger, a lot of danger. And these people who are after me? Ethan asked, leaning back slightly. Coulson replied, some of them are enemies your father made, either through operations or personal grudges. That's why you've been targeted. Is this the reason my mother divorced him? Ethan asked, frowning slightly. Coulson nodded. Ethan murmured under his breath, well, that explains a lot. Are you two assigned to my protection? Because I didn't see you do anything before, he asked, eyes flicking between them. We were going to, Coulson said, lifting his gun slightly. But he beat us to it, so we didn't. We thought we could stay hidden a little longer. Ethan nodded in understanding. By the way, is it true he can walk into a building guarded by 100 armed men and come out alive after taking them all down? Sharon asked, glancing at Storm Shadow. He can cut bullets with his sword, Ethan shrugged casually. That's impressive, Coulson said, looking at him closely. Do you have superpowers? No, Storm Shadow replied calmly, his expression unreadable. Coulson nodded slowly, reassessing the situation, while Sharon stared at Storm Shadow with a new sense of respect, and perhaps a little unease. Ethan leaned back, letting the tension settle. "Don't worry. He's on my side." Storm Shadow simply nodded, his eyes fixed forward, silent and vigilant. Destination reached, the car announced in its robotic voice. We're home," Ethan mumbled, about to step out. "Let me check if anyone has infiltrated the house first," Storm Shadow said, his tone calm but sharp. Ethan nodded. The ninja moved ahead, disappearing around the side of the car as the door closed behind him. "Is he really reliable? I mean, he came and those attackers also came at the same time?" Coulson asked, eyebrows raised. "He is. He used to visit from time to time. I saw him a month before my mother's accident," Ethan replied, pausing. Then his voice turned icy, almost whispering, "Was my mother's death an accident?" "Yes. She was killed," Coulson said quietly. "We tracked the driver. He was a former military, a mercenary. We captured him." Ethan's eyes narrowed. "Did you learn anything from him? Who sent him?" His voice was cold, cutting. "No, we weren't able to. He didn't know. Everything came through an anonymous channel," Coulson replied, wary smile. Ethan stood quietly, processing the information. "So, someone wanted her dead and I was next," he said calmly. "Yes," Coulson replied. "That's why we've been watching you. You've been a target since your father's enemies learned about your existence." Ethan glanced at Sharon. "And you've always been ready for this?" "Yes," she said. "Our job is to protect you." Sharon spoke carefully. "We should secure the house and make sure no one else is inside. Then we can discuss the next steps." Ethan nodded. "All right. Let's check the property and make sure it's safe." Coulson added, "Ethan, you have a lot to catch up on. S.H.I.E.L.D. operates globally. You're stepping into a world your mother kept you away from for your safety." "I understand," Ethan replied. "Should we go and scout the building?" Coulson asked. "Don't worry," Ethan said. "Storm Shadow will scout the whole building easily. Just wait here." Sharon and Coulson exchanged a glance but nodded, trusting his judgment. Ethan stepped toward the side of the house, his movements calm and precise. He paused at the edge, tapping a small device on his wrist. Within moments, the area around the house lit up on a small screen, motion sensors and security cameras Ethan had set up earlier. "Clear so far," Ethan muttered, scanning the readings. "Storm Shadow will make sure no one is inside." They returned to the car and waited there. "I was wondering," Sharon said, "when you mentioned the smart weapon system, what does that actually mean?" "Nothing special," Ethan replied. "Just a system that takes in all factors before firing, like pressure, wind speed, humidity, and other things. It helps with accurate shots." "What about those micro-missile bullets you talked about?" Coulson asked. "Special ammo," Ethan said casually. "For fast kills. I don't want to end up like those characters in movies who talk too much and die because of it. If I can take someone out quickly and easily, why waste time?" He shrugged, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Coulson and Sharon exchanged a quick look, both silently acknowledging the kind of person Ethan was becoming, practical, direct, and not someone who hesitated. Sharon nodded slowly. "Well, at least you're honest about it." Coulson crossed his arms. "Can't say I disagree. In our line of work, hesitation usually gets people killed." Ethan leaned back in the seat. "Exactly. I'm just being realistic." Before either of them could reply, his tablet buzzed. A small icon appeared, Storm Shadow's signal. Ethan glanced at it. "House is clear. He's checking the backyard now." Sharon let out a breath. "Good. Once he gives the all-clear, we go inside and set up basic security. You'll need protection until we figure out who's targeting you." "Don't worry, I'll install my own," Ethan said, waving his hand dismissively. He was about to say more, but all three of them suddenly turned as a loud whoosh cut through the air. Chapter 18, S.H.I.E.L.D. 2. He was about to say more, but all three of them suddenly turned as a loud whoosh cut through the air. "It's all done. The whole house is now secure," Storm Shadow said as he appeared beside them. "Finally," Ethan nodded, stepping out. Coulson and Sharon exchanged a glance. Storm Shadow really was unnervingly fast. Soon all of them were inside the house. Ethan brought drinks and set them on the table. "So what now?" Ethan asked, sitting on the sofa across from them. Well, Coulson began, we lost some agents today, so we know someone inside S.H.I.E.L.D. has information. There's a mole in S.H.I.E.L.D., Sharon said plainly. Wow. So what now? Ethan asked, his face calm. I don't care if there's a mole or not, Ethan added. I just want to know, what are your next steps? We can't let the mole know we're aware of him, Coulson replied. We have to play along and try to bait him into revealing himself. Sharon will stay as your assistant. Can she? Coulson asked. Oh yeah, please, Ethan said. With her around, I don't have to deal with every company issue. She can handle that for me. I was even thinking of naming her the CEO. Sharon nodded. Yes, I'm already doing 100% of the work anyway. He can just be the CEO in name. Plus, we'll assign more agents to you disguised as bodyguards, Coulson added. Clearly, now you know you need them. There's no need. Storm is enough, Ethan said, waving his hand. Hell no. What if you guys send a Hydra agent? After all, even you don't know how much of S.H.I.E.L.D. is Hydra now, Ethan thought, keeping his face calm. He's still just a single guy, Coulson insisted. I'll recruit my own guards. Don't worry, Ethan replied. Coulson sighed. You don't trust us. You can't blame me, Ethan said. I can see you're good people. She's a good woman. But what about the others in S.H.I.E.L.D.? You said it yourself. So I don't know if I can trust your organization yet. You're right. In the name of bodyguards, we might accidentally send a killer to you, Coulson admitted with a nod. Okay. Only Sharon will stay here. And he's, I guess, more than capable, Coulson said, glancing at Storm, who was standing to the side, quietly leaning against the wall. When he's free, can he train me? Sharon asked. I guess he can, Ethan said, and Storm gave a small nod. Okay then, by the way, Ethan, do you want to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Coulson suddenly asked. Ethan raised his eyebrow, letting out a small laugh. You heard me earlier, right? I said I don't trust you guys. This has nothing to do with trust, Coulson replied. You're a bright mind, Ethan. I'm sure you could be part of us, help us. We could use your talents. I might, but not right now, Ethan said. For now, I'll just stay here and run my company. You can register me if you want. And you, Coulson, feel free to come to me if you ever need anything. But I won't be joining S.H.I.E.L.D. yet. He continued, maybe later, when I'm done building everything I have in mind. Once I'm not tied down by tech and business, maybe then I'll join. Might even add some fun to my life. Coulson nodded. Okay. I'll keep a reserved file for you. Also don't forget about the car promise, I want it as great as your Phantom, he added. Ethan chuckled as he nodded. Sure, just get me the resources and I'll build the best spy car to ever exist. Then modify my Lola, Coulson added with a firm nod. Lola? Ethan raised a brow. My very first car. Bought with my own salary. She holds a special meaning in my life, Coulson said. Okay then, drop off Lola and the things you want added. Guns, missiles. I'll add everything. Ethan watched Coulson stand up, smoothing out his jacket. All right then. I'll bring Lola tomorrow, Coulson said. And thanks again. Really? No problem, Ethan replied with a small nod. Coulson gave Sharon a quick look. Stay safe. Both of you. Sharon nodded and Storm simply dipped his head. With that, Coulson headed out the door and left. The room fell quiet for a moment. Ethan stretched his arms and stood up. Well, I'm going back to my basement. You guys can do whatever you want. Sharon lifted an eyebrow. Work? Yeah, your work, Ethan said casually. I'm not stopping you. Storm's shadow silently followed Ethan to the door to stand guard again. Sharon sighed. Fine. I'll finish organizing the files. Ethan waved lazily as he headed downstairs. Good. Have fun. Returning to his basement, he sat at the edge of his bed. Now, I almost forgot about Hydra, Ethan muttered. Grant Ward. I can have him work for me. Storm can train him. His mind drifted through a list of potential people he could recruit, fighters, agents, specialists. Anyone useful. He leaned back on his hands, staring at the ceiling. Ward could be a good asset if I get him early, before Hydra messes him up, Ethan murmured. Storm, come in, Ethan called out loud. Within seconds, Storm's shadow silently descended the stairs. You called? Storm asked. Yes, Ethan said. I want you to find a guy named Grant Ward and train him. He might be in the Juvenile Disciplinary Detention Center. Look for a kid who set his own house on fire, should speed up the search. Storm nodded once, then asked, If I leave, who will protect you? Don't worry about me, Ethan said with a small smile. I've made this basement sturdy enough that not even a nuke can force me out of here. I'm safe. Very well. I will go now, Storm said, turning to leave. Hold on, Ethan added. By the time you come back, I'll probably have new toys ready for you. Storm gave a faint nod before disappearing up the stairs. Ethan stretched, muttering to himself, Next is Sky, but no hurry. I can get her later. Chapter 19, Grant Ward. Storm stepped upstairs and immediately spotted Sharon working on her laptop. I'll be leaving for a short while. If anything urgent happens, call me fast, he said as he passed her. Where are you going? Sharon asked. I'm going to recruit someone. Since Ethan Sama don't trust anyone easily, I will recruit people and train them for him. Storm replied before heading for the door. Sharon nodded, watching him leave. He looks scary and cool as hell. She muttered before going back to her work. With his talent for this kind of work, it didn't take Storm's shadow long to locate the Juvenile Detention Center. But by the time he arrived, the place had already lost Grant Ward, and someone had taken him away. This can't do, it was my first task given by Ethan Sama. I cannot fail, Storm muttered, eyes narrowing as he examined the scene. He moved quickly, pulling camera footage, guard logs, and transport records. After a few minutes, he spotted the man responsible. He's the one, Storm said quietly as he studied the footage. A face appeared on the screen. After a bit of search, Storm learned his name. John Garrett. He was the one who had taken Grant Ward. And according to the timestamps, he had retrieved the boy just a few months ago. Tracking them wasn't easy. Garrett was smart, too smart. He covered his tracks, changed routes often, and used dead zones and surveillance as if he knew exactly where every camera in the city was placed. Storm followed faint traces. Tire marks on unpaved roads, shadows caught at the edges of traffic cams, deleted transport logs he managed to recover. Piece by piece, the trail led him onward. Hours turned into days, days into weeks. A whole month passed before he finally found the boy. Grant Ward was alive, but barely. He had been left alone in a remote forest, surviving on whatever he could find. The boy was lean, wary, and cautious, having learned quickly to avoid danger. Garrett visited from time to time, checking on him, ensuring he didn't starve or wander too far, but never staying long. The visits were enough to keep him alive, but not enough to teach him anything about the world or keep him safe from real threats. Storm observed from a distance, calculating the safest way to approach. His mission was simple: retrieve the boy and get him out before anything else could happen. A thirsty soul, he reminds me of myself, Storm murmured as he watched Ward. The boy's eyes kept drifting toward the forest path, waiting, hoping for John Garrett to return, desperate for even a scrap of praise. But Garrett never gave it. To Ward, the man was some kind of savior, yet Storm saw only manipulation. Storm dropped silently from the tree branch and finally approached the boy. "You're one broken kid," Storm said calmly. Grant, who had been hunting a rabbit, jerked backward in fear. He pointed the crude spear he'd made, but when he blinked, Storm had already moved behind him. "Don't bother," Storm said from above as he stood on a tree branch. "You can't hit me." "Who are you?" Grant demanded, stepping back, eyes wide. "Your new master," Storm replied, dropping lightly to the ground. Grant stiffened. I already have one." "Unless you want to keep living alone in this forest with that psychopath," Storm said sharply. "You should come with me. Stay here and you'll end up in the same hell he came from. Follow him long enough and you'll die a horrible death. Follow him and you will fall." Grant swallowed hard, fists clenched. Storm took a step closer, voice firm but not unkind. "Maybe you're a young, stubborn kid. Fine. But I won't give you another chance. Either come with me or stay here and be used by that man until you break." The wind rustled through the trees as Grant looked between the empty forest path and Storm. "Why do you want me?" Grant asked. "The same reason that man chose you," Storm replied. "You can kill." Grant flinched, but Storm continued, voice steady. "But unlike him, I won't force you down a path with no return. Tell me, do you wish to die one day hated by everyone? Or do you wish to become a hero?" Storm knew exactly what he was doing. He had already read Grant like an open book. The boy craved praise. He desperately wanted to be seen as good, as worthy. "Why should I believe you?" Grant asked, suspicious and scared. "How do I know you're not like him?" "At least," Storm said, gesturing to the ground, "I'm giving you a choice." He tossed a tablet at Grant's feet. "Pick it up. See for yourself what kind of man he is." Grant hesitated, then crouched and lifted the tablet. As he scrolled, his eyes widened. John Garrett. His past. His crimes. None of it was pretty. "Follow him and you'll end up just like him," Storm said calmly. "Or you can follow me. I will train you and one day you'll become a bodyguard for my master." "Your master?" Grant asked uncertainly. "He's almost your age. Just 2 years younger. He's smarter than both of us, spends his entire day building technology instead of socializing. And I am his protector. I'm alone, so I need someone else beside him." Grant swallowed. "What's his name?" "Ethan Cliff," Storm answered simply. "That is my master." Grant looked down at the tablet again, then back at the empty path John Garrett usually came from. "Fine. I'll follow you," he finally said. "But if he turns out to be like Garrett, I'll leave." Storm nodded once. "I assure you, such a situation will never happen. And with me, you'll learn how to be a better man." Grant quietly followed Storm out of the forest, leaving behind the life Garrett had forced onto him. 3 days later, when John Garrett came at his usual time, he didn't find Ward, only a shelter and a dead body. It was a decoy left by Storm, while both he and Grant were actively observing Garrett through hidden cameras. Chapter 20, Grant Ward 2. 3 days later, when John Garrett came at his usual time, he didn't find Ward, only a shelter and a dead body. It was a decoy left by Storm, while both he and Grant were watching Garrett through hidden cameras. "See for yourself," Storm said as Grant watched Garrett's actions on the tablet in his hands. "The man you thought was your savior never cared about you. He only wanted a foolish kid to follow him, to do his dirty work." Storm knew Grant still had lingering attachment toward Garrett. That was exactly why he wanted Grant to see everything with his own eyes. Down below, Garrett looked at the unrecognizable decoy corpse. "Pathetic. What a waste of time," he said coldly before turning away. He didn't even bother to bury the body. Seeing that, Grant's fingers tightened around the tablet before he angrily smashed it against the ground. "As I said, he was just manipulating you," Storm told him calmly. "I already have given you a choice. But I will ask again you one last time. Follow me or walk your own path. I won't stop you." Grant looked at him, breathing hard. "I already saw enough. I'll follow you for now. If your master turns out to be anything like John, I'll leave." Storm nodded once. "Good. Then you're under my lead now." With that settled, he guided Grant out of the forest and toward Ethan's house. Back at Ethan's place, he sat at the edge of his bed, hands clasped as he prayed. "O gods of Marvel. Stanley, bless me with luck." After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "Okay, system, spin the monthly gacha." Spinning. A gacha wheel appeared in front of him, spinning faster and faster. Gradually, it began to slow, finally stopping at a blue section. Focus tech from the Horizon universe. This version was the small triangular-shaped device that attaches to the side of the head, not the implant used by Far Zenith. Focus, huh? Interesting. Using this and combining it with Arasaka tech, I can create a very powerful version of Focus. Good, Ethan nodded as all the information flooded into his mind, schematics, building procedures, limitations, everything. Oh. So it's basically a super advanced version of a smartphone, and it comes with over 200k apps. Ethan muttered, scrolling through the internal specs projected in his vision. Then his expression twisted. Damn, using this I can add another great piece of tech to my company. Though if I use it right now and let it out, this tech is insane. It could be exploited by a lot of bad guys in Marvel. He rubbed his forehead. It would seriously suck if someday someone stole it and used it against me. He mumbled. So, add it my company but a very watered version of it, Ethan nodded to himself as he stretched. The replicator is near completion. After it's done, I can relax a bit, Ethan mumbled. Finishing his coffee, he returned back to work. After a few days, the workshop door slid open, and Storm stepped inside with Grant quietly following behind him. Ethan looked up from the half-assembled replicator. Oh. You're back already and you brought him? He stood up, wiping his hands. Nice to meet you. Ethan Cliff. Grant Ward, Grant said, shaking his hand firmly. Okay, nice to meet you. You can stay with Storm for now. I'm going back to work, Ethan said, already turning toward his replicator. Within seconds, he was fully focused again, soldering something that definitely wasn't safe. Grant watched him for a moment, confused. Don't tell me that guy is your master? He whispered to Storm. Storm nodded. He is indeed my master. And as I said, my master is an introvert. He prefers spending time with his machines rather than humans. Grant blinked. I can see that. Storm motioned with his hand. Follow me. Grant followed him out of the workshop, glancing back at Ethan, who was already completely absorbed in whatever he was building again. Storm led him down a short hallway and pushed open a small door. This is your room. Adjust it however you want. Grant looked around. It wasn't exactly a room, more like a suite. At least it's better than the last place, he joked lightly. Storm actually let out a faint huff of amusement. We are not turning you into a cold-blooded killer, so no need to go through jungle-style torture training. Grant nodded at that, visibly relieved. So, my training starts when? Grant asked. From tomorrow, Storm replied. There is someone else who will join you. Someone else? You'll meet her tomorrow, Storm said. For now, rest all you can today. Grant nodded slowly and sat on the bed, letting out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. I really wonder how my life could turn out like this, just because I was a pyromaniac, Grant muttered as he lay down on the bed. He didn't get a wink of sleep on the way here. All he was thinking of was the mysterious master of Storm. His mind refused to settle. Storm himself was already far more dangerous than John Garrett ever was, but after seeing Ethan, Grant felt strangely relieved. Safe even. Someone who others would miss. I hope I can be that one day, he whispered. With that wish, exhaustion finally dragged him under and Grant fell asleep. The next morning, Grant woke to gentle knocking. Good morning, a soft voice said as the door slid open. A young maid stepped inside carrying folded clothes. These are your training outfits. Please change and head to the arena. Grant blinked, still groggy. Arena? Already? Yes, she smiled. They're waiting for you. After a quick wash and changing into the simple but sturdy black training clothes, Grant made his way down the hall. The house was much larger than it looked, clean, modern, and strangely peaceful. He stepped into a big hall, an indoor arena nearly the size of a gym. And inside were two people only, Storm and a blonde woman. Chapter 21, Training. And inside were two people only, Storm and a blonde woman. He stepped inside carefully, the door sliding shut behind him. The arena lights brightened automatically, revealing Storm standing with his arms folded, and beside him, a tall blonde woman in a sleek combat uniform, posture straight and eyes sharp. Grant hesitated at the threshold. Storm turned to him. You're awake. Good. The blonde woman looked him over once, her expression unreadable. This is Sharon, Storm introduced her. A fellow trainee. And he is Grant Ward, Storm said as Sharon simply nodded. Sharon gave him another quick look, then eased her posture just a bit. Nice to meet you, she said plainly. Grant nodded back. Yeah, same. Storm didn't waste time. Since it's the first day for both of you, you'll start training together. Same schedule. Same drills. Same rules. Sharon raised an eyebrow. So he's new too. Grant blinked. First day, huh? Guess we're both in this mess. Storm pointed toward the center of the arena. We'll start with a basic assessment. I need to understand both of your current levels. Sharon crossed her arms. So we're doing that test again? Storm nodded. Yes. I need updated data on you as well. Grant looked between them, confused but resigned. So what do we do? Storm gestured to the rack of practice weapons on the wall. Both of you, pick something you're comfortable with. Grant walked over, scanning the options. Sharon did the same beside him. She grabbed a pair of training batons without hesitation. Grant settled on a simple wooden staff. Storm nodded approvingly. Good. Come to the center. Both of them stepped onto the arena floor, standing a few feet apart. Storm stood in front of them, hands behind his back, voice steady. Your first task is straightforward. Sharon rolled her shoulders, ready. Grant tightened his grip on the staff. Storm lifted one hand and pointed at himself. Both of you, he said calmly. Try to hit me. Sharon moved first. She rushed in with quick, clean strikes, clearly trained, clearly controlled. Her batons aimed for Storm's ribs, shoulder, then knee in a smooth pattern. Storm avoided all of it without even looking pressed. A slight step back, a tilt of his head, a shift of his weight, that was all it took. Grant followed right after, swinging his staff like he was in a street fight, big motions, fast but unrefined. He tried to hit Storm's side, then his leg, then went for a quick jab. Storm sidestepped him easily. Too wide, Storm commented as Grant stumbled forward. Sharon tried again, coming in from the opposite angle, hoping to catch him off guard. Storm simply leaned aside, her baton passing through empty air. Grant charged again with a frustrated shout. Storm caught the staff with 2 fingers, pushed lightly, and Grant lost balance and fell backward onto the mat. Sharon tried to take advantage of the moment, swinging both batons at Storm's head. Storm stepped inside her guard and tapped her forehead with 1 finger. Dead. Sharon froze, then sighed and backed off. Grant groaned from the floor. We didn't even touch you. No, Storm said plainly. You didn't. He looked between the two of them. But that's what training is for. Grant sat up, breathing hard. Sharon stood straight, trying not to look annoyed. Storm nodded once. Again. This time, work together. Ethan watched everything from his workshop through the monitors. Both of them are in for a hell of a lot of pain, he mumbled, eating his breakfast while watching them get beaten. Anyway, this has nothing to do with me, he said, shrugging. Why would I need to learn how to fight? I'll just wait until I get that superhero experiment tech, then boom, superpowers. Hard work? Nah. I'm not doing that. Ethan leaned back in his chair. I'm a cheater, he said proudly. And I'll cheat all the way. Storm didn't give Grant or Sharon a single second to breathe. The moment they rushed in, Sharon fast and controlled, Grant wild and swinging like he was in a street fight, Storm shifted his stance. A single step. A single blur. Sharon's baton strike met thin air. Grant's staff swing hit nothing but wind. Storm tapped Sharon's shoulder with 2 fingers. She spun from the impact and hit the floor. He swept Grant's legs right after. Grant dropped with a confused grunt. Both hit the ground almost at the same time. Storm crossed his arms. Up. They groaned but obeyed. Ethan took another bite of his sandwich. Yep, he said, smirking. This is going to be fun to watch. And just like that, another 5 months passed. Now it had been a full year since Ethan arrived in this world. Standing on the balcony, he looked at the night sky while sipping wine. A whole year passed without me noticing. He mumbled. Since he never tried to cause trouble, the world never bothered him either. He had spent the last 6 months in complete peace inside his mansion, not even leaving the house unless he absolutely had to. All right, system, show me the logs, Ethan said lazily. A blue panel appeared. Congratulations, host, on surviving a whole year in the Marvel world. Host is awarded 3 universal gotchas. Seeing that, Ethan grinned. Okay, let's see what I get this time. In the last 5 months, he had only gotten a few tech items from the Horizon world, but nothing groundbreaking. Mostly machines. The only really good thing he had received was the Spectre machines, which gave him far zenith nanotech. That was insanely useful. After adding the nanotech to his replicator, its efficiency increased by almost 100 times. The only issue was that it was very expensive to use, so unless he wanted to build something extremely important, he avoided using it. Even though he was now a billionaire, Ethan still hated spending on useless things. Ethan cracked his knuckles. All right, let's roll the gotchas. Okay, system, first roll the monthly tech gotcha for me. A soft ding rang. Monthly tech gotcha result, Stalker Unit Horizon Universe. Ethan stared at the hologram for a second, then shrugged. Another Horizon machine. Sure, why not? Chapter 22, SSS. Another Horizon machine. Sure, why not? He waved the window away and turned his attention to the real prizes, the 3 universal gotchas floating before him with a faint glow. All right, time for the big boys. He rubbed his hands together and pointed. System, roll the first universal gotcha. The wheel spun, fast, bright, almost blinding, before stopping with a chiming sound. Universal gotcha result number 1, Advanced Super Soldier Serum Batch, 6 vials. Ethan's eyes widened. Oh damn, that's actually really good. 6 vials. Enough to create 6 super soldiers without side effects, mutations, or failures. He couldn't help grinning widely. Now that is useful. Alright, let's keep going. Next one. Ethan pointed at the second glowing cube. Alright, system, roll the next one. The wheel spun again, slower this time, like it was building suspense. A final clack echoed as it stopped. Universal Gacha result number 2, character template, Quan Chi, Mortal Kombat. Ethan froze. Wait. He blinked once. Twice. Then leaned closer at the hologram as if his eyes were malfunctioning. That says, Quan Chi? As in that Quan Chi? Bald demon necromancer guy? Mortal Kombat Quan Chi. He tapped the window. It didn't disappear. It didn't glitch. It didn't say April Fools. He slowly covered his face with both hands. Fuck, did I just hit the jackpot? He opened one eye. Still there. Opened the second. Still very much there. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't a hallucination. This wasn't some prank from the system. He actually got Quan Chi, one of the most broken, overpowered, cheat-coded characters in the entire Mortal Kombat universe. Soul manipulation. Teleports. Necromancy. Runes. Mind control. Summons. Portal tricks. Magic that absolutely did not care about physics. Ethan's jaw dropped slowly. Holy shit. I can't believe this. I actually got him. I actually got freaking Quan Chi. He started pacing in circles. This isn't just good. This isn't just useful. This is busted. This is full-on cheat mode. He stopped, stared at the glowing template again and whispered. Okay. Deep breaths. No fainting. No screaming. No evil maniac laugh. Not yet. Then he pointed sharply at the last gacha cube. System, we're finishing this run. Roll number 3. He grinned, shaking his head. Now I don't even care if I get basic deodorant. I'm already happy with Quan Chi. The cube spun, bright, fast, humming with energy. Ding. Universal Gacha result number 3, particle infusion chamber, Marvel Universe, same model used in the graviton experiment. Ethan's smile slowly froze, not happy but confused now. Huh. He leaned in. Graviton, who was he again? Ethan tilted his head, wrecking his brain but not remembering much. So he simply asked the system. Graviton Glenn Talbot. A general who became fused with gravitonium and gained the ability to manipulate gravity. Oh right. That guy, Ethan nodded. So, I need gravitonium to actually use this chamber properly. But won't anyone enhanced with it go crazy? Like the graviton guy. Correction. Graviton went crazy because gravitonium contains fragments of human consciousness, hence the instability. Plus, it works with all elements, not just gravitonium. Oh, Ethan blinked. So the guy didn't just become evil, he had screaming souls in the metal. Nice. He clapped once. Okay, as far as I remember, gravitonium doesn't appear until after the New York War. He paced a little, thinking. But I can get Vibranium by dealing with Ulysses Klaue. And with Vibranium, I could give Vibranium-based abilities to someone under me. Yeah, using that to make Storm into a bodyguard monster is a better idea. He nodded to himself. Well, I have Quan Chi now, so I don't need to go through torture procedures to get powers. I'm good. System, can I give multiple elemental powers to someone? Like first Vibranium power, then Gravitonium later. Will it work or not? Host can, as long as the subject can endure the transformation pain and has a strong enough body to handle multiple abilities. So I'll stick with one element for now. But I can give Storm the super soldier serum, then first give him Vibranium, and later Gravitonium. Yeah, that's a good plan, Ethan mumbled with a grin. Okay, next grand project, Project Superpowers. He nodded and went to work. Let's build it. The world is going to change fast, better be safe than sorry, he muttered as he began adjusting the replicator to build the particle infusion chamber, as well as a chamber for safe super soldier transformation. And done, so it will take him 6 hours? Good. Ethan stretched his arms. In the meantime, I can check my Quan Chi template. He nodded to himself and pulled up the system window. Alright system, explain. How does this template work? The other templates fanfic I read had stages, first the basic abilities, and then slowly more powers as the fusion increases. Correct. Quan Chi template works the same way. Host starts with 1% fusion, which gives access to basic abilities only. As host practices and resonates with the template, the fusion level increases. Higher fusion equals more of Quan Chi's abilities unlocked. At full fusion, host gains complete mastery of Quan Chi's skill set. Ethan whistled softly. So I start at 1%, then I have to train to unlock the rest. Pity there's no OP form from the start, but fine, I'll work my way up to the top. He nodded and sat down on the bed. Alright system, start the template fusion. Initiating Quan Chi template fusion. Fusion level 1%. Basic abilities unlocked. A cold pulse ran through Ethan's body, like icy smoke slipping under his skin. His eyes flickered with a faint green hue for a moment. Unlocked. A basic necromancy. A soul flames. A minor soul manipulation. A basic dark magic attacks. Ethan exhaled slowly as the strange energy settled inside him. Whoa, he muttered, looking at his hand as a tiny green flame flickered to life at his fingertip. Okay, that's actually sick. He snapped his fingers and the flame vanished. Huh? I wanted it to grow, why did it disappear? Ethan stared at his hands, confused, before the green flame appeared again. He tried to sustain it, but it vanished just as quickly. Host's magic reserve is very low. Soul flames consume a large amount of magic. I see, Ethan nodded slowly. Makes sense. Big power, tiny battery. Chapter 23, SSS2. Ethan exhaled, sat up straighter and rolled his shoulders. Alright, let's see what else I've got. He raised both hands and focused. A faint pulse spread from his palms, barely visible, like ripples of greenish energy. That must be the basic soul manipulation, he muttered. Weak, but it's there. He tried something else, forming a small sphere of necrotic energy. For a second, a dim, sickly green orb flickered between his palms, then sputtered out like a dying light bulb. Okay. Not great. Next. He stood up and took a stance, channeling the eerie martial energy Quan Chi used. A thin layer of spectral energy coated his arms for half a second before breaking apart like smoke. Damn, so everything works, but only for a moment, Ethan said, rubbing his forehead. Makes sense with a 1% template. He tried summoning a phantom chain, the iconic Quan Chi move. A faint outline of a chain materialized in his hand. And disintegrated instantly. Yep. Battery size of a peanut. Still, he couldn't help a grin. But it works. All of it works. Just weak. He flexed his fingers, watching a ghostly flicker dance between them. All I gotta do is train. And then I get the real stuff. The clones, full necromancy, soul steel, portals, everything. His grin widened. And then? I won't need any chamber, any serum, any machine. I'll be a one-man cheat code. A month passed. And Ethan learned something very important about template fusion. It was painfully, insultingly slow. Every morning he woke up, checked the percentage. And every morning it mocked him. Template fusion progress, 6%. 6, Ethan groaned, dragging a hand down his face. 6. After a whole month. I've seen slugs with better work ethic. But then he clenched his fist, because even 6% was ridiculous. Even at just 6%, I'm already very powerful, not to mention I'm also getting Quan Chi's experience with every percentage. Ethan muttered as he let out a long breath. I mean, now I know how to fight even though I've never trained a day in my life. That's crazy. He shook his head, still a bit stunned by it all. Good. Now let's use this month's gotcha. Spinning. The holographic wheel slowed, clicked and stopped. A sharp chime echoed in Ethan's ears. Congratulations. Reward obtained, Slaughter Spine, Horizon Universe. Ethan blinked. Oh, that's good. Now I get the plasma weapons too, and I can probably turn the Slaughter Spine into some kind of miniature version. But honestly? It looks cool enough on its own. He grinned, imagining it. I wonder if I should just place it at my home as decoration, and when someone invades it, it springs to life and tries to kill them. He paused, considering. And I can add other machine tech too. Though right now I only have 2 attack types, this one and stalkers. Ethan nodded to himself, already planning out upgrades. Right. Now it's time to give the super soldier serum to Storm, Ethan muttered, looking at the machine he'd prepared. 1 pod for the serum, the rest for the nutrient mix. Everything was ready. After a month of training, he should be prepared. Ethan nodded to himself, then called Storm. Soon, Storm appeared in the workshop. How are the others doing? Ethan asked as Storm entered, clearly knowing why Ethan had summoned him. Good. Both are doing great, and I can see a lot of progress in them after half a year, Storm answered. He was standing there in only his underwear, ready for the procedure. Go in, Ethan ordered. Storm stepped into the super soldier chamber. Once it begins, it will hurt, just bear with it, Ethan reminded him as he lay down. The bed closed around him as the chamber sealed. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Ethan pressed the button and the entire serum vial was injected into Storm. Soon, muffled groans began leaking out from inside the machine. Ethan watched the readouts carefully. Everything's holding steady, he's enduring fine, he muttered. How much will Storm improve? Ethan asked, eyes fixed on the chamber. Host, he should improve by 5 to 8 times depending on his aptitude. Ethan nodded slowly. 5 to 8 times, that's a huge gap, he muttered. Hope he ends up on the higher side. He kept watching the chamber as the machines pumped nutrients, stabilizers, and enhancement compounds through Storm's body. The readings spiked a few times but always settled back down. 10 minutes passed. Then 20. Then almost 40. Finally, the chamber beeped. Procedure complete. Subject stabilized. Ethan stepped forward as the capsule hissed open, releasing a wave of cold mist. Storm lay inside, breathing heavily, sweating, but very much alive. Storm, Ethan called. You good? Storm blinked, eyes unfocused at first, then sharp. He sat up slowly. I feel different, he said, voice deeper and steadier. He flexed his hands, watching the muscles shift under his skin. Stronger. A lot stronger. Ethan pulled up the scanner. Storm's vitals were perfect. Heart rate, bone density, muscle fibers, everything had jumped to superhuman levels. Congratulations, Ethan said with a smirk. You're officially upgraded. Storm exhaled, amazed. So this is what Captain America felt like. Pretty much, Ethan shrugged. Except you might be a bit tougher. You already had a solid base. Storm looked at his hands again, then at Ethan. What's next? Ethan crossed his arms. Next, we test your performance. Storm nodded. First, let's check your speed and stamina, Ethan said as he attached several monitoring wires and sensors to Storm's chest, arms, and back. Once everything was in place, he pointed at the treadmill. Get on. Start with a jog. Storm stepped onto the treadmill. Ethan tapped a few commands on the console and the machine hummed to life. All right, Ethan said. Begin. Storm began jogging, then running, then outright sprinting as Ethan steadily increased the speed. 5 minutes passed. 10. 15. Storm didn't even look winded. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Okay, stamina test is done. You're a freak now. Next came strength tests, bench press, deadlift, weighted holds. Storm crushed every number Ethan expected. Chapter 24, Kingpin. Next came strength tests, bench press, deadlift, weighted holds. Storm crushed every number Ethan expected. Then came reflex tests, light panels, reaction sensors, combat dummies. Storm moved so fast the sensors started lagging. Finally, Ethan ran diagnostic scans on muscle density, bone strength, lung capacity, and overall energy output. When the last screen finished loading, Ethan let out a low whistle. 7 times, he said. Your physical stats are a solid 7 times stronger than before. Speed, strength, reflexes, everything. Storm blinked, surprised. 7 times? Yep. Ethan shut the scanner. Seems like it worked great for you, he said. Storm bowed his head. It's all thanks to you, Ethan-sama. You've given me something marvelous. Ethan waved a hand. It wasn't mine originally, I just got it. Anyway, get familiar with your new strength. Tomorrow we're going to meet someone, and it could very well end in blood. Storm nodded, pulled his robe back on, and left the room. Ethan stretched his back and muttered. System, you are really great. This serum can be administered without the rebirth pod, sure, but doing it with the pod boosts the results by another 20%. He nodded to himself as the system windows floated around him. Because this version of the serum was made by Wilfred Nagel, it could be injected normally, but when combined with the rebirth pod's controlled environment and Vita radiation, the enhancements multiplied even further. No wonder Storm's results were so extreme. Yeah, with that extra 20%, he's way beyond Captain America, Ethan said with a satisfied grin. Though that's only the first step of making an OP bodyguard. Next step is giving him superpowers, not just super strength, Ethan muttered. He leaned back in his chair, thinking. Ethan didn't know where Ulysses Klaue was hiding. But there was one man who might know. Wilson Fisk. The Kingpin. Crime overlord. Information broker. A man who definitely knew where someone as valuable and as reckless as Klaue would be dealing. As far as I remember, Klaue has a stash of Vibranium worth billions since 1992, Ethan murmured. Time to get it. With the Replicator built, Ethan suddenly had a lot more free time. The machine could build almost anything he wanted, fast, precise, and without him lifting a finger. No more long engineering hours, no more sweating over tools. Even better? He didn't have just one replicator. He already had two. One of them was constantly working on his requested projects. And the second one? It was busy building a third replicator. Ethan smirked as he sat cross-legged on the training mat, green soul energy flickering faintly between his fingers. Automation baby. He muttered. Soon I'll have a whole army of replicators. Okay, time to practice magic, Ethan continued. Today's the day to focus on Quan Chi's dark magic. Not the evil type, just darkness. Dark matter type magic. He sat down, concentrating, letting the green and black energy weave through his hands, practicing control, shaping it, and trying to extend the flickers into stable forms. Hours passed in a blur as he experimented, failing, adjusting, and trying again. By the next day, everything was ready. Storm stood there in his white combat suit, completely calm and nonchalant, as always. Sharon looked composed in her red suit. But Grant was tense. It was his turn today. After months of preparation, training, and waiting, this was the first real mission he'd be part of. His first chance to prove himself to Ethan. And over time, Grant had changed. At first, he'd been cautious, fearful even. He thought Ethan was a monster, someone too powerful and unpredictable. But Ethan never treated him badly. Never abused him. Never acted like the monster others would have become with Ethan's power. Ethan was strict but kind. Demanding but fair. Someone who actually saw him. Little by little, Grant grew to respect him. Then like him. And now he was loyal to him. Ethan knew all of this, of course, thanks to the system's non-invasive emotional monitoring. Enough to understand his team, but not enough to control or manipulate them. Grant's loyalty sat at around 90% now, just a little lower than Sharon's 93%, but still genuine and strong. He wasn't brainwashed, wasn't forced. It was real loyalty earned through time and trust. And today, Grant wanted to prove he deserved it. He tightened his gloves, took a steady breath, and stood beside the others, ready for whatever Ethan had planned next. Soon the wait was over. Ethan emerged from his basement room, which now doubled as his bedroom, having spent most of his time there lately. Ethan appeared in a royal blue suit with sleek lines, his black hair and sharp eyes making him look even more imposing. Okay, we're heading to Fisk Tower, he announced. Storm and Grant both nodded, ready. Sharon raised an eyebrow. Why there? You know it's the home of the crime overlord Kingpin. What are we doing there? He might have some intel that I want, Ethan replied. What kind of intel? Sharon asked. Ethan shrugged. About a rare metal I'm interested in, he said, keeping his real goal to himself. By the way, Grant, what name did you choose for yourself? Ethan asked. During dinner, Grant had mentioned it while Storm stayed quiet. Storm had said it should be a code name suitable for a ninja. Grant nodded and answered, I chose something simple. Ghost. Simple and cool. Well, it's your choice anyway, Ethan nodded. Sharon then called the car. Soon the Phantom appeared. It looked the same as before, though Ethan had added more toys and upgrades with all the new tech he had acquired. Now the new Phantom was even more powerful, giving off the presence of a tank disguised as a sleek car. As they settled inside, the Phantom's engine purred to life, smooth yet powerful. The car glided forward, silently slipping through the city streets toward Fisk Tower. Sharon glanced at Ethan. Should I book an appointment? Make it look official? Ethan shook his head. No need. He's just a petty criminal. We don't need to bother with formalities. Chapter 25, Kingpin 2. Ethan shook his head. No need. He's just a petty criminal. We don't need to bother with formalities. Sharon frowned. Do tell me we're not going to fight him, she said. Ethan shrugged. It depends on how he reacts. From what I see, I don't need to go through any formalities with such an guy. Sharon let out a sigh but simply nodded. Grant and Storm sat quietly. Storm spoke up, his voice calm but firm. We should be ready to kill if necessary. No mercy. We're entering the den of hyenas, people who would sell a child's organs for money. Do not show mercy here. Grant nodded solemnly. Understood. Storm added, and from now on I'll simply call you Ghost. Grant nodded again, accepting the code name. The Phantom slid to a stop right in front of Fisk Tower. The moment the guards outside saw the famous Arasaka logo on the car, their posture tightened. One of the higher-rank guards' eyes widened the instant he saw Ethan step out. Up on the topmost private balcony, Kingpin, Wilson Fisk himself, sat in his massive reinforced chair. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sudden message flashing across his laptop screen. Why is Ethan here? He muttered. There had been no warning, no call, no hint of a meeting request. Nothing. And that alone made him uneasy. Arasaka was a newly risen company, but its rise was terrifyingly fast. Naturally, Kingpin had tried to control it from the shadows. He thought taking down an 18-year-old brat like Ethan Cliff would be simple. But every man involved in those attempts had ended up dead. All of them cleanly cut apart. And Fisk knew exactly who was responsible. Storm Shadow, Ethan's infamous bodyguard. A modern-day ninja who followed Ethan everywhere, and who showed no mercy to anyone who dared raise a hand against his master. After many failed attempts, Kingpin had finally given up on trying to pressure Arasaka. But now that same young man, Ethan Cliff, had arrived at his doorstep in person, making Fisk's stomach twist with unease. Fisk quickly spoke into his earpiece. Do not make things difficult for them. Send them directly to my office. The order spread through the building in seconds. Guards straightened, security teams froze, and every camera was already tracking Ethan's group as they stepped out of the Phantom and walked toward the entrance. No one stopped them. No one even dared speak. The doors opened automatically as if the whole tower was bowing to them. Inside, the lobby fell silent. People pretended to work, eyes flicking nervously toward Ethan, Storm, Sharon, and Grant as they passed. As they reached the reception, Sharon spoke firmly to the receptionist. Inform your boss, Sir Ethan Cliff from Arasaka wants to meet him. She ended the sentence with a nod. The receptionist hesitated, but a guard stepped forward and said, Please follow me. The group followed silently as the guard led them to the elevators. He entered a security code and pressed the top floor button. The elevator doors closed and the cabin began to rise smoothly, the hum of machinery filling the small space. Storm and Grant remained alert, scanning their surroundings. Sharon stayed close to Ethan, ready for any unexpected movement. Ethan, as usual, appeared relaxed, one hand in his pocket. The elevator reached the top floor with a soft ding. When the door slid open, a pair of armed guards were already waiting. They stepped aside respectfully and guided the group down the hallway. At the end stood the massive office of Wilson Fisk. The doors opened and Kingpin himself rose from his seat. His face revealed nothing, no anger, no fear, just calculation. He was wondering what this newly risen, dangerously brilliant young man wanted from him. Ethan didn't bother with politeness. He simply walked to the sofa and sat down as if he owned the room. Storm stood behind him like a silent shadow. Grant took position beside him, tense but steady, while Sharon remained near the door with the guards, her stance sharp and ready. Ethan crossed his legs casually. I want information on Ulysses Klaue, he said. His whereabouts. Kingpin's expression did not change, but his eyes sharpened. I have information on Ulysses Klaue, he admitted. But it won't come for free. The tension in the room remained guarded as both looked at each other. What's the price? Ethan asked, unfazed. Kingpin leaned forward, hands clasped. Arasaka's Phantom. The room went dead silent. Arasaka's Phantom was not a normal market product, it was the top-class armored, weaponized luxury vehicle. A miracle of engineering. And Ethan had already declared publicly that it would not be sold to anyone with a criminal record. You do know, Ethan replied calmly, Arasaka has a strict policy of not selling to anyone with a criminal background. Kingpin smirked. It doesn't need to be official. Official or unofficial, I won't sell it, Ethan said flatly. Kingpin's smile faded. Then there's nothing to talk about. Ethan sighed softly and snapped his fingers. Storm moved instantly. Before the guards in the room could even raise their guns, Storm's katana was already drawn, its blade resting against two necks at once. Grant's stance shifted, ready to fire. Sharon's hand hovered over her weapon. The entire atmosphere shifted into deadly silence. Ethan leaned back. "New deal," he said calmly. "Klaue's information or your life." Kingpin's voice stayed low and threatening. "Brat, you're on my territory. Even if you kill all the guards here, so what? Within seconds an army would be here." Ethan nodded slightly, tilting his head as if amused. "Maybe. But will you still be alive after those few seconds?" Kingpin's eyes narrowed. "I am not like you. I don't need guards to be strong. I can handle things on my own." Ethan smirked. I prefer not to dirty my own hands when others can do the work for me. But you're welcome to test that theory. You might be surprised how much I am even without my guards." Their eyes locked. Silence filled the room. The tension grew so thick it was almost visible. Chapter 26, First Fight. Ethan was the first to break the heavy silence. "Look," he said, waving a hand lazily, "I'm not here to have a staring contest with you. Let's solve this the straight way." He leaned forward just a little, eyes calm but sharp. "We fight. You and me. One-on-one. The winner gets what he wants. No bloodshed needed after that." He tilted his head. "What do you think?" For a moment, Kingpin simply stared at him. Then he laughed. A deep, heavy laugh that filled the room and shook the air. Not mocking. Not amused. But surprised. "You want to fight me?" Kingpin asked, wiping the corner of his eye. "Boy, do you even understand what you're asking for?" Ethan shrugged. "Perfectly." Storm didn't move, but Grant and Sharon both looked at Ethan, startled. Neither of them knew Ethan had powers. Only Storm remained calm. He already knew what Ethan was capable of. Kingpin rose from his chair, his full massive height casting a shadow across the room. "You're bold," he said. "Either you're a fool, or you think a bit of training can help you." Ethan smiled. "Why not both?" Kingpin's smirk returned, dangerous and intrigued. "Fine," he said. "You want a fight? You'll get a fight." He pointed toward the private training arena behind his office. "Right there. No weapons. No interference. If you win, you get your information. And if you win," Ethan said, standing up smoothly, "you can get the Phantom, though you will have to pay more. It's worth more than your information on Ulysses Klaue." Kingpin blinked, then laughed again. "Fair enough," he said. "Let's see if the genius child of Arasaka can back his words with strength." Sharon stepped closer to Ethan. "Ethan." Ethan raised a hand. "Relax. I'll handle this." "It's fine," Storm added calmly. "Let him." Sharon sighed but nodded, and the group moved toward the massive training hall. Kingpin and Ethan walked to opposite ends while Storm, Sharon, and Grant stood to the side, watching closely. Kingpin began rolling his shoulders and cracking his neck, the sound echoing across the large chamber. Ethan loosened his tie, unbuttoned the top of his shirt, and rolled up his sleeves. "Ready whenever you are," Ethan said, voice steady. "Boy, I'm going to enjoy this," Kingpin growled, his muscles tightening beneath his suit. "Me too," Ethan replied with a faint smile. "Time to see how much I've improved. If not enough, well then I'll just activate my suit tech." He didn't rush in blindly. His business suit looked normal, but inside it was lined with high-end Arasaka tech, bulletproof, shock-resistant, impact-absorbing, and able to multiply his physical strength the moment he activated it. Even the lenses he wore connected to the system. But he didn't turn anything on. Not yet. He wanted to test something first, test himself. Just pure physical ability, no magic, no tech, no enhancements. He already knew he couldn't match Kingpin's monstrous brute strength head-on. But he could be faster, more precise, more skilled. If that didn't work, he'd suit up. Kingpin stepped in first, a heavy stomp that shook the floor as he threw a hook aimed at Ethan's face. Ethan moved at the same time, clean, calm, fast. He slid to the side and snapped upward with a sharp uppercut. Crack! Kingpin's head jerked back as blood sprayed from his nose. That was all it took for the fight to explode. Kingpin swung a massive arm at him like a sledgehammer. Ethan ducked under it, slipping in close with quick jabs to the ribs, 3 hits, fast and tight. Kingpin barely flinched. He grabbed for Ethan's collar, but Ethan twisted out, driving a kick into Kingpin's knee. The big man grunted, stumbling half a step. Ethan didn't give him room. He rushed in again, aiming a punch at Kingpin's jaw, but Kingpin blocked it with his forearm and shoved him back with raw force. Ethan slid across the floor but stayed balanced. Kingpin charged. Ethan met him halfway, dodging right at the last second and slamming an elbow into Kingpin's side. Kingpin tried to grab him, but Ethan ducked, rolled, and came up behind him. He hit Kingpin at the base of the skull, precise and clean. Kingpin staggered forward, but he didn't fall. He turned around, eyes burning. "You hit harder than you look," Kingpin growled. Ethan wiped a bit of dust from his sleeve. "You're slower than I expected," he said calmly. Kingpin roared and swung both arms wide, trying to catch Ethan in a crushing grab. Ethan stepped back just enough and slipped under the swing, landing a clean punch straight into Kingpin's cheekbone. Thud! Kingpin's face snapped to the side, blood flying again. He swung again, faster this time, a full-body punch aimed at Ethan's head. Ethan leaned back, the fist passing inches from his nose, and countered with a sharp kick right under Kingpin's chin. Kingpin's head jerked up violently. Before the man could reset, Ethan moved in. One punch to the jaw. Another to the side of the face. A third to the mouth. Kingpin stumbled back, his face already swelling and bleeding from multiple spots. He tried to rush Ethan again, arms wide, trying to smother him with brute force. Ethan took 2 steps back, sidestepped, and smashed his fist into Kingpin's nose again, this time breaking it even further. Blood poured down Kingpin's lips. "You little..." Kingpin tried to grab him again. Ethan ducked under the desperate grab and threw a tight hook into Kingpin's eye socket. The big man grunted loudly and covered his face for a second. Ethan didn't stop. He struck again, fast punches hitting Kingpin's face one after another. Left hook. Right jab. Elbow to the cheek. Knee to the face as Kingpin bent forward. Kingpin staggered back, dripping blood, breathing heavily. His cheeks were cut, his nose crooked, and one eye was swelling shut. Ethan stood straight, breathing lightly. "I thought you said you were strong on your own," Ethan said, voice calm. Kingpin wiped blood from his mouth, shaking with rage but unable to land even one hit. Ethan took a step forward, ready to continue the beating. Chapter 27 Intel. On the sidelines, Sharon could only stare. I never knew Ethan could fight and this good," she muttered under her breath. She had known Ethan was smart, nerdy, and confident, but seeing him completely outclass Kingpin, a man who could throw grown adults like toys, was something else entirely. Grant watched with a calmer expression, arms crossed. "To be honest, I expected something like this," he said quietly. Sharon blinked. "Expected?" Grant shrugged. "Storm serves him. A guy like Storm doesn't guard someone weak. If Storm Shadow is willing to follow him, then Ethan being this strong isn't surprising." Storm didn't take his eyes off the fight. His voice was flat, almost bored. "I already told you," he said. "Ethan-sama is more than capable." Sharon swallowed and nodded slowly. For the first time, she realized she would need to update the intel report. Ethan Cliff wasn't just a genius CEO or a lucky kid with connections. He could fight. And not just basic self-defense, he could take down enemies far bigger and stronger than him through pure skill, speed, and precision. "He's not some helpless nerd," Sharon whispered to herself. "Not even close." Back in the center of the hall, Ethan stepped forward again, his calm expression unchanged as he prepared to keep beating Kingpin senseless. Kingpin wiped blood from his mouth and tried to brace himself, planting his feet wide. He raised his fists, but his arms were shaking. His breathing was rough and loud. Ethan didn't wait. He rushed forward with a tight, clean combo. A jab to the cheek. A hook to the jaw. Another punch straight to the nose. Kingpin's head snapped back, blood spraying again. He tried to answer with a heavy swing, but Ethan ducked under it easily and drove his knee straight into Kingpin's stomach. The big man grunted loudly, bending forward. Ethan grabbed his collar and slammed another knee right into Kingpin's face. Crack! Kingpin stumbled back, almost tripping. Ethan didn't give him a second to breathe. He stepped in again and hit him with a sharp kick to the side of the head. Kingpin collapsed to one knee, breathing hard, blood dripping down his face. He lifted his arms again, trying to fight, but they dropped after a moment, too heavy to hold up. Ethan walked up to him slowly. Kingpin stared up, one eye swollen shut, blood covering his lips and chin. He tried to push himself up, but his body refused. Ethan raised a fist. Kingpin flinched, and then finally broke. Stop, he yelled, voice cracking. I give up. Enough. Ethan froze mid-punch, then lowered his hand. Kingpin panted heavily, coughing blood onto the floor. His pride was gone. His confidence was gone. The man who ruled half the city's underworld was kneeling, defeated. I'll talk, Kingpin said weakly. I'll give you everything on Klaue, just stop. Ethan stepped back, brushing dust off his sleeve like he hadn't just beaten a giant criminal boss senseless. Good, he said calmly. Now we can talk. Kingpin, still kneeling and shaking, lifted one trembling hand and snapped his fingers. A guard, one of the few who hadn't panicked, stepped forward quickly. He kept his eyes down, not even daring to look at Ethan, and handed over a thick file. This has everything we have on Klaue, Kingpin muttered, barely audible. Sharon stepped in immediately and took the file from the guard. She flipped it open just enough to confirm its contents, photos, maps, reports, locations, before tucking it under her arm. Ethan didn't even look at the file as he removed his blood-stained gloves. He then simply slipped his coat back on, buttoned it calmly, and adjusted his cuffs like he had just finished a business discussion instead of beating a crime lord senseless. He clasped his hands behind his back. Happy to do business with you, Ethan said casually. The words stung more than the punches. Kingpin glared up at him, jaw clenched so hard it looked like it might crack. He wanted to roar, to curse, to threaten, but he couldn't. Not after the beating he'd just taken. Ethan turned away without another word and began walking toward the exit. Storm followed immediately, silent and deadly. Grant walked beside him, keeping an eye on the hall. Sharon stayed close, the file secured in her grip. They all moved as one, calm, unhurried, completely unfazed by the dozens of guards staring at them. No one dared to stop them. No one dared to speak. Behind them, Kingpin slowly pushed himself upright, leaning on his desk, his face twisted with rage. His fists shook. His lips trembled. He ground his teeth so hard the sound echoed faintly. Ethan Cliff. He hissed under his breath. His voice was filled with humiliation and burning anger. I won't forget this. But the doors were already closing behind Ethan's group. And Kingpin, the feared ruler of the criminal underworld, stood alone in his own office, bloodied, beaten, and powerless to stop them. Back in the Phantom, the doors closed and the engine hummed as they pulled away from Fisk Tower. Ethan sat back in his seat, crossing one leg over the other. Sharon settled beside him with the file, flipping it open fully now that they were away from danger. Ethan looked at Sharon. Where is he? Ethan asked calmly. Sharon scanned the first few pages, reports, photos, location tags. Her eyes moved quickly as she sorted through the documents. I'm checking, she said, flipping to the map section. Give me a second. The Phantom glided smoothly through the city streets, heading toward Ethan's house. The tension from Fisk Tower faded into the background, replaced by a cold, focused silence inside the car. Sharon turned another page, then another. Finally, she stopped. Got it, she said, tapping a marked spot on the map. Ethan leaned slightly forward. Location? Johannesburg, Africa. A salvage yard on the outskirts, she said. Klaue uses it as a front. Scrap metal business on the surface, illegal trade underneath. Ethan nodded once. Chapter 28, Klaue. Ethan nodded once. We'll go there tomorrow morning, he said. Make the arrangements. Sharon closed the file. I'll prepare the travel plans and notify the local contacts, she replied. Grant stretched his neck. Guess we're flying early then. Storm didn't say anything. He simply gave a short nod, already thinking about the route and possible threats. The car stopped in front of the house. Everyone got out. Sharon walked toward the side entrance, pulling out her phone to start making calls. I'll have everything ready before sunrise, she said. Grant followed her. I'll check our gear and pack for the trip. This time it will be a fight, Ethan said as he walked inside. Get ready properly. Storm nodded once. Understood. Inside the house, the team split up immediately. Sharon went straight to the office room, laying the file on the desk and opening her laptop. She started calling contacts, arranging a private flight, clearing landing permissions, and preparing a cover story. Grant headed to the equipment room. He opened cases, checked weapons, confirmed ammo supplies, and sorted body armor. Storm stood in the hallway for a moment, silent. Then he walked to his own room and began preparing his blades, cleaning each one with careful precision. Ethan made his way to the living room and sat on the couch. He removed his coat, loosened his tie, and leaned back with a deep, steady breath. And just relaxed. Soon the day passed, and now Ethan was resting in his private jet. This one was modified by him as well, so it was basically a fighter jet in a private jet shell. If there is one thing Ethan excels at, it is caution. It was also the reason he never bothered to step out of his heavily fortified home before. Even with his combat suit, he always worried someone might fire an EMP at him, rendering his suit useless. So he simply never left the house. Not until he got the Quan Chi template, which gave him the confidence to move more freely. Somewhat. Sharon sat across from him, typing on her tablet while checking the route on the screen. "We'll reach Johannesburg in 8 hours," she said. Grant and Storm were there too, sitting to the side and quietly drinking together. You should rest," Ethan said. "I'm not going to talk to any guy who might barge in on us with a mic." Sharon looked like she wanted to protest, but she sighed and nodded. Sharon put her tablet aside and leaned back in her seat. "Fine. I'll rest for a bit," she said, closing her eyes. Ethan nodded once, satisfied. The jet hummed softly as it cut through the sky. Storm sat by the window, quiet as always, watching the clouds drift by. Grant leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, already half asleep after finishing his drink. Ethan glanced at each of them. They were calm. Focused. Ready. He relaxed into his seat and closed his eyes as well, letting the steady sound of the engines fill the silence. Hours passed like that, quiet, smooth, and without trouble. Eventually, the pilot's voice came over the intercom. "Sir, we're approaching Johannesburg airspace. We'll begin descending soon." Sharon opened her eyes immediately. Grant woke up with a short grunt. Storm straightened his posture. Ethan stretched his arms once and nodded. Ethan stood up from his seat and grabbed his coat. "All right," he said. "Everyone get ready." Sharon quickly picked up her tablet and checked the landing schedule again. Grant pulled on his vest and tightened the straps, fully awake now. Storm simply stood, adjusting the sheath on his back. The jet began to descend, the engines humming louder as the ground came closer. Outside the window, the edges of Johannesburg came into view, wide land, scattered buildings, and the long stretch of the outskirts. Ethan looked at it calmly. The jet wheels touched the runway with a soft thud. When the door opened, they walked out and headed straight to the car waiting for them on the runway. A man stood beside it, the director of the Arasaka branch stationed here in Johannesburg. "Welcome, sir," the man said respectfully, offering a flower bouquet. "You can do your work." "I'm just here to tour, nothing else," Ethan replied briefly, pushing the bouquet back toward him. As you wish, sir," the man said quickly and stepped aside as Ethan and the others entered the car and drove off. As their vehicle left, a woman walked up to the branch CEO. "Is it true?" "That was him," she asked quietly. He seemed intimidating even though he's at least 10 years younger than me." The man nodded. "Yes. That was Ethan Cliff." She swallowed nervously and both of them went back to their tasks, not wanting to draw any more attention. Meanwhile, Ethan's car headed toward the booked hotel. Sharon checked the hotel details on her tablet. "Our rooms are ready. Top floor secured. Arasaka already cleared the entire floor," she said. Grant leaned back. "Good. I could use a shower." Storm stared out the window, silent as ever, scanning the streets, checking corners, watching every shadow. Ethan rested his arm on the door. "We'll check in first," he said. "Then we go to the salvage yard after we settle." The car drove through the city until it reached a tall luxury hotel. Arasaka security was already stationed discreetly around the entrance. The staff bowed deeply as Ethan stepped out. He didn't slow down. He simply walked straight into the lobby, Storm, Grant, and Sharon behind him. They took the elevator to the top floor. "The main suite is yours. The other rooms are ours," Sharon said as Ethan headed toward the room at the end of the hallway. The others went to their own rooms as well. "Rest. We leave in 30 minutes, Ethan said. The others nodded and left to prepare. Ethan entered his suite and closed the door behind him. The room was large, quiet, and clean. Floor-to-ceiling windows showed the city below, dotted with lights even during the day. He removed his coat, tossed it on the chair, and loosened his shoulders. Chapter 29, Klaue 2. The room was large, quiet, and clean. Floor-to-ceiling windows showed the city below, dotted with lights even during the day. He removed his coat, tossed it on the chair, and loosened his shoulders. Walking to the balcony, he watched the city. It was sunset, painting a beautiful view across the skyline. He poured himself a glass of wine. "Whoever said money can't buy happiness needs to get their mind checked," he muttered. Enjoying the view, Ethan came up with his own poetry as he ordered something to eat and listened to calm music while waiting for the others to be ready. Meanwhile, in their rooms, the others were suiting up. Storm was fastening the last straps of his white combat suit. Grant zipped up his black tactical gear. Sharon checked the seals on her sleek armored outfit. All of them wore special long coats over their suits, disguises that made them look like they were wearing normal clothes. Otherwise, as Grant joked earlier, they'd look like a bunch of off-brand Power Rangers walking through the lobby. When the three stepped into the hallway, Ethan joined them, already dressed and ready. "Okay then," Ethan said, finishing the last sip of his wine and tossing the empty disposable cup into the trash. "Let's go deal with salvage. After that, we can tour the city a bit, since we're here anyway." They walked out of the hotel room and headed down the hallway together. Storm pressed the elevator button and the doors opened with a soft chime. The four of them stepped inside. When the elevator reached the lobby, they walked straight through without stopping. The staff bowed, but Ethan didn't pay attention. He pushed open the glass door and the warm Johannesburg air hit them immediately. Their car was already waiting outside. The driver quickly opened the back door. "Sir, the route to Klaue's salvage depot is ready," he said. Ethan nodded and slid into the back seat. Storm, Grant, and Sharon took their places beside him. The doors closed. The driver started the engine and pulled out of the hotel driveway. As the car moved deeper into the outskirts, the tall buildings vanished behind them. Warehouses, scrap metal piles, and half-broken fences replaced the skyline. Dust rose with every turn. "Looks like we're here," Grant muttered as the vehicle slowed. The car stopped in front of a wide, rusted gate. Workers nearby froze when they saw Ethan step out. Their eyes followed him, some nervous, some confused, all cautious. Ethan ignored them completely. He walked straight toward the main building, Storm, Grant, and Sharon beside him. The inside smelled of oil, metal, and rust. 2 guards blocked the entrance, rifles hanging from their shoulders. "No weapons allowed," one guard said, voice rough and arrogant. He looked Ethan up and down like he was nobody. Ethan stopped. He didn't glare. He didn't raise his voice. He simply said, cold and flat, "Move, or in the next 3 seconds you'll be dead." The guard blinked, stunned. "What did you?" Ethan sighed. "I did warn you." His hands blurred. In one smooth motion, he grabbed both guards by the neck, lifting them slightly off the ground. They choked, kicking, eyes wide with panic. All around them, other workers and guards shouted, alarms triggered, weapons raised. Storm drew his gleaming white blade with a hiss of metal. Grant cocked both pistols, stepping forward with a grin. Sharon activated her arm guards, her fingers brushing over hidden triggers. She glanced at Ethan. "I thought we were supposed to act like a normal visiting team, not start a fight instantly." Ethan shrugged, still holding both guards effortlessly. They were being disrespectful. He tossed the 2 men aside like rag dolls. They hit the ground hard, alive but completely out of the fight. Ethan stepped forward as the rest of the salvage yard erupted into motion around him. "Finish this fast," he said. "Klaue's inside." Storm nodded once. In the next second, right in front of Sharon's and Grant's eyes, Storm vanished. His body flickered, moving with unnatural speed. Guards didn't even have time to aim properly. One by one they dropped. Storm appeared beside each of them for only a split second before knocking them out. Some guards panicked and fired at him. Storm's katana flashed. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets split cleanly in midair. He really cut the bullets with his sword," Sharon whispered, stunned. She and Grant stood awkwardly next to Ethan, watching Storm handle the entire yard alone. Within seconds, it was over. Every guard lay unconscious on the ground, and Storm stood calmly, resting his blade on his shoulder as if he hadn't even broken a sweat. Ethan didn't react. He simply pushed the large metal door open. Inside, dozens of armed men immediately raised their guns. On the upper platform stood Ulysses Klaue, smirking down at them. "Why are you here?" Klaue asked. "I don't remember messing with Arasaka." It's true. There's no bad blood between us, Ethan said with a small nod. Then why? Klaue demanded. You should have taught your dogs how to greet a guest properly, Ethan replied with a shrug. Don't worry, they're not dead. Maybe a few broken bones, that's all. Klaue stared at him, eyes narrowing. So what do you want? Ethan smiled slightly. Now we're talking. He raised a hand toward him. Vibranium. I want that. Sharon, standing beside him, widened her eyes in shock. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have much vibranium. They didn't even know where to find more. And here Ethan was, calmly asking an illegal arms dealer for the rarest metal on the planet. Hearing Ethan's words, Klaue's smile vanished. His expression tightened as he stared down at Ethan. How do you know that? He asked slowly. Does it matter? Ethan replied casually. Klaue's jaw clenched. I killed everyone who knew about it, so how did the information leak? He roared, furious and suddenly tense. Ethan sighed and waved his hand dismissively. I don't care about your problems, he said calmly. I'm not here for that. I'm here for the vibranium. That's it. Klaue stared at him, breathing hard, anger still burning in his eyes. But Ethan didn't flinch. He didn't even look bothered. Storm, Sharon, and Grant stood behind Ethan, ready to move the moment things went wrong. Ethan tilted his head slightly. So, he said, voice steady, are we going to talk business, or are you going to waste my time?
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
Chapter 30, Klaue 3. Ethan tilted his head slightly. So, he said, voice steady, are we going to talk business, or are you going to waste my time? Klaue stared at Ethan for a long second, then suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. Business? Ah ha ha ha. His face twisted. Kill them, he roared. Dozens of guns cocked at once. Ethan didn't even blink. Wrong choice, he said flatly. A bright hexagonal energy shield snapped into existence in front of him, solid, wide, and shimmering like a wall of blue light. Bang! 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 Every gun in the room opened fire. The bullets hammered the shield, and did absolutely nothing. Storm moved instantly, swords flashing, cutting down stray rounds that bounced off from the sides. Grant raised his guns, but hesitated. There was no gap to shoot through yet. Sharon crouched, scanning angles, waiting for an opening. The moment the magazines emptied, Ethan flicked his wrist. Storm! Storm responded before the echo of gunfire even faded. He threw a single shuriken. It wasn't ordinary. It was one Ethan had made, an anti-gravity shuriken glowing faintly with blue lines. The shuriken spun through the air, and the moment it passed the guards, gravity flipped. Dozens of Klaue's men were suddenly ripped into the air as if hooked by invisible ropes. Their guns spun away first, smashing into the ceiling, and then the men followed. Gravity inside the radius went completely insane. Bodies flipped, rotated, and slammed into walls and crates. Some spun helplessly like puppets. Others tumbled through the air, arms and legs flailing as they tried to grab anything solid. A few unlucky ones scraped across metal beams, getting cut or slammed aside as Storm's single shuriken maintained the anti-gravity field. Screams echoed everywhere. Klaue barely managed to grab a railing above, eyes wide with terror as half his army floated wildly below him. What the hell is this?" he shouted, voice cracking. Storm, Sharon, and Grant stood completely untouched behind Ethan, watching bodies and weapons swirl helplessly in the air. "What the fuck?" Sharon muttered, staring at the chaos. Ethan nodded casually. It works better than I imagined. But the effect only lasts 10 seconds. What do you think, Storm? Storm sheathed his sword, still watching the floating men. A single gravity burst is enough. If I used this mid-fight, I'd be forced to stop for 10 seconds. But if I'm running or cutting a path, a gravity wall would work better, just block the way and keep them stuck. Okay, Ethan said, already thinking it through. I'll create 2 versions then. 1 single burst and 1 long-duration gravity wall. You created this? Sharon asked, raising an eyebrow. Ethan nodded casually. Yeah. A gravity shuriken. Pretty cool, right? He added with a smirk. Sharon looked at him, unsure what to say, and simply stayed silent. Ethan then looked up at Klaue, his tone turning cold and sharp. Now, Ethan said, are you coming down willingly, or should I smash your head against the walls a few times too? Klaue froze, gripping the railing tighter. His face twitched. Oh, okay, slow down, man. Klaue said quickly. How about we make a deal? Some of this equipment, some weapons, something for the Vibranium. I'm ready to negotiate. Ethan stared at him, unimpressed. Nah, he said calmly. You lost the right to negotiate the moment your dogs tried to shoot me. So now you have two choices. He pointed one finger at Klaue. Your life. Raising another finger, he said. Or the Vibranium. Klaue's face stiffened instantly, like he had just swallowed something rotten. His jaw tightened and sweat formed along his forehead. He realized Ethan wasn't bluffing. And he only had one choice if he wanted to leave here alive. Klaue stayed frozen, gripping the railing so hard his knuckles turned white. His men were still spinning helplessly in the air, crashing into crates and beams as the last few seconds of the gravity field ticked down. Ethan sighed and checked his watch. I don't have all day, he said calmly. So decide. Fast. Klaue swallowed hard. His eyes darted around, the chaos, the unconscious guards, Storm standing calmly with his swords, Grant's guns aimed steadily, Sharon already calculating angles. And Ethan, looking at him like he was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. The gravity field finally collapsed. Whump! Dozens of Klaue's men crashed to the ground in a messy heap. Klaue flinched at the sound. He knew exactly what would happen if he chose wrong. Oh, okay. Klaue shouted, raising one hand in surrender while still clinging to the railing with the other. Vibranium? Fine. I'll give it to you. Ethan didn't react. He simply stared. Klaue's voice shook. Just don't kill me. Ethan raised one eyebrow. Good choice. He turned slightly to the side. Storm. Storm vanished in a blur. Klaue yelped as a moment later Storm appeared right behind him at the railing, sword resting lightly against Klaue's neck. Ethan approached slowly. Take us to it, he said. And don't try anything smart. You won't get a second chance. Klaue nodded rapidly, trembling so hard he nearly slipped. Oh, of course, right this way, Jay, just don't kill me. Sharon whispered to Grant. Can't believe this idiot tried to fight us. There is no shortage of idiots in the world, Grant shrugged. Klaue climbed down from the metal platform, legs shaking so badly it was a miracle he didn't fall face first. Storm walked right behind him, sword still resting casually, yet lethally against Klaue's spine. Ethan followed at a steady pace, hands in his pockets, eyes scanning the warehouse interior. They moved deeper into Klaue's compound, past towering crates, weapon racks, and black market tech stacked in dusty piles. Klaue kept glancing back every few seconds as if expecting Ethan to suddenly vaporize him. Ethan noticed. And he frowned slightly. Why is he so damn cooperative? Most people facing death broke, begged, cried. But Klaue? He was scared, sure, but his eyes were darting a little too actively. He's planning something. But Ethan shrugged inwardly. Doesn't matter. I get the Vibranium either way. They reached a reinforced door at the end of a metal walkway. Klaue quickly scanned his hand on the panel, the lock releasing with a heavy clunk. This is my private office, Klaue said shakily. The Vibranium samples are inside. I kept them separate for safety. Storm narrowed his eyes. Safety for who? Klaue forced a weak laugh. For everyone? Chapter 31, Vibranium. Klaue swallowed hard, then shuffled to the vault at the back of the office. His fingers shook as he typed the code. The heavy door hissed open, releasing a faint cold mist. Inside were several small metal ingots, shiny, dense, unmistakably Vibranium. Klaue forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Here, see? You can take it and leave me. We're done, right? Ethan stepped closer, expression flat. That's it? He asked calmly. Klaue blinked. Why, yes. That's all I have. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Klaue. Don't insult me. Klaue stiffened. Ethan pointed at the crate. That little stash is maybe what? A few million worth. Klaue said nothing. Ethan's eyes turned cold as he looked at him. I know you have several billions worth of vibranium hidden in this facility. Klaue froze like a statue. Storm pressed the sword a little closer to his neck. Klaue squeaked. So, Ethan continued, voice soft but carrying razor edges, either you give me all of it. He paused, letting the silence sink in. Or we end this entire conversation right now. Klaue's face drained of color. He looked at Ethan, then at Storm, then back at Ethan. I don't know what you're talking of. Ethan cut him off by stepping closer, staring directly into his eyes. Klaue, he said quietly, do I look stupid to you? Klaue's mouth snapped shut. Sharon crossed her arms. Pretty bold lying when we literally have you at sword point. Grant shook his head. Some people just can't help it. Klaue finally cracked. Fine. Fine, he shouted, hands shaking. There's more. A lot more. Jay, just don't kill me, all right? Ethan nodded once. Good. Now show us the real stash. Klaue trembled, wiped sweat from his forehead, and slowly walked toward another sealed door on the side wall, one he hadn't intended to open. As he entered the code, his thoughts raced wildly. Damn it, damn it. If they take everything, I'm ruined. Maybe the Wakandans will get here in time. The lock clicked. The heavy door began to slide open. Ethan stepped forward, expression unreadable, ready to take everything. The door slid open with a mechanical groan, revealing a dimly lit storage chamber far larger than the office itself. Rows of reinforced shelves lined the walls. Crates stacked 3 high filled the room, heavy industrial-grade containers, each branded with shipping codes and fake company labels. But Ethan didn't need labels. The faint purple shimmer leaking from the seams said everything. Sharon's eyes widened. Holy shit. Grant let out a low whistle. That's a lot. Storm's grip on his sword didn't loosen. If anything, the blade pressed a fraction deeper into Klaue's back. Klaue forced a shaky laugh. See? See? I wasn't hiding it. I just keep it secure. Very secure. Ethan ignored him and stepped into the chamber. With each stride, the hum of contained vibranium resonated through the air like a heartbeat. He stopped beside one crate, placed his palm on it, and nodded. Good. This is the amount I expected. Klaue exhaled in relief, too early. Ethan turned to him. All of it. Load it. Klaue blinked. What? Ethan tilted his head. You heard me. Storm, Grant, start moving them. Sharon, check for trackers. Storm sheathed one sword and dragged the nearest crate effortlessly, his strength more than enough. Grant flipped a latch on another. These aren't light figures. Sharon already had a small device in her hand, scanning the entire wall. No external trackers, but I'll check inside once they're open. Klaue's face twisted in panic. Hey, hold on. You can't take all of it. This is my business. My life. You're robbing me. Ethan didn't even look back. Klaue, you tried to kill me 10 minutes ago. That was a misunderstanding. You told your men to kill them. Pretty clear to me. Klaue sputtered. I was angry. Heat of the moment. Storm paused, glancing at Ethan. Want me to break something until he stops talking? Klaue's knees nearly buckled. And no. I'm quiet. See? Quiet. Ethan finally turned his head toward him. Klaue. Klaue froze. You're alive right now because I'm in a good mood. Don't push your luck. The smuggler swallowed so hard it was audible. Why, yes. Okay. He stepped back, hands raised, trying not to look like he was panicking. Ethan walked deeper into the chamber, his eyes drifting over the walls, the stacked crates, and the humming security panels. Everything okay here? He asked. Sharon looked at him, confused. How do you know that? Ethan tapped the side of his head. A small triangular device uncloaked briefly, flickering with blue light before vanishing again. It's called Focus, he said. A small AI assistant that helps me analyze things. Well, it's basically a smartphone, Ethan added with a shrug, but its analytical capability is way higher. Sharon looked intrigued. I want one. Ethan smirked. I actually made a few back at home. I was going to give you guys one, but forget it. She glared. Ethan lifted his hands defensively. Grant sighed. Don't worry. When we're back home, I'll remind him. Ethan chuckled and nodded. About an hour later, they finished loading all the vibranium. Klaue watched them leave with a tight grin stretching across his face. "Idiots, you really think it's that easy?" he muttered as he pulled out his phone. "I know where the Vibranium is. Yeah, here's the truck number transporting it. You'd better move fast. It's headed to a private airstrip. After that, it's gone." He ended the call. "Let's see, bastard, how I'll end your little fantasy," Klaue hissed, imagining Ethan's smug face crushed under Wakandan fire. He turned to leave, already planning the betrayal, when a soft beep, beep, echoed through the salvage yard. Klaue froze. "What the hell?" he muttered, frowning as he followed the sound. On a dusty shelf, half buried under old metal parts, sat a small blood-red marble, no bigger than a jelly bean, blinking with a faint blue light. Klaue leaned closer. "What the fuck is T?" Thwump. The marble didn't explode. It imploded. A sudden gravitational pulse yanked the air inward, twisting metal, dragging everything toward its center with silent, crushing force. Klaue didn't even have time to scream. He was sucked in, body contorting and vanishing in a flash as the entire salvage warehouse folded into a collapsing point of light. Then pop. Silence. The marble winked out of existence, leaving nothing where the building once stood but a smooth, circular crater and a small human head in center of it. Chapter 32 Wakanda. Ethan sat in the backseat of his car, parked a few kilometers away. The hologram feed from Focus showed the salvage yard collapsing into nothing. The feed cut out with a soft click. Ethan exhaled and leaned back in his seat. "That's done." "Did something happen?" Sharon asked. Ethan shook his head. "Nothing we need to worry about." They both settled back as the car started moving. Behind them, the transport truck carrying all the Vibranium rolled smoothly along the highway. Grant and Storm were in the truck's cabin with the driver, while Ethan and Sharon rode ahead in the car. Everything seemed calm. Until 3 black SUVs suddenly appeared behind them, engines roaring. Sharon's eyes widened. "Did Klaue leak our location?" "Most likely," Ethan said, already annoyed. He tapped his earpiece. "Storm, take care of the pursuers." Storm's voice came through immediately from the truck. "Got it." The driver looked confused as Storm unbuckled his seatbelt. What is he doing?" the driver asked, eyes wide. Grant loaded his gun calmly. "Just keep driving." The driver gulped but nodded, gripping the steering wheel tighter. Storm opened the door and climbed up onto the top of the truck. Wind roared around him as he looked at the 3 pursuing SUVs. Without hesitation, he pulled out a single shuriken, its edges glowing with faint violet markings, and threw it behind them. The moment the shuriken touched the asphalt, the air around it twisted violently. Gravity distorted, bending the road itself. All 3 speeding SUVs were caught in the distortion and violently thrown sideways. But from the middle SUV, the door kicked open midair. A man jumped out, landing on the road and sprinting toward the truck with impossible speed. In a blink, he leapt up onto the roof where Storm stood. Storm looked at him. The man wore a black suit, sleek, armored, and eerily similar to a Black Panther suit, or rather it was Black Panther suit before Shuri made the nanotech Vibranium one. "Who are you?" Storm asked, tightening his grip on his sword. "The Vibranium is ours," the man said with a smile behind his mask. Storm said coldly, "Then try to take it back if you can." Both of them clashed atop the moving truck, metal ringing, sparks flying. Inside the car ahead, Ethan frowned. "Who the hell is that guy?" Sharon was already typing furiously on her laptop. "I can't find anything on him. Nothing in the SHIELD database." Ethan nodded slowly. "Well, whoever he is, he's not taking my Vibranium." "It's normal SHIELD don't know as it is yet the time for Wakanda to be known," Ethan thought. He reached down to his belt and pulled out a compact gun, sleek, silver, and humming with low energy. "You should get your weapon too," Ethan said, eyes narrowing. "More pursuers incoming." Sharon looked up and froze. A black jet streaked above them, dropping altitude fast. Its weapons lit up, preparing to fire missiles. "That gun is supposed to help us against that?" Sharon asked, pointing at the jet. "Just watch," Ethan said casually. He pushed the sunroof open, stood up slightly, let the targeting system lock onto the jet, and pulled the trigger 3 times. 3 perfectly aimed rounds shot upward. "They're EMP rounds," Ethan said. "If these don't work, well then nothing I have will." Sharon raised an eyebrow, ready to comment on how useless that sounded. But then she saw the sky flash. 3 bursts of lightning jumped across the jet's body. The engines sputtered mid-flight. The jet jerked, dipped, and then crashed straight onto the road, skidding and exploding behind them. Sharon stared at Ethan, stunned. Okay, that actually worked. It was a machine after all. EMP rounds are best against such, he said calmly. Storm and the Black Panther suited stranger clashed again, their blades and claws sparking as they slid across the top of the speeding truck. The truck swerved slightly on the highway, but the driver, pale as a ghost, held steady. Grant shouted from inside, Storm. Get rid of him fast. Storm didn't answer. His focus was on the masked warrior in front of him. The stranger swung with razor-sharp clawed gauntlets. Storm dodged, flipped, and countered with a swift slash that scraped against the Vibranium suit, leaving no mark at all. TSK, Vibranium armor, Storm muttered. Annoying. The masked man said calmly, You can't cut me. You're wasting your time. Storm simply said, Oh, I wasn't trying to cut you. Before the stranger could react, Storm's foot shot out, hitting him square in the chest. The blow didn't pierce the armor, but the force sent the stranger stumbling backward. He regained balance quickly, sliding across the roof. You're strong, the Black Panther-suited man said. But we both know you can't win. Storm raised an eyebrow. If I couldn't win, I'd be dead already. The stranger rushed forward again, faster this time. His claws slashed in a blur. Storm parried each strike, sparks flying with every impact. Then the stranger's claw caught Storm's side, not slicing through, but sending him skidding dangerously close to the edge of the truck roof. Storm planted his sword into the metal roof to stop himself. The stranger charged. Storm's eyes narrowed. Fine. Let's test something. He gripped the sword with both hands and tapped a switch on the hilt. The blade lit up with violet patterns. The masked stranger froze. What is that? Storm swung. This time the sword didn't try to cut the armor. It hit the air in front of the man. A violet shockwave burst out like a hammer, slamming into the stranger's chest and sending him flying off the truck entirely. He hit the road, bounced twice, then rolled to a stop. Storm exhaled. Vibranium can absorb kinetic force, but if I twist gravity around him at the same time, it messes with the suit. Grant popped his head out of the truck window. He down? Storm looked back. The guy stood up, but he didn't chase this time. He just stood there. What is he planning? Storm frowned. Just as he wondered what was happening, a bald woman appeared on a bike. The Black Panther looked back, then crouched, jumped, and landed neatly behind the bald woman as she drove. Futile, Storm muttered as he swung his sword several times, sending air slashes forward, using his own specialized gravity sword that Ethan had built for him. Chapter 33, Wakanda 2. Futile, Storm muttered as he swung his sword several times, sending air slashes forward, using his own specialized gravity sword that Ethan had built for him. Each slash left a mark on the ground, but the bald woman avoided them all as she set off after them. Seeing that she was able to dodge everything, Storm threw 2 more shurikens, both gravity-charged ones. They hit at equal spots on the road and created a sudden wall of distorted gravity. But the bald woman only smiled. She pointed her spear at the ground and it fired a burst. Using the recoil, she and Black Panther jumped over the gravity wall. Storm also smiled. Got you, he said. He slashed his sword in a cross shape, sending a crossed, distorted air slash upward. It hit the bike cleanly, breaking it in 2. Black Panther quickly covered the woman, but the impact still sent both of them flying across the road. Now they're down, Storm muttered, dropping back into the truck's cabin. From the car, Ethan also nodded at the sight. You said he didn't have superpowers, so what were those air slashes? Sharon asked. Ethan replied, That was because of the gravity sword I gave him. When he swings it, the gravity around the blade compresses and then releases, creating the slash he sends forward. He explained it calmly, though even he didn't fully understand how Storm had achieved it at first. Storm had figured it out on his own after practicing with the sword. Ethan had originally planned to add effects similar to gravitas and repulsion from Elden Ring, but when he handed the prototype to Storm, things changed. After only a few tries, Storm didn't use gravitas the way Ethan expected. Instead of creating a gravity zone around himself, Storm compressed the air around the blade and released it in a burst, producing an air slash. Of course, it wasn't perfect at first, but after watching what Storm was trying to do, Ethan adjusted the gravitas mechanism accordingly. And just like that, the gravity-powered air slash was invented. Can I get a sword like that too? Sharon asked, looking at him. Ethan nodded. Yes, but you guys should learn to use the normal ones first. Using a gravity sword is difficult. She nodded confidently. Don't worry, my sword mastery isn't that bad. Even Storm has praised me. Ethan smiled lightly. All right then. I'll build one for you too. And with the vibranium we have now, I think I can make something much better. She nodded again, excited. The rest of the trip to the airport was calm. They arrived safely and the crates of vibranium began loading onto the private jet. Ethan sat quietly in the lounge with Sharon while Storm and Grant oversaw the loading. As Ethan looked out the window, someone sat down across from him. Sharon's expression tightened the moment she saw who it was. The same bald woman who had been chasing them stood nearby, clearly guarding the man now sitting across from Ethan. The man himself remained calm. You have some nerve, Ethan said, looking directly at him. After ambushing us, you sit in front of me so casually. The man met his gaze. I have not introduced myself. My name is Klaue, Prince of Wakanda. As for where Wakanda is, you don't have to trouble yourself thinking too much about it, he added calmly. Ethan's eyes sharpened. I don't care if you're a prince or a king. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kill you right now. And he meant it. If he hadn't taken down that drone jet earlier, it would have fired missiles at his car. Wakandan royalty or not, Ethan didn't care. They tried to kill him first. He was more than ready to return the favor. There is a misunderstanding, Klaue said calmly. We believed you were Klaue, the thief who not only stole from us but also killed one of our own. Ethan leaned back, unimpressed. And you expect me to let it go just because you say so? I apologize for our earlier actions, Klaue said, bowing his head slightly. Ethan exhaled through his nose. Fine. Apology accepted. You can leave now. Klaue didn't move. That vibranium is ours. Ethan stared at him without blinking. Then start with compensation for trying to kill me. Klaue paused just for a second. The bald woman behind him, Okoye, finally snapped. Why are we even speaking with him? She demanded. He is not our ally. He is not even Wakandian. Ethan raised a hand slightly and Storm and Grant, who were monitoring from nearby, quietly put their hands on their weapons. Not drawing, but close. Klaue held up a hand to silence Okoye, keeping his eyes on Ethan. I came here to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Wakanda does not want a war with you. Ethan leaned forward slightly, eyes cold. Then get the hell out of here. Klaue didn't flinch. You are angry, I understand. But vibranium cannot leave my nation. It is better if you simply return it. Ethan stared at him, deadpan. Yeah, it seems you're not understanding a single thing I'm saying. So let me be clear. Either you walk away now, or I go to war with you. Klaue held Ethan's gaze steadily, calm, confident, not backing down. Then he spoke. Why don't we settle this the ancient way? Ethan narrowed his eyes. Ancient way? A duel, Klaue said. You and I. One-on-one. The winner takes everything. Ethan snorted. And why would I bother? I already have the vibranium. True, Klaue admitted. Then let us adjust the terms. If you win, Wakanda will open private trade channels with you. You will be able to buy vibranium directly from us, however much you need. Consider it compensation for our earlier attempt to kill you. Ethan's expression shifted, interest flickering. Fine. But one thing. Ethan leaned back slightly. Do you even have the authority to back your words? Because I've never heard of Wakanda, which means you people are very, very deep underground. So tell me, do you actually have permission to come out of hiding and make a deal like this? Klaue didn't hesitate. Yes, I do. His voice was firm, absolute. Chapter 34, Fighting. Ethan nodded slowly. Good. Then we'll fight. But tell me one thing, are you going to wear that vibranium suit of yours? Klaue actually chuckled. No. If I wore the suit, it wouldn't be a duel. He stood up calmly. In our tradition, a real duel is fought shirtless with simple weapons. No armor. No enhancements. Just strength and skill. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Shirtless, huh? And simple weapons. Yes, Klaue confirmed. Spears, shields, blades, nothing advanced. Ethan smirked. Fine. That works for me. At least this way I know I'm not beating a metal cat suit. Okoye stepped forward, clearly unhappy. Chala, this is reckless. He is not. He stopped her with a hand again. It is decided, Chala said firmly. We duel at sunrise. Neutral ground. Winner keeps everything. Ethan stood up as well. Sunrise it is. Their eyes met, two men completely confident they would win. Storm and Sharon exchanged a look. Grant whispered, well, that's gonna be fun. Sharon sighed. No, that's going to be a problem. Ethan didn't look away from Chala. Get ready, Prince. Tomorrow you'll learn why people don't dare to mess with me. Chala gave a small nod, unshaken. We will see. He stood and walked away with Okoye following behind him. Sharon let out a breath she'd been holding. I didn't even know there was a nation called Wakanda. And it's not in the SHIELD database either, which is weird. Ethan shrugged. Well, he did say they're a secretive nation or whatever. Sharon looked at him carefully. What do you think? Are you really going to win? When you fought Kingpin, you relied on your tech. But tomorrow, no armor, no gadgets, nothing. Just straight hand to hand. How are you going to win without anything to assist you? Ethan didn't hesitate. I can win without my tech. She blinked, surprised by how confident he sounded. Ethan took a calm sip of his coffee, but inside he was checking something else. Quan Chi template, 12% integration. That alone was more than enough for him to take on a skilled fighter. And if things got messy, he still had something even better. I also have enhancement magic, Ethan thought inwardly. And he's not going to find out about that. He set his cup down with a soft clink, eyes sharp. Don't worry, he said. I'll win. Sharon relaxed a little after hearing his confidence, but she was still worried. Just don't underestimate him, she said softly. Given the way he was chasing us yesterday, he is quite skilled. Ethan smiled lightly. That's fine. I've trained myself too. Storm and Grant walked over after finishing the loading work. So, Storm asked, crossing his arms, we really doing this? You're fighting a prince of some hidden supernation at sunrise. Ethan shrugged. Pretty much. Grant whistled. Man, your life is never boring. Sharon rolled her eyes. This is serious. Storm leaned closer to Ethan. Need help preparing? Ethan shook his head. No. It's one-on-one. You guys can watch. He stretched his shoulders a little, already planning his strategy. He didn't need much. Quan Chi integration gave him enhanced awareness, sharper instincts, and better control of his body. And if absolutely necessary, he could use his enhancement magic secretly. Storm patted Ethan's back. Just don't die. I don't want to explain that to anyone. Ethan smirked. Don't worry. I'm not the one who should be scared. Sharon stepped beside him. So what now? Ethan stood and grabbed his jacket. Now? We rest. We will continue our departure tomorrow after the fight. The group headed back to their rooms to settle in for the night. Everyone could feel the tension in the air, even if no one said anything about it. Storm stretched his arms. I'll take first watch, he said, just in case anything unexpected happened. Grant nodded. I'll take second. Wakandans are sneaky. Sharon frowned at him. They're not ninjas, Grant. Still, he said, I'm not taking chances. Ethan ignored their small argument and walked toward his room. His mind was already focused on the fight. He ran the numbers in his head. Chala was strong, skilled, and well-trained. But Ethan wasn't afraid. He had his own advantages. Quan Chi template, 12%. His body felt lighter, faster, and sharper every hour it grew. Inside his room, Ethan took off his jacket and looked at himself in the mirror. No armor. No suit. Just him. He cracked his knuckles. Simple fight. Simple win, he muttered. Sharon's voice suddenly came from the doorway. You sure you don't want any backup tomorrow? She asked quietly. Ethan shook his head. No. It's a duel. I don't want to cheat, he said with a straight face, despite clearly planning to cheat tomorrow. Okay then, Sharon nodded and left. Ethan sighed and lay back. I wonder how much 12% of the Quan Chi template is worth. He's more of a magic-based fighter, so I'm curious how much of that even shows at 12%. He mumbled before finally lying down and falling asleep. The next morning, Ethan woke up early, washed his face, and stepped outside the warehouse. He expected Storm or Sharon to greet him. Instead, he saw two people waiting near the entrance. One was Agent Phil Coulson, smiling politely like always. The other was an Asian woman with a calm expression, arms crossed, watching Ethan like she was analyzing him. Ethan blinked. "Coulson?" "Morning," Coulson said with a friendly nod. "And yes, before you ask, I heard from Sharon that you're about to duel a secret nation prince." Ethan groaned. "Of course she told you." He didn't really mind though. Coulson had already told him he would be under watch, and Ethan had agreed to it. Honestly, the only reason he agreed so easily was because his father was Fury. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have accepted being monitored. After all, Fury was completely paranoid, and the number of people who knew Ethan was his son could be counted on one hand. Coulson shrugged. "She worries. Besides, we aren't here because of your fight." He smiled slightly. "We're more interested in Wakanda." The Asian woman stepped forward. Coulson gestured to her. "This is Agent Melinda May." Ethan raised an eyebrow. He had heard the name. "Shield's cavalry." May nodded once. "We're assigned to observe anything related to Wakanda. Your duel counts." Ethan sighed. "Well, great. An audience." Chapter 35, Fighting 2. May didn't react to his sarcasm, she just turned and started walking. "We'll follow from a distance," she said. "Don't mind us." Coulson gave Ethan a reassuring smile. "Just pretend we aren't here. We only need to gather information." Ethan muttered, "Hard to pretend when you two are standing right in front of me." But he followed anyway. A few minutes later, Storm, Sharon, and Grant stepped outside, fully awake and ready. Storm looked at Coulson and May, gave a short nod as greeting, and Coulson began introducing everyone. "She is Melinda May, my partner on this case," Coulson said. "And you already know Agent Sharon, currently assigned to handle Agent Ethan. Then we have Storm, his bodyguard, and Grant Ward, Storm's disciple." May gave a polite nod. On terms of calmness and cool attitude, she was equal to Storm. Ethan raised an eyebrow. "So, S.H.I.E.L.D. is interested in Wakanda or Vibranium?" he asked as they began moving toward the duel location, a quiet area far from people, chosen specifically for the fight. "Actually both," Coulson said with a nod. "We're investigating Wakanda and Vibranium." "I doubt S.H.I.E.L.D. even has proper data on Wakanda," Ethan replied. "Though I wonder if your intelligence network is lacking, or maybe Wakanda is just too good at hiding." Coulson sighed. "We do have a file, but it's mostly rumors. Until you met a prince from there, we had nothing solid." "So what do you actually want?" Ethan asked. "We want to understand what kind of nation Wakanda is," Coulson said simply. Ethan shrugged. "I don't know much. But I think they're very advanced, especially in technology. They've got good weapons and probably an entire city full of them. My guess? They have natural deposits of vibranium. Otherwise none of it would be possible." Coulson and May exchanged a glance and nodded. "What else do you know?" May asked. Ethan shrugged. "Last time we were chasing each other, they had vibranium weapons. So I'm guessing, in terms of weapon quality, they're way ahead of the rest of the world. Not to mention, the prince was wearing a full vibranium suit. So my best guess? They already know exactly how to shape and weaponize vibranium." They all got into the car and it began driving toward the duel location. Ethan sat in his own car with Sharon, Coulson, and May, while Storm and Grant followed behind in another vehicle with the rest of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had arrived with Coulson and May. Coulson glanced at Ethan. "Do you think this prince will actually honor the bet if you win?" Ethan looked away from the window and raised an eyebrow. "You're pretty confident I'll win." "I may have known you for a short time," Coulson said with a small smile, "but that time was enough to tell me you're cautious. You wouldn't accept a bet like this unless you believed your chances were high." Ethan smiled but neither confirmed nor denied it. "As for your question," he continued, "yeah, I think he'll honor it." Coulson lifted an eyebrow. "And why do you think that?" Ethan thought for a moment. His eyes. They were pure. Honest. He doesn't seem like the type to break his word. Coulson nodded thoughtfully. The rest of the ride was quiet. Eventually, they reached the location, an isolated, open area chosen specifically for a duel. It was already filled with Wakandians. Chala stood waiting with Okoye and another bald woman in ceremonial armor. "You're here," Chala said calmly. Ethan stepped out and shook his hand. "Did you think I wouldn't come?" "I didn't doubt you," Chala said. But my guard did thought so. He nodded toward Okoye, who was still glaring at Ethan with the same distrust she'd shown since the first moment they met. Klaue then looked past Ethan, noticing the extra people behind him as well as the shield security. "You have brought more company than expected," Klaue said. "So did you," Ethan replied before Coulson could say anything. Klaue shrugged. "I am a prince. When my guards heard I was entering a duel, they increased security on their own." Ethan pointed at Coulson. "Same with me. This smiley bald guy is my mom's old friend. The moment he heard I was going into a duel, he called a whole SWAT team on me." Coulson just nodded, completely unbothered. Klaue gestured for Ethan to follow. "Come. We will begin shortly. The arena is almost ready." He pointed ahead, where Wakandian soldiers were finishing a large circular arena filled with loose, soft sand, perfect for a traditional hand-to-hand duel. Ethan followed Klaue toward the arena. The air felt tense. Wakandian guards stood all around the place, watching every move from the shield agents. The arena was almost finished. A circle of sand about 20 meters wide sat in the center. Around it were small wooden stands for people to watch. Klaue turned to Ethan. "You will have few minutes to prepare. Choose your weapon from the rack there." He pointed to a wooden stand filled with simple weapons, spears, wooden shields, short blades made for training. Nothing high-tech. Ethan nodded. "Got it." Okoye stepped forward, still glaring. "These weapons are traditional. No tricks. No hidden blades. No enhancements." Ethan lifted his hands. "I know. I'm not cheating." He fully intended to cheat using magic, but he definitely wasn't telling her that. Okoye narrowed her eyes like she could sense he was up to something, but she didn't say anything. Storm and Grant reached Ethan. "Best of luck, Ethan-sama," Storm said. Grant added, "Best of luck, sir." Ethan sighed. "I told you, just call me Ethan. You're not like Storm. He was trained from a young age to be my mom's guard." Grant shrugged. "I know we're the same age, but you're still my boss." Ethan nodded. "Suit yourself." He then removed his coat and shirt. Even undershirt, showing his bare upper body, his lean, well-defined muscles were clearly visible to everyone. Anyone looking at him now would never think he was some sci-fi nerd who spent most of his time messing with inventions. Coulson raised an eyebrow. "I guess he hits the gym hard." Sharon and May both nodded, silently looked at that body. Ethan, meanwhile, walked into the arena and approached the weapon rack. He picked up a long wooden katana-shaped sword. After gaining the Quan Chi template, he had started taking sword lessons from Storm, just enough to know proper stance, balance, and technique. And honestly, he had gotten pretty good at it. He gave the wooden blade a test swing. Smooth. Balanced. Just right. Ethan stepped toward the center of the arena, calm, confident, and ready. Klaue watched him from the other side, spear in hand. Chapter 36, Fighting 3. Ethan rested the wooden katana on his shoulder and looked at Klaue across the arena. "So, any rules?" he asked. Klaue nodded. "Yes. The first to score 3 points wins." Ethan raised an eyebrow. "And how exactly do we score?" "If your weapon touches a vital point, lungs, throat, head, neck, you gain 1 point, Klaue explained. "No killing blows. Just clean, controlled strikes." "Got it," Ethan said, adjusting his stance. Klaue spun his wooden spear lightly, the movement controlled and clean. He was clearly experienced. A Wakandian referee stepped into the arena between them. She looked at each fighter, made sure they were ready, and then raised her hand. "You will start in 3, 2, 1, begin." She jumped out of the way. Ethan and Klaue did not rush at each other. Instead, they circled slowly, eyes locked, reading each other's posture, each tiny shift of weight. Ethan's grip tightened on the wooden katana. Klaue lowered his stance, spear angled to defend or strike at any second. Neither attacked. They waited, testing, watching, measuring. Then Ethan moved. A small shift, almost nothing, but Klaue reacted instantly, spear sliding up to guard. Ethan stepped in fast, testing him with a quick diagonal slash. Klaue blocked it cleanly and countered with a sharp thrust toward Ethan's ribs. Ethan twisted his body out of the way, the wooden tip barely missing him. They reset. Another clash. Ethan feinted left, then stepped right. Klaue reacted to the feint for half a second, just long enough. Ethan's katana tapped the side of Klaue's throat. "Point, Ethan," the referee called. Klaue stepped back, surprised but not angry. He nodded once. You are faster than you look. Ethan shrugged. Thanks. Let's keep going. They returned to their positions, weapons raised. Round 2. Begin. The moment the referee's hand dropped, Klaue attacked first. This time he didn't wait. He charged in with 2 fast spear jabs, quick, sharp, and controlled. Ethan dodged the first one, blocking the second with his katana, but Klaue wasn't done. He took a half step back, lowering his guard on purpose. A clear opening. A bait. Ethan went for it, swinging his katana toward Klaue's ribs. But Klaue had been waiting for that exact move. He twisted his body smoothly, letting the strike pass by, and in the same motion drove the spear's wooden tip up toward Ethan's chest, then quickly flicked it toward his throat. Tap. The spear touched Ethan's neck before he could react. Point Klaue, the referee announced. Ethan blinked, caught off guard. Okay, you tricked me. Klaue allowed a small smile. You are fast. But I have trained with spears since childhood. I know when someone sees an easy hit. Ethan nodded, smirking. All right. 1-1. Let's see who gets the next one. The fighters reset again. Round 3. Begin. Round 3 began and both fighters moved at the same time. Klaue went for speed again, quick footwork, sharp spear swings. Ethan responded with tighter defense, blocking each strike cleanly. They exchanged fast blows. Wood hitting wood. Sand shifting under their feet. Klaue tried another tricky move, dropping his stance low and aiming for Ethan's knee. Ethan jumped back just in time. But as he landed, Klaue rushed in and tapped Ethan's side with the spear. Point Klaue, the referee called. Klaue now had 2 points. Ethan only had 1. Ethan scratched his chin. Okay, now it's getting interesting. The Wakandans cheered a little for their prince. Round 4 started. This time Ethan didn't hold back. He moved faster, much faster, closing the gap before Klaue expected it. A spin. A clean slash. Tap. The wooden katana touched Klaue's chest. Point Ethan. Crowd noise rose again, surprised this time. Both fighters now had 2 points. Final round. Ethan adjusted the grip on his katana and finally showed a bit of real speed. He stepped in, feinted a high strike, then swept low, forcing Klaue to block. But Ethan changed direction mid-movement, twisted his wrist, and tapped Klaue's throat before the prince could react. Final point. Winner Ethan. The Wakandans fell silent for a second, shocked. Klaue stepped back, breathing hard. You were holding back, baiting me for this last decisive match, he said quietly. Ethan smiled. A little. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Coulson watched Ethan land the final hit and nodded. He won. May glanced at him. You were sure he'd win. So why are you celebrating something you expected? Coulson exhaled. Confidence is one thing. Relief is another. I'm glad it went smoothly. May's eyes shifted to Storm. How good is he? She asked, pointing at the tall bodyguard. Coulson looked at Storm and nodded. Storm? He's great, very great. He continued, I saw Storm in action once. 20 fully armed men came after Ethan. Storm beat them easily, and I actually saw him deflect bullets with his sword. May stared at him like he was joking. Deflect bullets? I can fight 20 men, sure, but bullets? That's insane. Coulson nodded. I thought it was impossible too. But I saw it. May looked at Ethan again, now dressed back in his shirt and coat, and wondered why such an guy is simply following him. Ethan approached Klaue, now fully dressed. I hope you honor your word, Prince, Ethan said lightly. Okoye frowned immediately. We Wakandans always honor our word. Klaue raised a calming hand. We will. Then he continued, the Vibranium is yours. And we can begin official trade, but my father, the king, set a strict limit. Only 100 kilograms per year. Just 100? Ethan asked, surprised. Yes. We already agreed on that amount. That is the limit we can trade with you each year, Klaue said. Ethan resisted the urge to curse. I should have asked about the amount before making the bet. So you had your tricks ready, Ethan said. Klaue simply smiled in reply. It was a good fight. I look forward to facing you again. They shook hands and Klaue turned to leave with his guard. We will be leaving now. But Ethan raised a hand. Wait, I have a parting gift for you. He gestured to Storm. Storm tossed a heavy-looking bag onto the sand at Chala's feet. Okoye stepped forward instantly, spear ready, and stopping the bag before it reached Chala with her spear. "What is this?" Chala asked as he looked at the gift thrown at his feet. "Something you wanted," Ethan said calmly. Okoye opened the bag carefully. Her eyes widened. She looked up at Ethan in shock, then back to Chala, showing him the contents. Chala stared for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "You are right. I do like it." Okoye took the bag silently, her expression hard but satisfied. Both Ethan and Chala exchanged a final nod, then parted ways. Chapter 37, Gift. Ethan watched Chala and his guards leave the arena. Only after they were gone did the tension fully fade. Storm walked up to him first. "You did well," he said simply. Grant nodded hard. "That last move was clean. He didn't even see it." Ethan rolled his shoulders. "He's good. Really good." Sharon let out a long breath she'd been holding. "Good thing you won." Coulson and May approached next. Coulson smiled. "Well, that went better than expected." May looked at Ethan closely. "You held back until the end." Ethan didn't deny it. "I needed to see how he fought first." May nodded once. "Smart." The Wakandian referee announced the duel finished, and the arena slowly began to clear. Wakandian guards dismantled the wooden stands with practiced efficiency. Storm handed Ethan his coat. "Ready to go?" Ethan slipped it on. "Yeah. Let's just go home." On the way back inside the car, Coulson finally asked, "So, what exactly was in that bag?" Ethan answered casually, like it wasn't a big deal. "Klaue's head." The car went quiet. Sharon's eyes widened as she looked at him. "You're serious?" "Completely," Ethan said. "Ulysses Klaue. He broke into Wakanda years ago. Stole Vibranium. Killed a clan leader." Coulson nodded slowly. "That explains Chala's reaction." "Chala and the clan leader's son were close," Ethan added. "That's why I knew he'd appreciate it." May leaned back in her seat. "You didn't just win a duel," she said. "You earned trust." Ethan looked out the window. "That was the point." Coulson smiled faintly. "Wakanda, Vibranium trade, and a personal favor from a prince. Fury is going to have a lot of questions." "Then take Sharon with you," Ethan shrugged. For a moment, Sharon's hands tightened on her lap. Coulson glanced at Ethan, who was sitting calmly, still looking out the window. "Are you upset?" Coulson asked carefully. "Because she told us about Wakanda and Vibranium?" Ethan finally turned his head slightly, glanced at Sharon, then looked back outside. "If I was upset," he said calmly, "I would have fired her." Sharon blinked. "Then again, what gave you the impression that I'm angry?" Ethan asked. Sharon let out a breath of relief. "You weren't talking to me the whole time. I thought you were mad that I told S.H.I.E.L.D. about Wakanda and Vibranium." Ethan almost rolled his eyes. "Tell me something," he said. "When was the last time we had a long conversation? And how long was it?" Sharon froze, then slowly realized what he meant. "I'm a hardcore introvert nowadays," Ethan continued. "I spend most of my time alone in my basement. We talk maybe once a month, or only when some problem arises in the company that needs my attention. And you thought me not talking for a single morning meant I was angry at you? As for the fact that you told S.H.I.E.L.D. about it, I already knew something like that would happen if I kept you as my secretary. So why would I be upset when you were just doing your job?" Sharon's face turned red. "Sorry." Coulson chuckled quietly. "You should spend more time with people," Coulson said to Ethan. "You don't really have friends. Even Grant, he's your age, but he just treats you like his boss." Ethan frowned. "What do you want me to do? Go out and find a girlfriend?" Coulson nodded seriously. "Yes. Exactly." Ethan stared at him. "You can't live with only machines and work," Coulson continued. "You've been locked in your basement for years. You need a normal social life." Ethan leaned back in his seat. "That sounds exhausting." Sharon smiled slightly. "But he's not wrong." Ethan sighed. "I'll think about it." Coulson smiled. "That's already progress." The car stayed quiet for a few minutes after that. Johannesburg streets passed by outside the window, busy and loud, but inside the vehicle everything felt calm. Grant broke the silence first. "So, home base?" "Yes," Ethan said. "I want a shower and sleep." I feel like my whole upper body is wrapped in layers of sand. The others nodded in agreement. Storm nodded. Fair. Coulson glanced at his tablet. Fury will want a report. Full details. Give him the summary, Ethan replied. Duel finished. Trade secured. Klaue problem solved. May looked at him from her seat. You make it sound easy. It wasn't, Ethan said. But it's done. Sharon hesitated, then spoke. So, I'm going with Coulson to talk to Fury? Ethan nodded once. You were here from the start, he said. Coulson and May joined later. Then he added casually. By the way, Coulson, take Grant with you. Grant's voice came through the comms from the other car. Why me? I want you to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Ethan replied. There was a short silence. You're sending Grant to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Coulson asked, surprised. Yes, Ethan said calmly. The person who leaked my location when I visited my mother might still be inside S.H.I.E.L.D. I need to find that person. May narrowed her eyes. And you think Grant can do that? He's never been seen by my side before, Ethan explained. No one in S.H.I.E.L.D. connects him to me. He can move freely, observe, and dig quietly. Coulson raised an eyebrow. So you're sending him to spy on S.H.I.E.L.D. and saying it directly to our faces? Ethan stopped walking and looked at Coulson. It's been over a year, he said. You still haven't found the mole? So yes, I'm sending him. Grant spoke again through the comms. You sure about this? Ethan answered without hesitation. Can you handle it or not? Grant gave a short laugh. Yeah, I can handle it. Good, Ethan said. Take him. Just make up a cover story, say you found potential talent in Johannesburg or something. Coulson thought for a moment, then nodded. All right. We'll do it. May looked back at Ethan. You really don't trust us, do you? Ethan shook his head. It's not about trust. It's about results. Grant's voice came through one last time. Guess I'm a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent now. Coulson smiled as he said. Welcome to the circus. Chapter 38, Spy Stuff. They reached the hotel not long after. It was a quiet, high-end place, secure, clean, and far from the noise of the city. Everyone split up at the entrance. I'm going straight to my room, Ethan said. I need a shower. Same, Sharon said quickly, clearly tired. Grant stretched his shoulders. I'm dead on my feet. Storm nodded. Rest well. Tomorrow we'll be busy. They went their separate ways. Ethan's room was simple and dark, just the way he liked it. He dropped his coat on a chair, loosened his collar, and went straight to the bathroom. Hot water hit his back as soon as he stepped into the shower. He closed his eyes. Finally, he muttered, feeling all sand rinsing off his body, making him feel lot better again. After a long shower, he dried off, threw on a clean shirt, and collapsed onto the bed. Within minutes, he was asleep. In another part of the hotel, Coulson and May checked into their rooms. They were right next to each other. May raised an eyebrow. I thought we were leaving tonight. I was planning to, Coulson said as he took his key card. But then I thought we could both use a break. May crossed her arms. You just want to talk. Coulson smiled. That too. She sighed, then nodded. Fine. They agreed to meet downstairs in an hour. Later that evening, Coulson and May sat in the hotel restaurant. Nothing fancy. Just quiet. Coulson looked at her over his glass. You've been tense. May didn't deny it. Andrew, I don't know what happened, she said quietly. It's like he vanished. He doesn't even pick up my calls anymore. Coulson frowned. Did something happen between you two? Not that I know of, May replied. Nothing that should have caused our divorce. Coulson paused. You already divorced him? May nodded. He left. Disappeared for over 6 months without any reason. You didn't try to talk to him? Coulson asked gently. May looked at him sharply. Why do you care so much about this? Coulson met her gaze. Because both you and Andrew are my best friends. Of course I want to know why you two don't even see each other anymore. May looked down at her plate. Maybe people like us don't deserve a good life. Coulson didn't answer right away. They ate in silence for a few moments, the clink of cutlery filling the space between them. Finally he spoke. People don't lose a good life because they don't deserve it, Coulson said calmly. Sometimes they lose it because they don't know how to face it. May didn't look at him. Andrew didn't even explain, she said. He just left. 6 months. No calls. No messages. Nothing. That doesn't sound like him, Coulson said quietly. People change, May replied. Or maybe I just never really knew him. Coulson leaned back slightly. Or maybe something happened that he couldn't talk about. May scoffed. You're still defending him. I'm not, Coulson said. I'm trying to understand. She shook her head. It doesn't matter anymore. What's done is done. Coulson studied her face. You don't sound like someone who's moved on. May met his eyes. And you don't sound like someone who plans to drop it. He smiled faintly. Guess we're both stubborn. Still, you should have, Coulson started, but May cut him off with a sharp glare. Okay. No more talk about Andrew, she said. Coulson raised his hand slightly. Okay. May paused, then looked at him again. So, what's your relationship with Ethan? What do you mean? Coulson asked. I saw the way you were looking at him, she said. It was genuine concern. Then she added dryly. Don't tell me he's your secret son. She stared at him like she had just uncovered a big secret. No, Coulson said quickly. He's not my secret son or anything like that. After a moment he added. Though he is the son of someone I know. Someone he can't even meet. May raised an eyebrow as she looked at him. So his father let you do what should have been his job? Coulson shook his head. I wouldn't say I'm a father figure to Ethan. We're not that close. He doesn't even call me uncle. May shrugged. But you're at least on a first-name basis. Coulson sighed. Yeah. Still, it's not that close. They're here too, May said, nodding toward the entrance. Ethan walked in, followed by Sharon, Grant, and Storm. A waiter approached and led them to a table nearby. It was a 4-seat table. They sat down and began ordering. For a few minutes, no one spoke. Plates were set down. Drinks were poured. The quiet clinking of cutlery filled the space. Ethan ate calmly, like this was just another normal dinner. Sharon glanced between the tables. Did we interrupt something? Coulson smiled lightly. No. We were just talking. May looked at Ethan. You fought well today. Ethan nodded. Thanks. Grant leaned back in his chair. So, I guess this is my last normal meal before I join S.H.I.E.L.D. You're going to S.H.I.E.L.D., not the afterlife, Ethan said expressionlessly. Why are you acting like I'm killing you? Grant choked on his bite. I didn't mean it like that, he said quickly. Ethan shrugged. Grant looked at Ethan again. Still, you sure about this? Ethan didn't look up from his food. Yes. Grant studied him for a second, then nodded. All right then. Coulson cleared his throat and looked at Ethan. By the way, can you make me some cool spy stuff? He asked. Ethan paused mid-bite. What do you mean? You know, Coulson said, gesturing with his fork. James Bond-type things. Not flashy nonsense, actual useful gear. Ethan looked at him for a moment, then nodded slowly. Okay. May raised an eyebrow. That was easy. I already made some for me anyway, Ethan replied. Just not labeled as spy toys. You've already made some? Coulson asked, surprised. Ethan nodded. Yeah. I'll show you after food. We can take a walk. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 39, Spy Stuff 2. Ethan nodded. Yeah. I'll show you after earring. We can take a walk. Everyone nodded in agreement. Coulson shook his head slightly and smiled. Honestly, I want to see what kind of weird stuff you've come up with. Your Phantom is still #1 on every VIP wish list. Everyone wants it. And that's not even counting the things no one knows you have. Ethan shrugged. I like staying safe in a crazy world. May gave him a long look. That's not just staying safe. That's being prepared for war. Ethan replied calmly. In my experience, it's better to be ready and not need it than the other way around. Grant smirked. Yeah, reminds me why I work for you. Sharon smiled faintly but said nothing. They finished their food soon after. The mood was relaxed now, lighter than before. As they stood up to leave, Ethan added, Don't expect explosions or flashy lights. Most of my stuff is boring. Coulson smiled. The saying one man's trash is another man's treasure fits you perfectly, he said. What you call boring is something others would kill to have. Ethan shrugged. He thought to himself, with the tech in my head, this really isn't that impressive anymore, but he didn't say it out loud. They stepped outside and began walking on the quiet street. Moonlight bathed the streets in serene light, making the view beautiful. I guess this park would do. No one is around here, Coulson said as they arrived at a park. Ethan nodded. First, my suit, he said, lightly tapping his clothes. It looks like a normal business suit, but it's made of advanced fibers. It's bulletproof, and unlike regular vests, it absorbs impact too. No broken ribs. Coulson nodded slowly. Useful. Ethan then raised his wrist. And this watch. To them it looked like a normal Rolex, clean and simple. The dial on top moves, Ethan said, rotating it slightly. There was a soft hum. In an instant, a large energy shield burst out from the watch, forming a full-body barrier around Ethan, from head to toe. It glowed faintly, solid and stable. Everyone stopped walking. Wow, Sharon muttered. This watch has 10 more different functions aside from body shield, Ethan continued calmly. That was mode 1. He turned the dial again. The energy shield shifted, compressed, and flowed into his hand, reshaping itself into a long energy sword. Ethan took a step forward and swung once. A nearby stone structure near them was sliced cleanly in half, the cut smooth and precise. Grant stared. You called this boring? It was the same thought on others' mind too. It is compared to other things in my mind, Ethan thought, but didn't said it out loud. Ethan lowered the sword, and the energy blade dissolved back into light, flowing into the watch like liquid. Mode 3, he said. Close-range offense. He turned the dial again. This time, thin lines of light spread from the watch across his forearm, forming a compact gauntlet. The glow was softer, but the air around it vibrated faintly. Ethan continued. Resonance break. He walked over to what remained of the stone structure, placed his gauntlet hand against it, and pushed, gently. The stone cracked apart with a deep thrum, breaking into chunks as if it had been hit by heavy machinery. Grant whistled low. That's definitely useful. The principle behind it is simple, Ethan explained. It scans the material, then vibrates at the same frequency as the object, causing what's known as resonance. Grant nodded. Yeah, learned that in school. It's also the reason armies break their marching formation when crossing bridges, Grant added. To avoid resonance. Ethan nodded in agreement. That's one of the classic examples of resonance. Ethan shook his hand once and the gauntlet vanished. Next. He rotated the dial again. A faint shimmer spread outward and Ethan's body blurred slightly. Then he vanished. Sharon gasped. He's gone. Not gone, Ethan's voice said from behind them. Mode 5. Optical and energy-based cloaking. He reappeared a second later, the shimmer fading. May's eyes narrowed. That's beyond stealth tech. Ethan nodded. It bends light, heat, and most sensors. Not perfect, but good enough. Coulson rubbed his chin. And let me guess, you have counters too. Of course. Another turn of the dial. The watch projected a small holographic map in the air, streets, buildings, heat signatures moving slowly. Mode 6. Environmental scan. Short range, Ethan said. Tracks movement, life signs, electronics. Coulson looked at the detailed map and said, That's terrifying, if it's an enemy hand. Ethan dismissed the hologram with a flick. Mode 7, he said. He turned the dial again. The watch emitted a low pulse tum. Every nearby streetlight flickered. A parked car alarm chirped once, then died. Mode 6, Ethan said calmly. Localized EMP, non-lethal. Adjustable range from 10 meters to 100 meters radius. Coulson stared at the darkened street. You could shut down half a block. Yes, Ethan replied calmly. I also made the watch EMP-proof, he added. So external EMPs won't disable it. He turned the dial again as he continued explaining, almost casually. The remaining functions are a camera, a taser, a scanner, an SOS signal, and finally a bomb. Everyone stiffened. The watch can also be made to self-destruct like a time bomb, Ethan went on. It implodes, creating a pull strong enough to suck everything within a 100-meter radius inward and reduce it to dust. Silence fell. They all stared at him, openly wondering if he was still human. And you call this boring? Sharon asked slowly. Ethan shrugged. I've never had the chance to use it. Coulson let out a breath. I honestly feel sorry for anyone who's stupid enough to come after you. Coulson shook his head, still staring at the watch. Do you have anything else on you? Though honestly, I think that's more than enough. Ethan glanced at his hand. This ring, he said, raising his finger. It works as a taser. Grant relaxed slightly. Okay, that's normal. It can also be used as a hand grenade, Ethan added calmly. Chapter 40, Spy Stuff 3. Ethan just pointed at his belt buckle. This belt, he said simply. It's gravity-assisted. I can turn gravity on my body up or down whenever I want. Grant blinked. You're joking. Ethan tapped the buckle. For a split second his body lifted, light, almost floating, then he pressed it again. Thud. The ground cracked slightly as Ethan dropped back down, landing like he weighed several tons. The concrete spiderwebbed under his shoes. Okay, Grant said slowly. That's not normal. Of course I can increase the gravity around me from to me just to 100 meters around me, he said. Ethan turned the gravity back to normal as if nothing had happened. Sharon stared at him. Is there anything on you that isn't a weapon? For a moment no one spoke. Then Coulson squinted at him. Please tell me your underwear isn't unclassified military hardware. Coulson added, because at this point I wouldn't be surprised. They all looked at Ethan. Ethan paused as he looked at their faces. No, he said. That's just normal. They let out a collective breath. Who prepares this much? Was written clearly on everyone's face. If Ethan had heard them, he would have said exactly what he always thought. This is a Marvel world. You can never be too prepared. He raised his hand slightly. Last thing. Everyone tensed again. Ethan then lifted one of his foot and side-tapped the other one with it. With a soft mechanical click, thin blades slid out from the front of his footwear, sleek, sharp, and faintly glowing. They're coated with a fast-acting toxin, Ethan said calmly. Strong enough to put an elephant to sleep in seconds. Grant stared at the blades. You have poison knives in your shoes. Yes. May crossed her arms. I like that one. Ethan retracted the blades and everything returned to normal. Business suit, calm posture, quiet street. Silence stretched. Finally, Coulson rubbed his face and sighed. I'm updating your file. Grant shook his head. I'm never sneaking up on you. Ever. Sharon looked at Ethan, half amazed, half horrified. You're a fucking walking arsenal, she said. Ethan shrugged lightly. I prefer prepared. So, May said, tilting her head, out of all your preparations, what can you sell to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Some of that tech could seriously help us. None, Ethan replied calmly. May frowned. Why? I thought you were going to make some for us. I am making something, Ethan said. For Coulson. Not for S.H.I.E.L.D. But, May began. Ethan raised a hand, stopping her. That would be like giving my enemies weapons to kill me. He continued evenly, besides, anything I make will be theft-proof. If it's away from Coulson for more than 24 hours, it self-destructs. Coulson let out a slow breath. I wouldn't expect anything less from you, he said. May looked at him sharply. You're taking his side? There isn't a single organization on Earth that should have all of Arasaka-level tech, Coulson replied. It's too powerful and too dangerous. We already know S.H.I.E.L.D. has moles in its ranks. Giving Ethan's technology to us would be like handing nuclear launch codes to our enemies. May fell silent. No one argued with that. You talk as if I make weapons, Ethan said. None of my company's products are weapons. Even my top-of-the-line cars only activate defensive systems if someone attacks them. And even then they never harm the pursuer, only disable the car or the tires. Yes, Coulson replied calmly, but what about the hidden ones like the ones you currently have? Every single one of that technology leaking into the world would be enough to start a war for it. Ethan didn't deny that. That's also the reason Tony never sold his armor to anyone, Coulson continued. Once one suit goes out, people will pressure him to make more and then sell more. He glanced at Sharon. Even now, Sharon deals with reports about how the U.S. military wants Ethan as their weapons dealer. They want his tech repurposed from protection into weapons of mass destruction. Ethan stayed silent. There was no point denying it. Every few months he had to say no to some government or another. The only reason he wasn't in deep trouble was simple. Unlike Stark Industries in the past, none of Arasaka's technology had ever been hacked, stolen, or used for destructive purposes. Ethan made sure of that. Any sign of tampering with his cars caused the entire system to fry itself, leaving nothing behind to salvage. He had seen how deep the mess Tony once fell into, and he refused to repeat it. That was also why Arasaka's company policy was absolute. They never dealt with anyone who had even the smallest criminal record. Even stealing from an old woman was enough to be blacklisted. It was airtight, legally clean, morally defensible, and impossible for any government to pressure him through the law. You know what's funny, Coulson added. The World Council has actually suggested, more than once, that Director Fury send our top agents to spy on you and steal your secrets. Ethan nodded, a small smile forming. I'm pretty sure that already happened, he said, chuckling. Yes, Coulson agreed. Your house in Manhattan has the highest number of deaths in the area. Anyone who tries to approach it through illegal means meets the same end, no mercy. He glanced at Storm while saying this. Storm didn't say anything as he remained silent. As 80% of those weren't even from Ethan's security systems. All of them dealt by Storm here, dying under his sword. Sharon exhaled slowly. You're not just protected, she said. You're untouchable. Ethan shook his head. No, he replied. I'm just careful. Coulson gave him a long look. Careful people don't usually need this many layers. Ethan met his gaze. Careful people survive in this world. No one argued with that either. They started walking again, the park lights flickering back to life as the EMP's effect faded. The city felt normal once more, cars in the distance, wind through the trees, footsteps on the path. They walked as Coulson said, I have decided I would like that watch, Coulson said as he looked at Ethan walking with him. Chapter 41, Spy Stuff 4. They walked a few more steps in silence. Then Coulson spoke again. I've decided, he said. I want that watch. Ethan glanced at him and nodded. All right, he said calmly. What functions do you need? Coulson raised an eyebrow. I thought you said it had 10. It does, Ethan replied. My setup does. He slowed his pace slightly as he explained. My watch is linked with my clothes, ring, boots, and belt. Together, they handle all 10 functions automatically. Coulson frowned. And mine? A standalone watch can only handle 3 functions safely, Ethan said. Any more and it becomes unstable or dangerous. Grant whistled softly. Only 3, he muttered. Like that's a limitation. Coulson thought for a moment. So I have to choose. Yes, Ethan said. Pick carefully. Coulson stopped walking. All right, he said slowly. First, defense. That energy shield. Ethan nodded. Full body shield. Adjustable strength. Second, Coulson continued, environmental scan. I want eyes everywhere. Short to mid-range scan, Ethan said. Life signs, electronics, movement. Coulson hesitated then said, and third. He looked at Ethan. EMP localized. Non-lethal. May nodded seeing Coulson choices. Ethan studied Coulson for a second then nodded. Those 3 work well together. Grant leaned over. No sword? Coulson shook his head. If I need a sword, something has already gone very wrong. Ethan allowed a small smile. Fair. He added calmly, same rules apply. The watch is locked to you. If it's away from you for more than 24 hours, it self-destructs. Coulson nodded. Expected. And, Ethan continued, it won't activate against me. Coulson stopped again and looked at him. Seriously? Yes, Ethan said simply. Just in case. Coulson stared at him for a moment, then laughed quietly. Honestly? I feel safer knowing that. They resumed walking. By the way, Coulson said casually, any chance you can make one more watch? May immediately replied, I don't need it. I know, Coulson said with a nod. It's for someone else. May's expression stiffened. Everyone turned to look at Coulson. Now I know, Ethan muttered. Coulson glanced at him. Know what? Why you're still single, Ethan replied. Coulson blinked, completely missing the point. Seeing that, everyone else silently agreed, he really is hopeless. Wasn't he flirting with women in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? So why is he dense currently? Ethan thought. Then another thought crossed his mind. Maybe dying once reset his brain to new setting. Or maybe while dying he thought, dying as a virgin is not so good. He was fully convinced. Anyway, Ethan said aloud, shaking his head, who is it for? For the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson replied. Ethan hummed softly. And how do I know he's on my side? Coulson met his eyes. He is. And how can you be so sure? Ethan asked, already knowing the answer, but also knowing they couldn't say it out loud. Just trust me, Coulson said. Ethan shrugged. All right. So what functions does the watch need? Coulson thought for a moment. I'll tell you tomorrow morning after I speak with the director. They had reached the hotel by then. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Ethan said. One by one they said their goodbyes and headed to their rooms, the quiet hallway swallowing the tension along with them. Coulson went back to his room. He loosened his tie, sat down on the edge of the bed and pulled out his phone. And then simply called the director. It rang twice. Fury, a familiar voice answered. Director, Coulson said. I need your opinion on something. Let me guess, Fury replied. Ethan. Coulson sighed. That obvious? Yes, May already given me report on Wakanda. Naturally, if there is anything left it's Ethan's matter, Fury said. Go on. Coulson explained everything. Ethan's watch, the limitations, the self-destruct rules, and the 3 functions he had already chosen for himself. There was a short silence on the other end. Finally, Fury spoke. What else can his tech do? We don't know. Given his cautious nature, I won't be surprised he still have something else on him, Coulson admitted. As for other functions he showed, I already told you. Fury let out a low breath. Figures. Coulson nodded, even though Fury couldn't see it. About the watch. He asked what functions you'd want. Another pause. The same as yours, Fury said. Shield, scan, EMP. Those 3 are the smartest choices. Coulson allowed himself a small smile. That's exactly what I picked. It is indeed smart choice among others, Fury replied. So have him made same as yours for me too. Understood, Coulson said. Coulson, Fury added before hanging up, don't push him. I won't, Coulson promised. The call ended. Coulson set the phone down, leaned back, and exhaled slowly, mumbling, I was wrong, he is more handful than Stark. But at least he is not troublemaker as Stark. Mumbling, Coulson slept. The next morning. Coulson woke up early as usual. He showered, changed, and went through his routine before heading downstairs. Ethan was already there. He sat at a corner table with a cup of coffee, looking relaxed, while others were there too, eating breakfast. Morning, Coulson said as he approached. Morning, Ethan replied. You talked to the director? Yes, Coulson said, sitting down. He agreed. Ethan nodded once. Same 3 functions? Yes, Coulson confirmed. Shield, scan, and EMP. Good choices, Ethan said. They also make things easier for me. Coulson nodded and ordered something to eat. Soon after, May joined them. After breakfast, Coulson and May said their goodbyes to the others. Grant went with them, officially joining S.H.I.E.L.D. from that point on. As the Quinjet lifted off and disappeared into the sky, Sharon watched it go. Do you think it'll work? She asked. Ethan shrugged as he leaned back in his seat. I don't know. But at least I can try. Let's go home too, he added. Sharon nodded. They headed back to the airport, where their private jet was waiting. Not long after, the plane lifted off, carrying them back to New York. Time passed quickly. A few days later, Ethan was back home in New York. Life returned to its usual rhythm: meetings, research, testing, and quiet nights spent improving techs no one else even knew existed. Days went by and soon the month was over. Then the familiar notification appeared. Monthly tech gacha available. Ethan paused and looked at the system. All right, Ethan said calmly. Let's see what I get this time. He activated the gacha. The familiar gacha wheel appeared and began to spin. Lights flashed as options blurred together. A few seconds later it slowed, then stopped. Ethan rubbed his eyes. Wow, he said softly. I got. Chapter 42, 2B. Reward acquired, Combat Android, Yo Arha number 2 Type B, 2B. Bonus triggered, Direct Manifestation Reward. Ethan blinked. Then blinked again. 2B from Nier Automata? He muttered. You're kidding me. The system didn't answer. It never did. Instead, a second notification appeared. Direct manifestation. Summoned entity will manifest physically. Loyalty absolute. Ethan's mind filled with schematics, data, and technical blueprints, everything he would have needed to create her, now perfectly stored in his memory. That saves me the trouble of creating her myself, he murmured. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he took a breath and pressed the button. The air in front of him shimmered, and she began to manifest into reality. Light gathered, white and clean, forming a human shape. Data-like lines flickered for half a second, then vanished. Someone was standing there. A woman. She wore a black combat dress with long sleeves and high boots, elegant but clearly designed for battle. White hair fell to her shoulders, perfectly neat. A black blindfold covered her eyes. She stood still, posture straight, hands at her sides. Another system window popped up. Summoned unit status. Combat capability extremely high. Close combat mastery S rank. Weapon compatibility, all standard and advanced melee weapons. Tech compatibility approved. Loyalty lock, Ethan primary. Cool. Ethan nodded as he stood up and looked at her from all sides. She looks like a cosplayer, he muttered. He reached out and touched her. She feels real. Even normal human skin warmth is there, he added quietly. She stood still, eyes lowered. It was hard to tell whether she was active or not. Then she spoke. Lord 2B is ready to serve, she said calmly. Ethan nodded. All right. For now, let's go and introduce you to others. He led her into the living room. Only Storm was there. Sharon was still at the company. Meet your new partner, Ethan said. 2B. Storm stared at her for a moment, then frowned slightly. I can't sense her heartbeat, Storm said. Ethan nodded. She's a robot. A highly advanced android I created. Storm raised an eyebrow, then nodded slowly. That explains it. 2B stood quietly beside Ethan, hands behind her back. Storm looked between them. So what can she do? A lot, Ethan replied. Combat, defense, hacking, analysis. She's smarter than most supercomputers. Storm crossed her arms. And her loyalty? Ethan glanced at 2B. Absolute. 2B spoke again. My mission is to protect Lord Ethan and follow his commands. Ethan-sama, have you watched the Terminator movies? Storm asked, glancing at 2B. Yes, Ethan replied calmly. But don't worry. I made her well. Terminator-proof. After all, it wasn't him who truly created her, it was the system itself. She was 100% unhackable. If you say so, Storm nodded, standing up. I'd like to see her combat abilities. Ethan nodded as well. Great idea. I want to test her too. 2B inclined her head. I will not disappoint you. They moved outside to the training area. It was a large open space, built specifically for testing and sparring. You guys can use real weapons, Ethan said. Storm nodded and drew his katana. At the same time, 2B also pivoted a katana from the rack. Both of them stepped forward, facing each other. Then they moved. Clang. The blades collided, sharp and clean. Sparks flew from the impact, flashing in the air. Damn, Ethan muttered as he watched. They fought at full strength, neither holding back. Storm's strikes were fast and heavy, each swing precise and experienced. 2B matched him perfectly, her movements smooth, efficient, and almost mechanical in their perfection. Steel rang again and again as the fight continued. The fight continued. Neither of them backed down. Storm pushed harder, his movements sharp and aggressive. His katana strikes carried real killing intent, testing her reactions and limits. 2B responded instantly. Every attack was met, redirected, or countered. Her footwork was perfect, her timing precise. She didn't waste a single movement. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal echoed across the training area. Ethan watched closely, his eyes narrowed. They're evenly matched. He muttered. Storm increased his speed. His aura flared slightly, pressure rolling outward as he attacked from multiple angles. 2B adapted immediately. Her movements changed, faster, tighter, more efficient. Then another system notification appeared in Ethan's vision. Notice. Her power level was adjusted during manifestation to match the highest level personnel under the host. That is why she is evenly matched with Storm Shadow. Ethan nodded. So that's why, he said quietly. She's capped to Storm's level right now. It made sense. It's no wonder she have yet to overpower Storm. They continued to fight. Minutes turned into tens of minutes. Storm attacked relentlessly, switching styles, angles, and speed. His experience showed in every move. He pushed forward without hesitation, testing her reactions again and again. 2B never slowed down. She blocked, parried, and countered with perfect timing. Her breathing never changed. There was no sign of fatigue, no hesitation, no wasted motion. Every strike was clean and efficient. Clang! 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 Sweat began to form on Storm's forehead. His movements were still sharp, but the strain was starting to show. 2B, however, looked exactly the same as when the fight started. Ethan watched in silence, arms crossed. Half an hour passed. Finally, Ethan raised his voice. That's enough. Both fighters stopped instantly. Storm stepped back and lowered his katana, breathing a little heavier than before. 2B also stepped back and returned to a neutral stance, her blade lowering smoothly. There's no winner here, Ethan said calmly. Not anytime soon. Storm exhaled and nodded. Yeah. At this level it could go on for hours. Ethan looked at 2B. If this keeps going, you'll eventually win, right? Yes, 2B answered without hesitation. My stamina is effectively limitless. Prolonged combat favors me. Storm looked at her, he wanted to deny it but he can't. Figures. Ethan nodded. That's enough testing for today. 2B sheathed her katana and turned toward Ethan. Combat test concluded. Storm rolled his shoulders. She's dangerous, he said honestly. Not because she's stronger, but because she never gets tired. That's exactly why I created her, Ethan replied. So she can keep fighting when we're down. Chapter 43, OP Bodyguard Plan 2.0. Storm looked at 2B again, this time with clear respect. If she's guarding you, he said, getting close won't be easy for anyone. That's the point, Ethan replied calmly. I don't want to rely on luck. 2B turned slightly toward Ethan. My role is to ensure your survival, Lord Ethan. All threats will be neutralized. Storm nodded slowly. I believe it. He then looked at Ethan. But don't depend on her alone. Even the best weapon needs backup. Not to mention she is just a machine, he said looking at 2B who looked back at him but didn't reply back. Ethan smiled faintly. I know. That's why you're here too. Though, don't worry, I have her programmed to work even in extreme condition. Storm gave a short nod. Also, I've created something new for you, Ethan said. It will give you superpowers. Storm looked at him for a moment, then simply nodded. After seeing 2B, Storm no longer felt like he was the strongest blade and shield protecting Ethan. For the first time in a long while, he desired more power. Even if Ethan hadn't said anything, Storm would have trained harder anyway. That was his purpose. Especially after the one failure he could never forget, failing to protect Ethan's mother. Let's go, Ethan said, turning around. But I'm warning you, it's going to be painful. Storm followed him without hesitation. The path to power is never easy. Ethan nodded and led them down into the basement lab. He walked to a section of the wall and pressed a hidden switch. With a low mechanical sound, the wall slid open, revealing a far more secretive section of the lab. This area was filled with advanced weaponry, sealed containers, and dangerous creations, things Ethan had never shown to anyone else. He stopped in front of a pod-shaped machine. This, Ethan said, is an artificial infusion chamber. Its function is simple. It fuses a person's cells with a metal of my or theirs choosing. He then revealed a polished piece of vibranium. And this is what I've chosen for you. 2B looked at the metal, then spoke calmly. Vibranium possesses superior energy absorption and redistribution properties. Based on analysis, there is a greater than 90% chance that Sir Storm will gain enhanced energy absorption and redirection abilities. Ethan nodded. Yes. That's exactly what he'll gain. Storm looked at the chamber, then at the vibranium, then stepped forward. Do it, he said without hesitation. Ethan placed a hand on the chamber's controls. Once we start, there's no turning back. Storm met his gaze. I'm ready. 2B stepped slightly closer, standing by in case anything went wrong. The chamber powered up, its lights slowly coming alive. Ethan moved forward and placed his hand on the chamber. With a soft hiss, the pod opened. Step inside, Ethan said. Storm did not hesitate. He removed his coat, set his katana aside, and stepped into the chamber. The interior adjusted to his height automatically, clamps sliding into place without restraining him fully, just enough to keep him standing. Ethan picked up the vibranium piece and placed it into a circular slot inside the pod. The metal slid in and locked with a sharp click. 2B watched silently, her sensors fully focused on Storm's vitals. Ethan closed the pod. The transparent surface sealed shut, and the chamber powered up. "Starting infusion," Ethan said, pressing the final button. The machine hummed. A deep purple mist began to fill the pod, thick and slow, wrapping around Storm's body. The temperature inside spiked instantly. Storm's muscles tensed. Veins began to spread across his skin, glowing faintly purple as the vibranium infusion started bonding at a cellular level. The energy moved visibly under his skin, like liquid light flowing through his body. Pain hit. Storm clenched his jaw so hard his teeth creaked. His hands shook. But he did not scream. He did not even grunt. His breathing stayed controlled. His eyes stayed focused. His face remained calm, as if he were meditating instead of enduring something that would have broken most people in seconds. 2B spoke quietly. "Pain tolerance exceeds predicted levels. Cellular rejection is minimal." Ethan watched closely, fists clenched at his sides. "Good," he said. The purple mist grew thicker. The vibranium energy spread deeper, reinforcing bones, muscles, and nervous pathways. The chamber lights flickered as the system pushed more power into the process. Storm's veins glowed brighter for a moment, then slowly began to fade back into his skin. Minutes passed. Finally, the machine's tone changed. Infusion stabilizing. The mist began to clear. Storm's body stopped trembling. The glow vanished completely. Ethan let out a slow breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. The pod opened with a hiss. Storm stepped out. He stood still for a second, then rolled his shoulders. The air around him shifted slightly, like an invisible pressure wave. Storm raised his hand. A faint ripple of energy bent around Storm's palm, then vanished as he relaxed. "I can feel it," Storm said calmly. "Everything that hits me. I can absorb it. Redirect it." Ethan nodded. "Let's test it." Storm nodded back. Ethan then looked at 2B. "She's the easiest option," Ethan said. "And she can also control the amount of force she uses. That way we can see how much you can absorb before reaching your limit. Even vibranium has a limit." Storm nodded again and turned to 2B. "Go on." 2B stepped forward. In the next instant she moved. Her fist struck the center of Storm's chest. It was so fast that Ethan couldn't even follow it with his eyes. "I really need to work harder on my Quan Chi template," Ethan thought, realizing he couldn't track 2B's movements properly. 2B continued. Punch after punch landed on Storm's body, clean, controlled, and precise. His chest, shoulders, and arms took the hits directly. Storm didn't move. He didn't flinch. It was as if he was standing in front of a light breeze instead of a combat android using real force. The energy from each strike rippled across his body, then vanished, absorbed and dispersed perfectly. Minutes passed. Then Storm raised his hand. "All right," he said calmly. "Now I can feel it. I can't take much more." Chapter 44, OP Bodyguard Plan 2.02. 2B stopped instantly and stepped back. She looked at Ethan. "Absorption limit approaching. Further force may cause internal damage." Ethan nodded. "That's enough." Storm lowered his hand and exhaled slowly. For the first time there was a faint tension in his shoulders, not pain but like something foreign. "It's strange," Storm said. "I can feel the energy sitting inside me. Like a reservoir." Ethan stepped closer. "Try releasing a small amount." "Not at her, at the wall." Storm turned toward the reinforced training wall at the far end of the lab. He raised his hand, focusing. A low hum filled the air. Then Storm thrust his palm forward. The energy burst out. It wasn't flashy, no light show, but the impact was brutal. The reinforced wall dented inward with a deep metallic boom, cracks spreading outward like a spiderweb. The lab shook slightly. Storm stared at his hand. "So that's how it works." Ethan smiled. "You absorbed her force, stored it, and redirected it. Clean and efficient." 2B scanned the wall. Structural damage consistent with high-density kinetic discharge. Storm clenched his fist, then relaxed it. This means I don't just endure attacks anymore, he said. I turn them back. Yes, Ethan said. And the more pressure you're under, the more dangerous you become. Storm nodded slowly. That makes me a better shield. And a better blade, Ethan added. Storm looked at Ethan seriously. I won't waste this. I know, Ethan replied. So how much force did you apply before he could no longer endure it? Ethan asked 2B. I applied a total of 113 tons of force, she said. Ethan froze for a moment, clearly surprised. Whoa. I literally used 113 grams of vibranium to infuse Storm. So that means 1 gram of vibranium gives roughly 1 ton of force capacity. He nodded to himself, already running calculations in his head. Storm looked at him. Can my body be infused with more? He asked. Ethan nodded. Yes. Your body can safely handle up to 1 kilogram of vibranium. Storm's eyes narrowed slightly. But, Ethan continued, only if it's done in divided amounts over 3 years. That's what my simulations say. For safety reasons, that's how we'll do it. Storm nodded without hesitation, fully understanding the risk. As long as it makes me stronger, he said simply. Ethan looked at Storm for a moment, then spoke calmly. We won't rush it, he said. Your body needs time to adapt. If we push too fast, even vibranium won't save you. Storm nodded. I understand. Ethan nodded as well, then said, Go and learn more about your powers with 2B and not in my lab. I don't want to replace another wall. Storm nodded again as 2B turned to follow him. Ethan glanced at the damaged wall, exhaling softly. He hadn't expected it to be that powerful. With a sigh, he turned his attention back to himself. This room was filled with too many things he didn't want anyone else to see. Ethan rolled up his sleeves and walked toward the damaged wall. All right, my fault, he muttered. He placed his palm against the cracked surface. Thin lines of light spread from his hand, scanning the damage layer by layer. In his vision, data windows opened automatically: material stress, structural integrity, energy residue. TCH, overkill, Ethan said quietly. He snapped his fingers. Hidden mechanisms inside the wall, others activated. Nanofabricators hummed to life, releasing a fine metallic dust that flowed into the cracks like liquid. The dent slowly pushed itself outward, metal knitting back together as if time itself were reversing. Ethan stayed focused, adjusting the output carefully. Too fast and the structure would weaken. Too slow and the repair would take hours. Minutes passed. The wall smoothed out completely. No dents. No cracks. Not even a scratch. Ethan stepped back and inspected it, nodding once in approval. Good as new. He let out a breath and leaned back against a nearby work table. So, 1 gram of vibranium gives roughly 1 ton of force, Ethan muttered as he typed. He paused, then added another note. But Storm is also a super soldier enhanced human. Results may differ for normal humans. Ethan ran new simulations, this time inputting data from an average human body. He murmured, watching the numbers change. A normal human can only handle about 670 grams before their genetic structure starts to collapse. He leaned back in his chair, eyes fixed on the screen. And the infusion period is much longer too, he continued. 10 years total. 67 grams per year for safe integration. That was nowhere near Storm's results. Ethan exhaled slowly. Still, I'm not going to use vibranium on myself, he said quietly. I want gravitonium. Gravitonium's potential was far greater. Riskier, but far more powerful than anything vibranium could offer him. All right, he said, straightening up. Time for the second phase. He glanced at the system interface floating in his vision, then at the loyalty data he had reviewed earlier. Sharon's loyalty is above 90%, he muttered. She won't betray me. And even if she did, she'd be far weaker than Storm. Or even 2B. His gaze shifted. Speaking of 2B, Ethan said thoughtfully. I should upgrade her. He frowned slightly. Her body doesn't have built-in weapons, he noted. She relies on external weapons or self-destruct. He shook his head. That's not happening. Ethan turned back to his workstation, already planning new designs. If she's going to be my shield, he said calmly, she needs to be fully armed. Ethan pulled up a new file on his main screen. Upgrade plan, Yo Arha number 2 type B, he said quietly. Lines of schematics appeared, 2B's internal structure, power core, frame strength, and system limits. It was not in-game where he can't add other things he wanted in her. So he begun to repurpose her into a real combat android, one that can walk in a military facility and come out after wiping everything inside. Time to build a real combat bot, he muttered. He began listing upgrades. First, internal weapons. Hidden arm blades, Ethan said. Retractable. Monomolecular edge. No external deployment. He added another line. Forearm rail emitters. Low output energy shots for suppression. High output ones for killing. Chapter 45, Reworking 2B. He continued typing without pause. Shoulder-mounted micromissile ports, Ethan added. Concealed under armor plating. Limited ammo. Smart targeting only. Another window opened. Internal EMP pulse, he said. Short range. Emergency use. Enough to shut down electronics without frying allies. He leaned back slightly, thinking. Close-range combat dominance isn't enough, he muttered. She needs area control. He added more lines. Integrated combat shield, Ethan said. Directional. Can be deployed instantly in front or around vital targets. Then mobility. Reinforced actuators, he said. Increase output by 40% without stressing the frame. Micro-thrusters in legs and back, he added. Burst movement and long-distance sustained flight. He tapped the desk once. Reaction speed limiter removed, Ethan said calmly. Only I can set a cap if needed. Next came durability. Vibranium-infused inner frame, he said. Thin layers. Enough to absorb heavy impacts. And keep the design open, he added, so that in the future if I acquire gravitonium I can use it on her. Then came the control systems. Independent battlefield AI, Ethan said. Still subordinate to me. Capable of making tactical decisions without waiting for orders. He paused, then typed one final line. Absolute loyalty protocol remains unchanged. Ethan stared at the finished upgrade list for a long moment. Then he nodded. That should do it. He saved the file and pushed back from the desk. New fabrication timers appeared in his vision, counting down as the system accepted the designs. Most of this will take time, he said quietly. And a lot of rare materials. He stood up and walked across the lab, opening a reinforced cabinet. Inside were sealed containers, glowing cores, and components that most governments would kill to get their hands on. I'll start with the internal systems first, Ethan said. Weapons and frame upgrades can come later. Ethan looked over the whole plans once again and then nodded. Good. He glanced toward the doorway where Storm and 2B had already left. Ethan looked at the doorway for a few seconds, then turned back to his screen. I'll upgrade her later, he muttered. She needs time to get used to this world first. He closed the upgrade file and minimized the schematics. Too many changes at once would be a mistake, he said to himself. Even a combat android needs adaptation time. With a few commands, he locked the upgrade plans behind a high-level authorization seal. Only he could open them again. Then he shifted his focus. All right, Ethan said quietly. Back to work. Multiple project windows opened in front of him, ongoing experiments, material research, energy models, and system tasks that had been waiting for his attention. He pulled up one of the files and frowned slightly. Resource acquisition is still too slow, he said. I'll need a better supply chain. Another file opened. I also need to get more security on the transport of Vibranium, he mumbled. Ethan sat down again, fingers moving across the interface with calm precision. The lab lights dimmed automatically as the system shifted into long-term work mode. Outside, Storm and 2B were testing new limits. Inside, Ethan kept working, just as he always did. A week later, Ethan glanced at this month's gacha results. He had pulled a set of power armor from Fallout, but he ignored it. Compared to his own designs, it was bulky and outdated. He already had far more advanced armor, more compact, more efficient, and better integrated. Right now, though, he wasn't working. He was getting ready. Today was the annual meeting at his company Eriska. It was one of the rare times he actually had to show up in person. Even then, he only attended this single meeting. The rest of the time, he stayed locked away in his room or lab, letting others handle the public side of things. Ethan adjusted his clothes and checked his appearance in the mirror. Annoying, he muttered. Still, some things couldn't be avoided. With one last glance at the lab, he turned and prepared to leave. Ethan stepped out of the lab and headed upstairs. Storm was already waiting. He was dressed in a clean white business suit, sharp and perfectly fitted. To anyone else it looked normal, but Ethan knew better. The suit could instantly convert into combat armor if needed. Around Storm's waist was a simple-looking belt made of vibranium. That belt was anything but simple. With a command, it could turn into a straight sword, a whip sword, or shift between forms mid-combat. Storm also carried a few other concealed tools on him, all hidden in plain sight. Ethan gave him a brief look and nodded. "Ready?" "Yes," Storm replied. "Security is covered." They moved forward together. In the hallway ahead, Sharon was waiting. She wore a red velvet backless dress, elegant and confident. Her presence alone drew attention. Beside her stood Arya, the new name Sharon had given 2B after insisting that 2B sounded crude. Arya was dressed in a simple black formal dress. No weapons visible. No armor showing. She looked like a quiet assistant, but her posture, her awareness, and her eyes said otherwise. Both women were beautiful enough to turn heads the moment they stepped into any room. Ethan noticed. And sighed. "This is going to be annoying," he muttered. Sharon smiled faintly. "You say that every year." "Yeah, and if you stopped wearing such sexy dresses, maybe people would stop giving me nice choice look," Ethan thought dryly. He kept his face neutral and spoke aloud instead. "You look beautiful," he said. "And Arya, you too." Sharon smiled at that, clearly pleased. "And you look like a kid who was forcibly dragged to an adult party where he doesn't want to be," she teased. "At least try to smile and remove that frown from your face," she added. Ethan shrugged. "As you wish." Arya adjusted her glasses and spoke calmly. "Schedule confirmed. Arrival in 12 minutes. All routes secured." "Not today, Arya," Sharon said gently. "Just act normal. You don't have to be my assistant today." Arya nodded in understanding. Currently, Arya only had minimal modifications installed, 2 concealed arm rail emitters, along with small jets in her legs and hands for flight and burst movement.